It made sense. There were differences in power even amongst Dao Lords. Didn't Dao Lord Windsource have a Dao Lord amongst his retainers? Ning's heart began to beat slightly faster as he thought about that ancient, powerful figure. A few moments later, he turned and entered Waveshift City alongside Su Yuji. Waveshift City was an incredibly prosperous city, and it had one simple rule: all combat within city limits was forbidden. Anyone who violated this rule would instantly suffer automatic attacks from the formations protecting Waveshift City. What a bustling place! As Ning walked through the wide streets, he could see elder gods and ancestral immortals everywhere. As for true gods and true immortals, there was a ridiculous number of them located here. I would imagine that almost half of the cultivators of the entire Badlands territory are gathered here, Su Yuji said. Waveshift City even holds more than 1,000 world-level experts. Ning nodded. This was a place of power and safety. No one would dare to attack you here. However, once you left the city, no one would care if you lived or you died. Is that the Palace of 10,000 Treasures? Ning stared off into the distance. Far away, at the ends of the street, there lay an utterly enormous palace that glowed with absolutely breathtaking light. The entire palace emanated many ripples of power, each of which represented the presence of a Dao weapon. The ripples which the palace were intentionally radiating outnumbered over 100. Yes, that's the Palace of 10,000 Treasures. It holds more treasures within it than any other place within Waveshift City. Here, you can buy whatever treasures you desire. You can have Dao weapons custom made for you, or even be able to purchase one of those legendary treasures with a quintessence core inside of it. So long as you are willing to pay the price, you can buy anything, but of course, the price of such a weapon would be truly terrifying. Su Yuji let out a sigh. Ning nodded. He knew that the master of this palace was actually Dao Lord Badlands himself. Dao Lord Badlands could capture a few dozen world gods, then enslave them and sell them off, but they still wouldn't be as valuable as a single treasure with a quintessence core. The price of such a treasure was unimaginable, enough to drive even a world god completely mad. What do you plan to buy or sell, master? You can do it all here. This place is extremely safe, and the palace will never reveal your secrets, the flame fairy said mentally. I know. But in his heart, Ning silently muttered to himself, bullshit. Yes, the palace was an extremely safe place where he could sell off his Dao weapons to acquire 100 cubes of chaos nectar. The palace wouldn't really care much about it. But if he was to directly purchase treasure fragments from them in large quantity, everyone would be able to guess that Ning had a treasure which required significant amounts of 5 elements essence to repair. Dao Lord Badlands had an exalted status here. There was naturally no way he could possibly switch positions and decide to come here to run the shop. The ones in charge of this place were most likely world gods or chaos immortals, and Violet Jewel was a treasure that would attract attention from any world-level expert, some of whom would actually stare at Ning from afar. There was no such thing as the old nonsense saying about one's word is priceless. Everything had a price to it, the only question was how high. A magic treasure that had a quintessence core was valuable enough that many elder gods and chaos immortals would be willing to sacrifice anything, face included, to acquire it. I have to spend a little bit of thought on this, Ning mused to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 31, Magic Treasure Fragments. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 31, Magic Treasure Fragments. A short while later, Ning walked into the Palace of 10,000 Treasures by himself, having had Flame Fairy Su Yuji enter his estate world. What do you wish to purchase, fellow Daoist? As soon as Ning walked in, a violet-robed female cultivator with the aura of an ancestral immortal greeted him with a smile. Ning swept the palace with his gaze. It was filled with violet-robed male and female immortals, all of whom were at the elder god or ancestral immortal level. This was a testament to how wealthy the Badlands court was. The treasures here ranged from protocosmic spirit treasures to Tao treasures, and there were more than 1,000 display tables filled with those treasures. This particular violet-robed ancestral immortal fell into place behind Ning, following him. "I'm here to sell treasures," Ning said mentally. "I'm selling a Tao weapon." "A Tao weapon?" The violet-robed woman gave Ning a surprised glance, then also switched to speaking mentally. "It seems you've made some great gains while adventuring, fellow Taoist. Please follow me." Soon, Ning was led towards a side hall. "My uncle master shall arrive shortly," the violet-robed immortal said. The Badlands territory was a vast place, and every so often there would be a few elder gods and ancestral immortals who were lucky enough to acquire Tao weapons while adventuring. Hundreds of them might die in their adventures, but every so often one would luck out. This wasn't that uncommon, and given how vast the entire Badlands territory was, a surprising number of elder gods and ancestral immortals had Tao weapons. Generally speaking, they would go to the palace to sell off the Tao weapons and trade for other treasures they needed. Tao Lord Badlands was behind the palace. There was no need for them to worry about their security here. "Uncle Master," the violet-robed woman called out respectfully. A white-robed, white-haired old man walked in, and the aura which rippled off of him was completely different from that of an elder god's or an ancestral immortal's. Ning suspected that this had to be a chaos immortal. "Senior," Ning immediately said respectfully. Any chaos immortal admitted to the Badlands court had to be an extraordinary figure. "Take your Tao weapons out and let me have a look," the white-robed chaos immortal said with a smile. Ning waved his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, 4 Tao weapons appeared in the air before him. There was a warblade, a quill pen, and a pair of long shuttles. Actually, Ning had acquired 5 Tao weapons. However, Ning had taken a liking to the flexible sword and thus was unwilling to part with it for now. Even if he sold it, he'd only gain access to roughly 10 cubes of chaos nectar. This warblade, the white-robed chaos immortal's eyes lit up as he nodded slowly. Not bad. He didn't seem to pay much attention to the other 3 items. I also have an elder god formation. Ning also produced the elder god formation he had acquired from elder god Sky South. The white-robed chaos immortal glanced sideways at the elder god formation, then ignored it. At his level, only a formation that allowed for 1,000 elder gods would be of interest. To him, 100-man elder god formation was very unremarkable. In truth, even Ning didn't care about it that much. Thanks to his azure flower space, Ning was now capable of fighting 100 elder gods head-on, making the formation of little use to him. This should be a weapon that was nourished through sin, a sin blade. It is quite excellent. The white-robed chaos immortal nodded. The others are just SOSO. All combined, I'd be willing to give you 105 cubes of chaos nectar. After finishing his words, the white-robed chaos immortal glanced at Ning, then turned and left. Chaos immortals held an exalted status. They would be willing to come out to assess Tao weapons and give a price for them, but they generally wouldn't actually deal or haggle with elder gods or ancestral immortals. As my uncle master just said, the highest price we can give is 105 cubes of chaos nectar. The violet-robed female immortal looked at Ning. Fine, then let's just set the price at 105 cubes. Ning nodded. Generally speaking, the palace would make very honest offers, as they disdained from trying to nickel and dime weak cultivators like him. I also have some chaos treasures. Quite a few of them, actually. I wish to sell them all. Ning waved his hand, causing more than 300 chaos treasures to instantly appear in the air next to him. The violet-robed woman was quite calm, as she had seen far too many chaos treasures in her life. She swept them with her gaze, then smiled as she looked back at Ning. We can give you 3 cubes for them, I suppose. Fine. Ning nodded. The chaos treasures were worth roughly what he had thought they would be worth, while the Tao weapons had been worth a bit more than he had expected. It was probably due to the warblade. Ning had thought it to be worth roughly 50 cubes, but he wasn't sure as to exactly how much it would be worth. It was a top-grade Dao weapon, after all. Some could be bought for 50 cubes while others would require up to 100 cubes. A total of 108 cubes. We will give it to you in the form of Chaos Nectar and Chaos Jewels. Alternately, would you like to receive treasures in trade instead? No need. Ning shook his head. Amongst the many Chaos treasures he had acquired was a Chaos level 5 elements cauldron. Ning really didn't need any particular treasures right now at all. The flexible sword was also more than enough of a weapon for him at present. Then please accept this. A short while later, the violet-robed Immortal returned and gave Ning a storage flask that contained a separate dimension within it which held many bottles of Chaos Nectar as well as many Chaos Jewels. As for the flask itself, it was naturally a complimentary gift. After accepting the flask, Ning turned and left. Now, time to buy treasure fragments. After leaving the palace, Ning began to ponder on what to buy. Waveshift City was an extremely busy city. Given that all combat was forbidden in this place and that it was protected by Dowlord Badlands as well as an incredibly ancient formation, it could be described as the safest place of the entire Badlands territory. Thus, this place was loved by cultivators who disliked violence and who wished to calmly focus on their meditations. World-level experts, elder gods, ancestral immortals, true gods, true immortals, an enormous number of them lived here. However, they needed resources and treasures for cultivation. Thus, some world-level experts would arrange for their disciples to set up shops here. They'd toss the spoils of war they acquired into the shops for sale. There were 3 particularly popular types of shops. The first involved the buying and selling of treasures. The second involved the buying and selling of divine abilities and secret arts. The third involved the buying and selling of slaves. These were the 3 types of shops that did the most trade. Although there were also shops that sold formations, pills, and other things, they weren't quite as popular. In Waveshift City, there were more than 800 shops that engaged in the buying and selling of treasures. Some were established by independent world-level experts while others were established by clans and organizations, such as Fogstone or the Black Lotus Empire. The 6th day after Ning's arrival at Waveshift City. The Windflower Hall was a treasure shop owned and operated by the Windflower Chaos Kingdom. A black-robed child walked into the hall. Senior. A female true immortal quickly walked forward to welcome him. Cultivators couldn't be judged by their appearances alone. Although this child looked very young, he had the aura of an elder god. Do you have treasure fragments for sale here? The black-robed child said. We do. The female true immortal looked at the child. But not much. Just 3 cubes worth. I wish to buy 600 bottles worth of treasure fragments, the black-robed child said. All right. The female true immortal was quite calm. Treasure fragments weren't popular items, but when people did purchase them they usually purchased them in large quantities. Some large organizations actually bought them in bulk, while other independent cultivators might need them to repair their treasures. The Nine Lights Palace. Senior. A white-robed female celestial immortal stepped forward. The muscular man glanced sideways at her. It was quite rare to see a celestial immortal in Waveshift City. She most likely had come here alongside her master or her family members. I wish to buy treasure fragments, 800 bottles worth. Do you have any? The muscular man sent mentally. We do, the female celestial immortal said hurriedly. A child. A muscular man. An alien outsider. An elderly man. Ning transformed into many different forms, using some of the minor techniques and tricks which World God Northrest had imparted to him to mask and disguise his natural aura. Given his power, most elder gods and ancestral immortals wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. Only world gods and chaos immortals would be able to do so if they gave him a serious look. In addition, Ning focused on shops and stores that were operated by true immortals. Within half a day, he visited over 180 different shops, buying around 500 to 800 bottles worth of treasure fragments. Soon, he had completely spent all 108 cubes of chaos nectar. The Badlands Everworld. The space-time transfer array. Is this one going to Bright Cave Star? When Ning arrived at the array, he asked this question of a nearby elder god. Yes. It's about to activate immediately. Right. Ning paid the fee of a bottle of chaos nectar, then stepped into the array. A short while later, the space-time transfer array was activated, sending its occupants to Bright Cave Star. Upon reaching Bright Cave Star, Ning immediately teleported away. He found a distant, unoccupied planet, then went into seclusion for 3 years. 3 years later, he rode Bright Cave Star's space-time transfer array and went straight to Seven Water Star. After arriving, Ning went straight towards the territory controlled by Fogstone. He returned to the nameless star where he had secreted the prison world, then entered it. Within the prison world. I'm back. Ning smiled. He had spent 5 days in Waveshift City. Only on the 6th day had he gone out shopping for treasure fragments, precisely because he wanted to make immediate use of the space-time transfer array. Ning had completely memorized the array's schedule, and in this way ensured that no one would have a chance to follow him or chase him. To be honest, Ning was being excessively cautious. He had changed his appearance and his aura across the 100+ shops. As a result, he didn't cause even the slightest stir in Waveshift City, nor had any of the countless cultivators there paid him any special attention. Still, Ning was right to be careful. One had to be careful as a cultivator. A single act of negligence could very well result in death. It didn't really matter if his true body was killed, but if he lost 108 cubes worth of treasure fragments due to it? Ning would probably want to kill himself out of regret. This time, he had been quite lucky when journeying through the ruins. Next time, he might not acquire any treasures at all. Who knew how long it would be before the next time he acquired such a fortune? Whoosh! Ning appeared atop a mountain peak. He stared off into the distance, watching as a black-robed Ning flew towards him. This was his true body's backup clone. Here we go. Ning revealed a look of anticipation on his face. As the black-robed Ning landed before him, it produced a blood-colored sword which it tossed to Ning's true body. It was Violet Jewel. When Ning had entered the Windsource ruins, he had stashed Violet Jewel away in the prison world. He hadn't taken it to the Badlands Everworld either. This was the most important treasure he had, and he had to keep it safe. Whoosh! Ning waved his hand, causing an enormous 5 elements cauldron to appear in the air and land on the ground next to him, causing the mountain to tremble. The white-robed Ning glanced at Violet Jewel. It looked fine from the outside, but its insides were so completely mangled that only its quintessence core remained intact. Ning said softly, "Violet Jewel, the 5 elements essence from this many treasure fragments should be enough, right?" He was filled with anticipation. He wanted to see exactly how powerful one of these legendary quintessence weapons were. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 32, The Quintessence Core of the Sword. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 32, The Quintessence Core of the Sword. As the 5 elements cauldron descended upon the mountain peak, it shone with a blindingly bright burst of light that illuminated the entire area. The white-robed Ning sat down in the lotus position, placing Violet Jewel before him. Begin! Ning waved his hand, causing an enormous pile of treasure fragments that was more than 30 meters tall to suddenly appear a short distance away from him. The treasure fragments consisted of broken bits of sabers, swords, beads, ropes, banners, staffs, great axes, cauldrons, flying boats, immortal palaces, and other things that were all at least at the protocosmic spirit treasure level. After being badly damaged and broken into pieces, they were now much less valuable than they were before, but it was actually even easier to extract energy from them than it was from undamaged treasures. After all, there was now no need to actually grind them apart. Go! Ning sent out a surge of immortal energy to scoop up the treasure fragments. Whoosh! The treasure fragments surged out in a stream, beginning to flood into the 5 elements cauldron. This was a chaos level 5 elements cauldron, and it quickly reduced the treasure fragments to tiny bits of dust and debris, completely absorbing the 5 elements essence from those treasures and storing it into the cauldron's storage region. Just 10 breaths worth of time later, the entire pile of treasure fragments had been completely used up. Rumble, a large amount of debris came flying out from the 5 elements cauldron. Again. Ning once more waved his hand, causing another 30-meter pile of treasure fragments to appear next to him. The treasure fragments were once more broken apart and transformed into debris, the 5 elements essence having been sucked out of them. Ning had purchased 108 cubes worth of treasure fragments. 108 cubes of chaos nectar was a sum that was comparable to the entire net worth of many ordinary world-level experts, and he had used it all to purchase treasure fragments. The amount of treasure fragments he now had was absolutely extraordinary. It took 6 full hours to go through it all. Finally, 6 hours later, the treasure fragments had been completely consumed. Come! Ning picked up a jade gourd, causing streams of golden yellow energy, watery blue energy, greenwood energy, fiery red energy, and dark earthen energy to soar out of the cauldron and into the mouth of the jade gourd. Only after a long period of time was the 5 elements cauldron completely emptied of 5 elements essence. Ning waved his hand, putting away the cauldron as well. This gourd has 108 cubes worth of 5 elements essence. Ning hefted the jade gourd in his hands. He had been very lucky, but had still nearly died in the ruins in order to acquire such a fortune. Violet Jewel, show me your true power. Ning willed it, and Violet Jewel suddenly appeared in the air before him. Ning took hold of Violet Jewel, then placed it next to the jade gourd. 5 elements essence immediately began to fly out of the jade gourd, flooding straight towards Violet Jewel. The essence swirled around Violet Jewel before slowly seeping inside of it. On the surface, Violet Jewel looked as though it was in perfect shape. Its internal structure, however, was unbearably mangled. It was like a building that looked pristine from the outside but was filled with shattered support beams. Although it looked nice, it was actually quite weak. By the same principle, Violet Jewel looked as though it was in perfect shape from the outside, but it was actually very weak. The only reason why it was still so powerful was because it was simply such a fantastically good weapon that even in its present state, it could still unleash the power of a Dao weapon. Crackle! The damaged internal structures of Violet Jewel furiously devoured the 5 elements essence pouring into it. The healing began to occur at a very slow pace, as every single bit of it was very difficult to repair. The core of the sword was its quintessence. The closer the healing process came to the quintessence core, the more difficult it was to repair it. Because the surface of the sword had been repaired, the sword was able to absorb 5 elements essence much more quickly than before. As more and more of it was repaired, it began to absorb the 5 elements essence faster and faster as well. However, there was simply so much essence that more than 6 days and nights passed in the blink of an eye, with Violet Jewel continuing to ravenously absorb the essence. It has already consumed 30 cubes, it is more than half healed by now. Ning actually frowned. But the closer we get to the core, the harder the repair process will be. Another day passed. 50 cubes, it still needs a bit more. 60 cubes, 70 cubes, still needs a little more. The sword was clearly almost completely repaired by now, but as they drew closer into the core, the repair difficulty began to increase at a staggering rate. 80 cubes. 90 cubes. 95. 96. 97. 98. Ning was carefully attuned to the sword which he bound all those years ago. Finally, the last bit of damage that was located extremely close to the quintessence core was also repaired. After using up 98 cubes worth of treasure fragments, Ning had finally, completely repaired Violet Jewel. Rumble. The blood-colored sword hovering in front of Ning emitted a joyful aura. Ning smiled as well, not suppressing the sword and allowing it to burst forth with its true aura of power. A stream of swordlight that looked like blood-colored water blasted out in every direction. Whoosh! As the swordlight howled forth and spread out around Ning, the prison world itself began to tremble. What? Ning was badly shocked. This is a prison world, a place meant to hold prisoners. When my true body uses the azure flower seal and strikes at full power, it can cause the prison world to faintly tremble. But just now, I didn't even control or activate Violet Jewel. Its own natural aura was enough to cause the prison world to shudder? Ning was stunned. This weapon is far more powerful than any Dao weapon. 100 times more powerful? Perhaps 1,000 times more powerful? How powerful would I be if I could control it? As Ning stared at the illusory lake of blood that had spread out around Violet Jewel, he was afraid to even imagine how much power this sword truly contained. Come over here. Ning extended his hand. The aura of bloody swordlight immediately vanished as Violet Jewel obediently flew into Ning's hands. Reinforced and strengthened by the azure flower energy, Ning poured his divine power into the sword, planning on delivering a full-force strike. But just at that moment, blood and water. A sword like water, a sword like blood. An indistinct, unclear voice suddenly spoke out from the quintessence core of the sword. Because Ning's divine power had filled the sword, he was able to sense this voice in detail. He could sense the solitary pride contained within the sword's quintessence core. In fact, Ning could almost see a solitary, proud figure appear. That lonely figure seemed to wield a sword that caused Ning to feel a sense of awe and veneration. When the intent of that sword exploded forth, it crushed stars, shattered worlds, and wiped out all living beings. Nothing could stop this surge of sword intent, which seemed to be capable of tearing apart even the primordial chaos itself. Whoosh! Ning came back to his senses. Only now did he realize that he had been in a dazed state for fully half a month. This sword's quintessence core. Ning had acquired Violet Jewel a long time ago, but in the past he had never noticed anything remarkable about its quintessence core. Only after fully repairing Violet Jewel did the sword's quintessence seem to come to life, allowing Ning to get a glimpse of an utterly supreme sword intent that completely eclipsed the sword intent left behind by the diagram of the 100 streams of the wind source Ning had seen years ago. The only thing Ning had ever seen which could possibly be compared to this surge of sword intent was the power which had emanated from the words Waveshift which he had seen on the walls of Waveshift City. It was just as exalted and ineffable. In fact, it seemed to carry an aura of perfect and eternity. Eternity? Ning murmured softly to himself, no wonder this sort of weapon is referred to as an eternal weapon. Chaos weapon. Dao weapon. Eternal weapon. Eternal weapons were weapons that contained their own quintessence cores, which made every single one of them incredibly marvelous and unique. No two eternal weapons were exactly the same. Generally speaking, only figures on the level of Dao Lord Badlands or Dao Lord Windsource would have access to such weapons. Of course, every so often a lucky junior might be able to acquire such a weapon, such as World God Northrest, who had found an eternal weapon of his own. I have this strange feeling. It is as though the full power of Violet Jewel can only be unleashed when I'm able to completely unleash the might of the sword's quintessence core. This insight suddenly flashed within Ning's mind, but the next moment, he just grinned wryly. Completely unleash it? What a joke! One would need utterly incredible insights into the Tao necessary to completely unleash the quintessence core's power. Ning was far from being able to do such a thing. Fortunately, his path was the Tao of the sword, and he had his own insights into this Tao. Let me test out its power first. Ning held Violet Jewel in his hands as he soared into the skies. A black-haired old man was seated in the lotus position in a different part of the prison world. Swoosh! A white-robed youth suddenly flew over from afar. Trialt! Ning spoke out. Master! The black-robed elder hurriedly rose to his feet. He had been thoroughly cowed by Ning's power. By now, all of the elder gods and ancestral immortals in the entire prison world had been subdued by Ning, while Swordfather Trialt was the first one who had submitted to Ning. Don't move, Ning instructed. The black-haired elder glanced curiously as Ning walked towards him. Ning suddenly struck out with his sword. As he did so, it carried the intent of the Killsword stance which Ning was working on. Although Ning had yet to master this stance, the bit of insight he did have was able to resonate with Violet Jewel's quintessence core and unleash just a bit of its power, causing it burst forth from Violet Jewel. Ning had the feeling that with a bit of power from Violet Jewel's quintessence, he had the power to break almost anything. Slash! A blood-colored swordlight flashed through the air. With a clank sound, the translucent black chains connected to the black-haired old man were split in half. The black-haired elder's eyes instantly turned huge. What? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 33, Meditating on the Sword. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 33, Meditating on the Sword. How is this possible? These chains were personally forged by the King of Pangaea, but the black-haired man stuttered as he stared at Ji Ning in disbelief. Ji Ning was clearly just an elder god. He still remembered that time a few hundred years ago when Ji Ning came with this very same blood-colored sword and hacked down upon those chains with it. That time, he was only able to leave a few scars behind. Swordfather Trialt had still be quite shocked. The End War had just concluded and Ji Ning's attacks had just barely reached the world god threshold. Ning was now much stronger than he was before, thanks to the azure flower energy reinforcing his body. He was also striking out with full power using an eternal weapon that had part of its quintessence unleashed. The power of this blow was so great that it easily hacked the chains apart. The chains posed no threat to it at all. According to what the King of Pangaea said, only a world god or chaos immortal is capable of severing these chains, but even then it shouldn't be an easy task. Is he even more powerful than a newly ascended world-level expert? The black-haired elder stared at Ning, his heart filled with astonishment. How could an elder god be this strong? All right. I've severed the chains and you can leave this place, Ning said. In the future, you can simply accompany me. Once I become a world god, you can choose whether or not you wish to continue to follow me. To be able to follow you is my blessing, Master. Swordfather Trialt spoke with the utmost of respect. A legendary monster. An elder god who was absolutely stronger than a newly ascended world-level expert. Ning chuckled. He understood that today, Swordfather Trialt was completely sincere in his servitude. In the past, he had only lowered his head because he was forced to and because a lifeblood oath bound him. Ning glanced down at Violet Jewel. Because it was a weapon with a master, he was able to disguise it as a completely ordinary weapon. No one would be able to tell how formidable it was. Even Swordfather Trialt, who had personally witnessed the power of Ning's blow, thought that it was due to some breakthrough which Ning had made. He didn't understand that it was Ning's sword which had undergone an utterly earth-shaking transformation. So the difference between an eternal weapon and a Tao weapon is actually this great. Even when I don't activate its quintessence core, it's still significantly more powerful than any Tao weapon. Once I activate it, its power is utterly incalculable. Ning mused to himself. Eternal weapons were precious because of their quintessence cores. This was the reason why figures like Taolord Badlands or Taolord Windsource relied upon them in battle. The power of their cores was utterly inconceivable. However, Ning was far from being able to master an eternal weapon for now. All he was able to do at present was guide out just a strand of its power, but that strand was already enough to cause his power to skyrocket. Ning began to release the prisoners, one after the other. Ning had long ago swept through and dominated all the prisoners in the prison world. Prior to the End War, Ning had used every technique he had at his disposal to either force them to submit or perish. Now, Ning helped them sever their shackles. Whoosh! A group of figures appeared out of nowhere on a grassy plains. These were all the immortals and fiend gods who had been imprisoned within the prison world. Ning had stored them away into his own estate world. Just moments ago, all of them had been chatting excitedly amongst themselves. The Overseer is absolutely incredible. I personally saw him appear almost instantly, moving far more quickly than the limits of the heavenly dais. He just casually chopped out with his sword and chopped through the chains like mud. Crunch! The chains were completely severed. It wasn't even hard. He definitely is as powerful as only a world god or chaos immortal should be. But he obviously is an elder god. Right, the Overseer definitely is an elder god. When I first saw him, he was actually just an Empyrean god. I even battled against him a few times. How could he possibly have become a world god in such a short period of time? But for an elder god to have the power of a world god, he's one of those legendary figures. All of them were extremely excited. Legendary monsters like Ning were incredibly rare. The vast territories each held dozens of world-level experts or more, but monsters like Ning were much rarer. Whoosh! Just as they were chatting excitedly, all of them were suddenly teleported to this grassy plains. All of them fell silent. Before them stood a white-robed figure who they all recognized as the Overseer. In the past, they might not have been convinced of his mastery, but now, all of them felt truly subdued. Some of them even felt veneration towards him. Everyone! The white-robed Ning spoke out. I once said that when I have the power to do so, I shall release all of you from this prison world. Now, all of you are permitted to leave. However, before you do so, I must give you a warning. The territory I am currently in is located within the primordial chaos and is known as the Badlands Territory. The Badlands Territory is an extremely large territory that holds more than 80,000 chaos worlds, and multiple organizations hold world gods and chaos immortals within their ranks. The most powerful organization is known as the Badlands Court, which rules over the Badlands Everworld. The Badlands Court was established by Dowlord Badlands, someone who stands above world-level experts and has far more power than you can even imagine. Elder gods and ancestral immortals can adventure through the Badlands territory. It is best for true gods, true immortals, Empyrean gods, and celestial immortals to avoid traveling whenever possible, because if you run into some nasty individuals you might well end up as slaves, Ning said. I'm not trying to frighten you. I'm just telling you the truth. To be honest, I don't need to frighten you. The immortals and fiend gods were all astonished. The Badlands territory, Where the hell was this? Was this place really that much more powerful than their Chaos Kingdom of Pangaea? I wasn't able to find any records of Pangaea in the Badlands territory, Ning said. All right. You can make your own decisions now. If you choose freedom, you have to swear a lifeblood oath not to tell anyone anything about me. We are willing to forever serve you, Master. The 16 elder gods and ancestral immortals had all spoke out in unison after exchanging glances with each other. When they had been defeated by Ning, they had all already sworn lifeblood oaths to be his retainers. We are willing to serve you, Master. The true gods, true immortals, Empyrean gods, and celestial immortals all called out in unison after a brief hesitation. Even the elder gods and ancestral immortals were willing to call the Overseer Master. What had they to be worried about? In addition, the Overseer himself had suggested that the true gods, true immortals, Empyrean gods, and celestial immortals should avoid doing too much travel, as they might be enslaved by unscrupulous figures. Although Ning had insisted that he wasn't trying to scare them, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. They had been imprisoned here for too long, and they didn't have much hope of breaking through. All they wanted was to stay alive and enjoy life. All right. Ning nodded. I am currently living in the Windsource Chaos world. You may come with me. Yes, the assorted retainers all spoke out in unison. Ning glanced at them and nodded slightly. In truth, he didn't hold these true gods, true immortals, empyrean gods, and celestial immortals in much regard. However, some of them knew that he had multiple bodies. Long ago, Ning had been forced to use both his true body and his backup clones to fight them. This was why they had to swear lifeblood oaths if they left his service. To be honest, even Ning himself felt that most of them would probably end up as slaves if they left. They were strangers in a strange land with no backers or protectors, after all. The Windsource Chaos world was quite a large place. After returning to this chaos world, he was able to use his status as sentinel to carve out an area of 1,000,000 kilometers in the Eastcom Mountains for his retainers to live in. As for the elder gods and ancestral immortals, they released the people and creatures that had been living within their estate worlds, allowing them to live and propagate in this place. You may build your dwellings atop this mountain, Ning instructed. This was the mountain where the Sunrise Courtyard was located. The 16 elder gods and ancestral immortals, along with flame fairy Suyuji, all took up residence in this area around Ning. After this, life was extremely calm. Suyuji often wished to spar against Ning. Each time, Ning would use his sword arts to subdue her, causing her constantly come up with new ideas on how she could grow more powerful. Her improvements were quite noticeable. As for Ning improved even faster than she did. Thanks to the influence of Violet-Jewel's quintessence core, the murderous intent of Ning's sword arts grew heavier and heavier, and his mastery of the killsword stance improved much more quickly as well. As for the other 16 elder gods and ancestral immortals, they each asked to spar against Ning once or twice as well. However, they clearly didn't have much to work with. All of them had trained for far, far too long. They had long ago given up any hope of becoming a world-level expert. Life in the Windsource Chaos world was very calm. Ning focused completely on his sword arts and on understanding the quintessence core of his sword. More than 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. The peak of a mountain. Ning was seated in the lotus position. The mountain wind rustled against his robes. Violet Jewel lay across Ning's knees. He treated it almost as he would a lover, keeping it by his side at all times so that he could constantly sense and attune to the will of its quintessence core. This made Ning's rate of improvement astonishingly fast. A few decades ago, he had fully mastered the second stance of the nameless sword art, the killsword stance. However, Ning didn't feel the slightest bit of pride or smugness. In the face of the overwhelming sword intent contained within Violet-Jewel's quintessence core, Ning understood how puny a figure he truly was. How wonderful it would be if I could one day reach the same level of power as the quintessence core of Violet Jewel. Ning stared at the distant skies, the sword intent hidden within his body causing wisps of swordlight to flow naturally in the area around him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 34, The Star-Lord's Obsession. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 34, The Star-Lord's Obsession. The second stance of the nameless sword art was the killsword stance. The third stance was the Great Firmament stance, also known as the Sword World stance. Upon mastering one's own sword world, one would step into the world level. Different sword arts would result in the creation of completely different sword worlds. Some sword worlds would be insidiously cold, others would be bursting with heat, while still others would be seep through every pore in your body. The third stance of the nameless sword art was clearly quite profound, but this meant that mastering it would also be incredibly difficult. Not even Ning knew how long it would take for him to master the third stance. Whoosh! A streak of light flew towards him from afar. Ning was seated in the lotus position at the top of his mountain. He quickly turned his head to look over. The streak of light came to a stop in front of Ning. It was a thin, gray-robed man with tousled hair. His eyes were dark yellow and filled with cruel coldness, but when he looked at Ning his gaze was filled with veneration and respect. He said respectfully, "Master." Ning nodded. This thin gray-robed man was actually the wild dog elder god in his human form. After Ning had subdued the elder gods and ancestral immortals of the prison world, the one who ended up worshipping him the most and being the most loyal was actually Elder God Wild Dog. Elder Dog Wild Dog, in order to prove his loyalty, had insisted on swearing a second lifeblood oath to Ning, which was so stringent, even Ning was shaken by its terms. Elder God Wild Dog was born as an elder god in the form of a canine. He was a very solitary, arrogant man, but once he truly accepted someone as his master, he would be completely and utterly devoted to the man. Given that even Ning had been shaken by Wild Dog's oath, he often chose to have Wild Dog carry out many tasks on his behalf. "How did it go?" Ning asked. "I looked into this matter carefully. During the past few centuries, the Mind Lord in the service of God Emperor Black Lotus has been hiding within the imperial capital of the Black Lotus Empire. He hasn't done any adventuring at all, nor has he let any troops out to do battle." A look of resentment was in Elder God Wild Dog's eyes. "This Mind Lord must be afraid of you, Master." Ning frowned. The reason he had joined the Fogstone Dominion was for the sake of killing the Mind Lord. However, both Ning himself as well as Wild Dog had made numerous scouting trips, only to discover that the Mind Lord had spent the past few centuries in the imperial capital of the Black Lotus Empire. Or, to be precise, ever since Ning had slain Old Man Yuan, the Mind Lord had returned to the imperial capital, never taking so much as a single step out of it. This Mind Lord truly is a cautious man. Ning frowned. In truth, the sword strike which Ning had used to slay Old Man Yuan had completely terrified the Mind Lord. The Mind Lord knew exactly how deep the enmity between the three realms and himself ran. So many major powers had died by his hands, many of whom were pioneers and who had assisted, guided, or taught Ji Ning. Hui, for example, was Ji Ning's senior apprentice brother. As long as Ji Ning had the chance, he would definitely come for revenge. Given how powerful Ji Ning had been, it would be far too easy for him to slay the Mind Lord. It must be understood that Ji Ning's final sword strike had pierced straight through his body, which was comparable to a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. "Master?" Elder God Wild Dog hunched over. The Mind Lord often visits friends in the imperial capital, and also likes to enjoy life. Why don't you buy some Elder God slaves and let me lead them into the imperial capital, then kill him? After assassinating him, I'll immediately flee through teleportation. Unacceptable. Ning shook his head. Not even world-level experts can be watching over every inch of their capital at all times. If I can find the right moment to attack, I'll be able to escape afterwards. A look of savagery was in Wild Dog's eyes. We are talking about the imperial capital of the Black Lotus Empire. Ning shook his head. There's no rush. We have plenty of time. Let's take it slow. If they were hasty, they might make mistakes. Ning was confident that he was capable of slaying the Mind Lord. The only thing he needed was a good opportunity. So long as he didn't rush, opportunities would come. The planet of Fogstone. A quiet, secluded estate world. This estate world was filled with sparkling stars that twinkled with streams of energy. A handsome man dressed in an astral robe was seated in the lotus position by the side of a lake. Whoosh! 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 Glittering divine jewels flew out of his body. These divine jewels were made from crystallized divine power. Once fiend god body refiners became world gods, their divine power would crystallize into divine crystals. This was a qualitative transformation. The divine jewels twinkled, filled with mysterious auras of the Tao. Every single divine jewel was filled with a slightly different aura of the Tao, but they all came together into a perfect whole. Whoosh! A large number of divine jewels flew out of his body, swirling around him in circles, then flying back inside of him. As the divine jewels flew in and out of his body, dancing in the air, they glimmered with the light of the stars themselves. The stars. The handsome man murmured softly to himself as his mind was filled with certain memories that he would never forget. I really have to go back. I must. I can't disobey. Alright, but you have to come back, Starchild. I definitely will. Who would have thought that with this farewell would become an eternal one? He would never forget the sight of his beloved shedding tears as he left. Whoosh! Suddenly, the chaos energy began to stir around him as a total of 12 divine crystals suddenly materialized around him. Boom! The handsome man's divine body split apart, transforming into a total of 36,000 divine crystals that all swirled around each other. Their das were joined together into a perfect whole that gave off a natural aura of completeness. Reform. The 36,000 divine crystals once more gathered together and transformed back into the astral-robed man. Full mastery. I've finally become a masterclass world god. The astral-robed man's eyes were filled with excitement as he murmured to himself, I've kept you waiting far too long. Whoosh! The astral-robed man disappeared into thin air. A black-robed man was seated at the front of a palace, drinking some wine and watching as a troupe of female dancers performed before him. There were musicians present as well, playing some melodies. World God Black Mist frowned, then instructed, all of you, leave. Yes. All of the dancers, attendants, and musicians all departed, leaving behind just World God Black Mist within the palace. A single person walked into the palace, a man dressed in astral robes with long black hair. It was the Star-Lord of Fogstone. Starchild. World God Black Mist smiled. He had watched as the Star-Lord grew up, and the Star-Lord truly was an incredible genius. He had grown and improved tremendously fast and had long ago surpassed Black Mist himself. Black Mist had known and protected him for so long that the Star-Lord viewed himself almost as Black Mist's son. Second uncle. The Star-Lord seated himself next to him. What is it? World God Black Mist could sense that something was off. I've already become a master-class world god, the Star-Lord said. Master-class? You've gained full mastery? World God Black Mist revealed a look of surprise and delight, but then his face stiffened. Right. I've been waiting and biding my time for far too long. When Father left the Badlands territory and went out adventuring, he ended up never returning. Back then, the Fogstone Dominion was very weak. There was no way I could get revenge. All I could do was keep on training, and in the end, I broke through to become a world-level expert. However, that old bastard Alsor ended up joining God Emperor Black Lotus. Even if I commanded all of the forces of the Fogstone Dominion against them, the end result would just be that both of our sides would be heavily damaged. As for Alsor himself, if he focused on fleeing, I might not have been able to capture him. For the sake of the Fogstone lineage, I've been enduring my hate and biding my time. Now that I've become a master-class world god, it is time to act, the Star-Lord said. But, World God Black Mist hesitated. He knew of the enmity between the Star-Lord and Chaos Immortal Alsor, of course. When the Star-Lord had been very weak, World God Black Mist had accompanied him as he had wandered the outside world. During his wanderings, the Star-Lord had encountered a female immortal. Both had been quite weak, but they still ended up falling in love with each other. Back then, World God Black Mist had pretended to be nothing more than an old servant. Sometime after the two met, the Star-Lord's father, who had himself been the Star-Lord of Fogstone at that time, had summoned him. Thus, he had to immediately go back to Fogstone. As for that female immortal, she was bound by her duty to her clan and so had to remain behind within it. And with this parting, their farewell became eternal. After the Star-Lord had returned to Fogstone, his father had completed all of his arrangements and then left the planet, never to return. Chaos Immortal Owlsor had been refining a mighty sin treasure. He butchered countless innocent cultivators in order to baptize his sin treasure with their blood, and alas, the clan of the Star-Lord's lover was one of the clans that had been wiped out. By the time the Star-Lord found out, it was far too late. The Star-Lord had cried bitterly before the ruins of his lover's clan. He swore he would take revenge. Ever since that day, the Star-Lord began to improve at a dramatic pace, reaching the world level in an astonishingly brief period of time. After doing so, he continued to grow tremendously quickly, making repeated breakthroughs without pausing. And now, he had become a master-class world god. Even his sword arts were now far more profound than world god Blackmist's. "I can no longer wait," the Star-Lord growled. "I truly cannot. I've already reached the level of full mastery. How much more stronger do I need to become? Am I supposed to wait until I become a Dowlord? That's far too difficult. Even if I waited another 100 chaos cycles, I still might not be able to achieve it. Now that I've reached the level of full mastery, I'm as strong as I possibly can be for now. But we will definitely win this attack. I'll take part myself. There is no way that Chaos Immortal Owlsor will be able to escape." The Star-Lord's handsome face was twisted with rage and savagery. World God Blackmist couldn't help but secretly sigh upon seeing this. In the past, the Star-Lord had always been quite relaxed and nonchalant about cultivation. It was all due to his obsession, his stubborn desire to take revenge that he had transformed into a cultivating fanatic and improved so rapidly. In fact, the only reason why he hadn't left for revenge a long time ago was because he was worried about protecting the Fogstone lineage. That was why he had waited for so long. "Starchild, if you wish to go seek revenge, then I shall definitely help you," World God Blackmist said. "However, you should first go and convince the other world-level experts of the Fogstone Dominion. The more who stand with us, the better our chances are." "All right." The Star-Lord of Fogstone nodded. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 24, Chapter 35, The Order. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 35, The Order. It was often said that the Fogstone Dominion held a total of 9 world-level experts. This, however, referred to the ones who permanently resided within this region. The Fogstone Dominion held sway over 96 Chaos Worlds. Over the course of many years, it had given birth to quite a few world-level experts. Many of them, such as the Star-Lord's father, had ended up leaving the Badlands territory and adventuring through other lands. In truth, there were many world-level experts who drifted through other territories. Even the Star-Lord himself had visited quite a few territories, despite being fairly young. At present, there were 9 world-level experts on the planet of Fogstone. The Star-Lord, World God Blackmist, and Immortal Skyram were all members of the Fogstone lineage. As for the other 6, they were treated something like distinguished guests and honored vassals. If the Star-Lord wishes it, then I agree to take part in this battle. I will do everything I can to support our side in our campaign against the Black Lotus Empire, but if the situation goes south, I'll still have to focus on keeping myself alive, a bald, golden-robed elder said in a slow voice. "Let everything happen according to the plan. I agree as well." "Right. Acceptable. I'm reminded of the days when I adventured through the outside world. I've been secluded here on the planet of Fogstone for far too long. It is time for a good fight. Since the Star-Lord has paid such a hefty price, we naturally are willing to agree." In the end, the 9 world-level experts all agreed to join the battle against the Black Lotus Empire. The Star-Lord nodded. "Second uncle, I'll have to trouble you to pay a visit to the Badlands Everworld and purchase the minor 1,000 Elder Gods formations and the minor 1,000 Ancestral Immortals formations," the Star-Lord said. "Done." World God Blackmist nodded. Everyone, when the time comes, just follow the plan. It'll make everything easier for you, the Star-Lord said. I don't insist on you killing too many foes, I just need you to help me tie them down. Don't worry, Star-Lord. A minor task for people like us. Given the price you've already paid, Star-Lord, I can't see how the Black Lotus Empire can possibly win, but these vassal world-level experts, including Chaos Immortal Abyssus, all couldn't help but secretly sigh in amazement at how ancient and deep-rooted a lineage the Fogstone lineage was. They were actually capable of purchasing a minor 1,000 Elder God formation for the Fogstone army. In truth, over the course of countless years, the Fogstone Dominion had actually come into possession of 3 such formations. In order to strengthen their hand even more, they were going to purchase 3 sets of those formations for Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals. Immortal Abyssus, the most unfathomably powerful of the 6 vassals, was also loaning one of his own formation sets as well. These formations allowed 1,000 Elder Gods or Ancestral Immortals to join together in battle. Roughly 300 cubes of Chaos Nectar was needed for each. Most world-level experts wouldn't be able to afford such a price. All their possessions combined wouldn't necessarily be worth that much. A so-called Major 1,000 Elder Gods formation actually allowed a total of 9,000 to assemble together in battle. However, those formations were far too expensive, they were worth almost as much as an eternal weapon. However, these formations were also ridiculously powerful. Once a world-level expert was trapped within this formation, he would definitely perish. The Windsource Chaos World. The East Calm Mountains. Ning was seated in the lotus position within the Heavengazer Tower of Radiance, working on the 7th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand. Although most of his time was spent on sword arts, he still needed to alternate through other areas of cultivation as well. During the past few centuries in the Windsource Chaos World, Ning had been able to use his insights into the Fogstone Apocalypse and the 9 Elements Annihilation to roughly sketch out how the 7th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand would work. Master! A voice suddenly called out from outside. Eh? Ning opened his eyes. He hadn't blocked out sound from the outside world, and so he was able to hear what was happening outside the Heavengazer Tower. Swoosh! Ning appeared out of nowhere within a study. He waved his hand, causing the Heavengazer Tower which had been atop the table to disappear. Creak! He pulled the door open. Outside the study stood Elder God Wild Dog. Master, orders have come from the planet of Fogstone. Elder God Wild Dog said hurriedly, the 3 captains stationed here have all been summoned already. Orders? Ning was startled, then nodded. Let's go take a look. What? Everyone is to return to Fogstone? The golden-robed Elder God Mountain Eater called out in shock. There's no longer a need for troops to be stationed here on the Windsource Chaos World? The other 2 captains, Tyrwell and Soulflight, were completely shocked as well. As for Ning, he looked at the messenger before him. The messenger said respectfully to Ning, General, Captains, this order comes from the Star-Lord himself. You can see it for yourself. As he spoke, he handed over a glowing golden scroll over to Ning. Ning unfurled the scroll and gave it a thorough reading. The words on the scroll had been etched with divine power, and their aura was indeed the aura of the Star-Lords. The 3 of you can take a look as well. Ning handed the scroll over. Elder God Mountain Eater, Immortal Soulflight, and Elder God Tyrwell accepted the scroll and looked through it, puzzled. None of them questioned the validity of the order, as there was no way the scroll or the messenger could be faked. Anyone capable of making a scroll that could fool them was powerful enough to not need to do such a thing, but this is an important border region, but he's actually withdrawing all troops? This has never happened before in all the years I've been here, Elder God Mountain Eater said in a low voice. Very well. Ning nodded, then instructed, since the Star-Lord has ordered it, all of us should immediately return to Fogstone. Also, the decree states that we have to withdraw in a stealthy fashion. Right. The 3 captains all nodded. Ning left Swordfather Trialt in the East Kham Mountains so as to protect the Immortals and Fiend gods who lived in the surrounding area. All the others, such as Flame Fairy Su Yuji or Elder God Wild Dog, followed Ning in leaving this place. They moved in stealth. Ning led his retainers as well as the hundreds of Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals of the Fogstone army away from the Windsource Chaos World and traveled to the planet of Fogstone. Upon reaching Fogstone, Ning realized that thousands of Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals had all gathered here. It's been a long time since I've seen so many Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals. This many? The soldiers all sighed in amazement, then began to break up into groups of 4 or 5. General, the Star-Lord has summoned you. Things wouldn't be as relaxed for Ning as they were for the ordinary soldiers. He was immediately summoned into the Star-Lord's estate. The Star-Lord's estate. 4 figures were seated within a side chamber. Upon entering the side chamber, Ning immediately saw those 4 seated figures. All of them had extraordinary auras and different appearances. Greetings, generals. Ning was the first to speak out. I heard that our Fogstone army has gained a new general who sparred against World God Blacklist. A pity that by the time I heard of this, fellow Taoist Sunrise, you had already left Fogstone. A tall, muscular, scaled alien cultivator dressed in white robes was the first to respond. Greetings, Sword Immortal Sunrise. Brother Sunrise, we should spar as well if we have some free time. The 4 generals all behaved in a fairly friendly manner towards Ning. They were on the same side, after all, and they had all sworn lifeblood oaths to support each other. Naturally, they would be quite a cohesive force. Soon, the 6th general arrived as well as Elder God Imperius. The Star-Lord has arrived. The 7 turned to stare towards the outside, sensing the vast astral aura approaching. Moments later, an astral-robed man stepped into the hall. Greetings, Star-Lord. The 6 generals and Elder God Imperius all bowed respectfully. The Star-Lord sat down in the principal seat. You can be seated as well. Thank you, Star-Lord. Ning and the others all sat down. I've summoned all of our Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals to Fogstone. I imagine you have your own guesses as to why. The Star-Lord had a smile on his face. Ning and the others were all quite curious. Given that the Star-Lord had summoned all of their many scattered armies, there definitely had to be an important reason behind this. The entire Fogstone army is going to mobilize. Every world-level expert and every soldier is going to move out and assault the Black Lotus Empire, the Star-Lord said. What? Everyone was shocked. Ning was shocked as well. Although he was awaiting a good chance to act against the Mind Lord, he was still stunned upon hearing this news. Generally speaking, the various organizations within the Badlands territory would only engage in small-scale skirmishes against each other. These skirmishes were only meant to temper the Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals within their ranks. Things would rarely escalate to the point of a full-blown war. Wars on that level, they had a tremendous impact on the area and would result in horrifying casualties. Although the Fogstone Dominion had 9 world-level experts, the Black Lotus Empire had 6. In addition, a battle between cultivators wouldn't be solely dependent on mere numbers alone. A single powerful world-level expert could very possibly counter 7 or 8 weaker world-level experts. An extremely powerful one, such as World God Northrest when he wielded Violet Jewel, could easily slay 10 ordinary world gods who stood in his path. Thus, numbers didn't mean everything. No one could say for certain what the various world-level experts hid up their sleeves. Our plan has already been drawn up, the Star-Lord said. The 7 of you will each take control over 999 Elder Gods or Ancestral Immortals. You'll form a total of 6 minor 1,000 Elder Gods formation and 1 minor 1,000 Ancestral Immortals formation. 7 formations? Ning was secretly shocked by this. A formation that allowed 1,000 Elder Gods to join their power would be able to surround and kill some of the weaker world-level experts. Even powerful ones would be stymied for a time by them. Imperius will be responsible for the ancestral immortals, while the 6 of you will be responsible for the elder gods. I'll give you all a month to familiarize yourselves with these formations, the Star-Lord said. A month from now, we shall head out towards the Black Lotus Empire. Acknowledged. The 6 generals and elder god Imperius all assented in unison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 36, Sparring with the Sword Again. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 36, Sparring with the Sword Again. Ning and the other generals each accepted a set of formations, then left. Because Ning didn't have his own estate on the planet of Fogstone, the Star-Lord of Fogstone arranged special accommodations for him. The estate Ning was given was roughly 100 kilometers in size. It was once filled with gardens and pools, but all of those things had been flattened as a military drill grounds had been established here. General. A throng of elder gods were standing on the drill ground, watching Ning. 9 captains. Ning called out. Present. Instantly, 9 golden scale elder gods responded to Ning's call. Each of you shall command a total of 110 elder gods. Spend some time getting familiarized with this formation and getting better control over it. Ning waved his hand, causing 9 dark golden discs to fly out towards those 9 captains. The entire Fogstone army had undergone a significant revamping, with some of the personal servants of the world-level experts having been sent to join as well to make sure that each team had enough men. The 9 captains accepted the dark golden discs, quickly binding them and attuning themselves to the mysteries within them. As for the rest of you, Ning looked at the other elder gods, then waved his hand again, causing a large number of slightly smaller formation discs to appear in the air. The divine runes covering these formation discs were slightly less complicated as well. You need to work hard as well. Cooperate with your captains. Your formation discs will be a bit simpler. I trust that in 4 or 5 days, you should have mastered them. Whoosh. 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 The 900 plus discs all flew towards the elder gods, with each elder god receiving one. As for me? Ning explained, I'll be at the core of the formation, leading the 9 captains. I imagine you already have an inkling as to what this is. Correct, this is a minor 1,000 elder gods formation. Ning could see the curious looks on the faces of the elder gods. Most of them were probably secretly exchanging mental whispers, and so Ning just went straight to the point. All of the elder gods present fell silent upon hearing this. A minor 1,000 elder gods formation? A formation which would allow 1,000 elder gods to perfectly join their strength together and unleash it? Supposedly, even weak world gods who were trapped within such a formation would be slain by it. They were actually going to have a chance to use such a legendarily powerful formation? 100 elder gods formation. Minor 1,000 elder gods formation. Major 1,000 elder gods formation. These formations weren't developed by any single power or any single downlord. They had been developed and refined by many generations of major powers over the course of countless years. By now, they had reached the point of utmost perfection. It could be said that there was no way to improve these formations any further at all. They had become perfectly standardized and refined, and so all minor 1,000 elder gods formations were identical to each other, capable of allowing 1,000 elder gods to unleash the full might of their combined power. From this day forth, Ning swept the elder gods with his gaze. You will have just one assignment. You're to master this formation as quickly as possible. You can practice with your captains and comrades in small groups. Every 3 days, all of us will come together for a joint practice session. All right. Go and meditate on the formation, Ning commanded. Yes, General. The elder god soldiers all responded in unison. Ning's own formation disc was the most complicated disc of all. He would be at the center of the formation and responsible for harmonizing it, and so Ning actually entered the Heaven Gazer Tower to meditate on it in detail. After spending 6 days inside the Heaven Gazer Tower, Ning completely mastered the formation. 3 days passed in the outside world. The planet of Fog Stone. The drill grounds at the front of Ning's estate. Assemble the formation. Ning issued the order. Rumble. Instantly, the 1,000 formation discs joined together, causing countless streams of light to spring up and form a web that covered every single elder god. The entire region seemed to be completely encompassed by this net of light. What a strange feeling. Ning stood there, head raised towards the skies. I feel as though I'd become one with the heavens and the earth of this area. Once the formation was established, the users would become one with this dimension, forming a world unto themselves. This was the reason why they were able to fight evenly against even world-level experts. Ning glanced sideways towards a fairly muscular elder god captain. The formation in his region was trembling slightly. I'm still not that accustomed to this formation. The captain sent a rather ashamed mental message. Ning sent back, get accustomed, fast. Yes. The muscular captain himself realized that the 8 other captains were in complete control of their parts. He was the only one who was falling behind. As for the ordinary elder god soldiers, quite a few of them were rather unstable as well. However, because those soldiers served ancillary roles, their instability wouldn't make much of a difference. They were like the twigs, while the 9 captains were like the branches. As for Ning, he was the trunk of the tree. If anything happened to Ning, the entire formation would collapse. A world unto ourselves. Once we strike, we'll strike with not just the power of all the elder gods, but also with the power of the world itself. Nin nodded to himself. An enemy attack on any single elder god would be dispersed across the entire formation, as well as the world which the formation had created. Most likely, 99% of the power would be dispersed into the world. Only a tiny amount of power would actually land upon the 1,000 elder gods. Thus, most world-level experts would be unable to do anything to 1,000 elder gods who had joined together in such a formation. Weaker ones would actually be killed. All right. Most of our elder gods have already mastered the technique. Go back and spend some more time on it. I hope that 3 days from now, our formation will be even more perfect, Ning said. Yes, General. The elder god soldiers were all rather excited. This was their first time being part of such a tremendously mighty force. Even though they were merely the twigs of this mighty formation, they were still supposed by the world which this formation created, allowing each of them to reach the world god threshold of power. As for the 9 captains, they would be even more powerful. As the center of the formation, Ning was the most powerful of them all. He was now far more powerful than when he was by himself and using the azure flower mist energy. Hush! The elder god soldiers quickly departed and the drill grounds fell silent. Just as Ning turned to leave, he suddenly saw a figure appear. A black-robed man with tousled hair had appeared on the drill grounds. He had a smile on his face as he strolled towards Ning in a leisurely fashion. Ning was surprised. World God Black Mist? Why had he come to this place? Greetings, Senior. Ning immediately called out respectfully to him. I could sense you assembling the formation, so I took a look. Your forces have been pretty fast. The formation is more or less ready, and your control over it is excellent. World God Black Mist chuckled. The core formation disc is the most complicated disc. To be able to master it within 3 days is impressive. Ning hurriedly said, I actually spent a total of 6 days. I relied on the assistance of a temporal treasure to speed time up for myself. Oh. World God Black Mist couldn't help but let out a surprised laugh. This Dark North really was quite an honest fellow. The Star-Lord gave you a month, primarily because the core disc is extremely hard to master. 6 days is still impressive. World God Blackmist continued, last time, when you sparred against me, I could see that your sword arts were on the verge of making a great breakthrough. Have you succeeded? I did indeed make a breakthrough, Ning said. Oh? World God Blackmist's eyes lit up. He couldn't help it, of the elder gods and ancestral immortals on Fogstone, the only one who was truly an expert in the Tao of the sword was Ning. Come on, then. Let's spar a bit. World God Blackmist said. Yes. Ning was growing excited as well. Whoosh. Ning produced a long sword that seemed to flow with the waters of autumn. It was the flexible Tao sword he had acquired. Since they were merely sparring and testing out each other's sword arts, there was no need to take out an eternal weapon. Be careful. World God Blackmist waved his hand, causing an ordinary-looking longsword to appear. He naturally wouldn't use his most powerful weapon in a sparring match against a junior. A smile on his face, World God Blackmist struck out with the sword in his hand. When the sword light flashed, it instantly seemed to fill the heavens and the earth with its light. The surrounding area seemed to have been transformed into an endless haze of black mist, and suddenly, a bizarre but dominating streak of swordlight stabbed out from within the mist. Ning remained quite calm. He knew that this was the sword world of World God Blackmist. Break! Ning struck out with an exceedingly savage stab as well. When his sword shot out, it was like a stream of light. This was the fastest and most penetrative stance of the Bright Moon sword art, the Blood Drop stance. By now, this stance had been completely infused with the essence of the Killsword stance of the Nameless sword art. The Nameless sword art actually represented a certain realm of comprehension regarding the sword. After absorbing the essence of its techniques, Ning had completely incorporated them into Bright Moon. When the Killsword stance struck, it held nothing back at all. Once the sword struck out, it carried an aura of grim resolve with it. Boom, dot. Ning's swordlight clashed against Blackmist's strange swordlight, smashing it apart. This sword art is quite clever. Last time, your sword arts focused around complete control and perfect flawlessness. This time, it's the opposite, you ignore all else in favor of an attack that holds nothing back at all, filling it with savage resolve. In savagery alone, you are quite close to the average sword world level. World God Blackmist's voice rang out. Fortunately, I'm not new to the sword world level. The power of Ning's sword art was quite tremendous. The essence of the Killsword stance was to be vicious to the enemy and merciless to the self. It ignored all defense and held nothing back, sending forth a strike of utterly incomparable might that was close in power to that of an ordinary sword world's might. Only someone who had already mastered the Heartsword stance would be able to use this technique without injuring himself. If someone who didn't master the Heartsword stance was to train in this technique, they wouldn't have the flawless control necessary to ensure that there would be no openings. The end result would be that if you were unable to kill your opponent would be able to seize upon your flaws and kill you instead. Only when the Heartsword stance was mastered could one use such a dangerous, ruinous stance. The longer Blackmist fought, the more excited he became. This Dark North truly was talented in sword arts. He had improved so dramatically since their last fight. Aside from the savage and violent Killsword stance, Ning actually had another sword art that was even more shocking to Blackmist. This was something Ning had come up with based on Violet Jewel's quintessence core. Although it hadn't truly taken shape, it was still enough to make Blackmist's heart clench. Enough. World God Blackmist laughed. I'm using a chaos weapon and the strength of an elder god, but I'm at the verge of being beaten. I'm using a Tao weapon, Ning hurriedly explained. Oh, so that's how it is. World God Blackmist once more let out a surprised laugh as he glanced at Ning's flexible sword. That explains it. My sword arts are clearly more profound than yours, and yet I wasn't able to suppress you when I used a chaos weapon and the strength of an elder god. Ning felt tremendous gratitude in his heart. They had sparred for quite a long period of time just now. Only when Ning was unable to gain anything further had Black Mist brought things to a halt. This sparring match allowed Ning to test and verify all the many insights he had gained during the past few centuries, which translated into thousands of years in the Heavengazer Tower. His sword arts had improved by quite a bit. It's rare for Fogstone to produce such an expert in the Tao of the sword. World God Black Mist looked at Ning. I can sense that your talent in the sword is no lower than the Star-Lord's was. Train hard. Oh, right. Be careful on this trip to the Black Lotus Empire. Staying alive is what matters the most. All right. Ning nodded. Also, this is a sword art I personally devised. It has a simple name, Black Mist, Sword Art. You are already so talented with the sword that this sword art of mine won't be of much use to you, but if you read through it you might gain a few ideas. World God Black Mist waved his hand, producing a jade slip which he tossed to Ning. Ning immediately caught it, then said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior. To be honest, I was thinking about taking you on as my disciple. However, judging by your performance today, I can tell that you'll soon catch up to me and perhaps even surpass me." Black Mist smiled. All right. Continue with your preparations for the war. Right, Ning said. World God Black Mist departed in as leisurely a fashion as he had arrived. His hair still tousled and muscled, he casually sauntered off before slowly disappearing into thin air. Ning felt tremendous gratitude towards the man. The very first time Ning had arrived on Fogstone and met with World God Black Mist had personally sparred with him and guided him as well. Time continued to pass, and Ning spent his days analyzing World God Black Mist's sword arts. Soon, a full month had gone past. It was time for the Grand Army to go on campaign. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 37, Invasion. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 37, Invasion. The Star-Lord's Estate. An enormous empty region within the estate was filled with a teeming mass of elder gods and ancestral immortals. I wonder what they are planning to do with such an enormous force. They have to be planning on attacking a different organization. Even if they plan to launch an attack, is there a need to go this far? The Fogstone army usually has around 3,000 elder gods, and they normally would use just 3 of those formations. But now, they've actually managed to summon a force of 7,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals, including some who were servants or slaves of the various chaos immortals and world gods. Let's just watch and see. The elder gods and ancestral immortals were all discussing this amongst themselves. Ning, elder god Imperius, and a few others who knew the truth felt a certain tightness in their chests. Yes, their leaders had spared no expense on this war. They had originally numbered just 3,000, but after recalling all of their far-flung forces and adding in many servants and slaves, the Fogstone army now numbered 7,000. Ancestral Immortal Imperius was a good example of an irregular who had been pulled in. He was the disciple of Chaos Immortal Abyssus and was incredibly strong, which was why he had been assigned to command one of the 7 armies. I wonder what sort of a feud exists between the Black Lotus Empire and the Fogstone Dominion. Why is the Star-Lord going all out in this fight? Ning murmured these words to himself. Here they are. Ning's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw the 9 figures walking towards them from afar. The leader of the 9 was the astral-robed Star-Lord of Fogstone. Next to him were the other world-level major powers. The 9 of them walked forwards together, causing all of the gathered elder gods and ancestral immortals to fall silent. Everyone, the Star-Lord said, this campaign is an extremely important one. When the fight begins, all of you need to listen to the orders of your generals. Yes, all the soldiers acknowledged. Come in. The Star-Lord waved his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, a ripple of power spread out. None of the elder gods or ancestral immortals resisted, resulting in all of them disappearing into thin air. By my command, the planet of Fogstone is to be completely sealed. No one is to be allowed to enter or leave. A sonorous voice suddenly spread out into the ears of every single cultivator on the planet. Even the normally public trading markets were quickly sealed away as the entire planet was put on lockdown. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! Swoosh! The 9 world-level experts soared upwards, quickly appearing in the skies and staring down upon Fogstone. Come in. The Star-Lord waved his hand, causing the enormous planet of Fogstone itself to disappear as well. The planet had long ago been refined into an enormous magic treasure. This was the core legacy of the entire Fogstone lineage. Now that the entire Fogstone army was on campaign, the Star-Lord naturally wasn't willing to leave the planet here undefended. The Star-Lord really is going out this time, a green-robed elder said with a chuckle. This time, we're going to have a chance to witness the Star-Lord's true power. If all of us go all out, we might very well be able to wipe out the entire Black Lotus Empire, even though that isn't our goal. The only thing I'm concerned about is the Guardian formation protecting the imperial capital of the Black Lotus Empire. Star-Lord, that Guardian formation truly is quite deadly. The other world-level experts all issued words of caution. An enemy's capital was bound to be an incredibly dangerous place to invade. Every generation of Star-Lords had worked hard to further reinforce Fogstone, rendering its formations increasingly deadly. Although the Black Lotus Empire wasn't as old as Fogstone and mainly relied on God Emperor Black Lotus' personal power, without a doubt the God Emperor and his vassals had set up many mighty formations around the imperial capital. Don't worry. Just carry out our plan, the Star-Lord said. All you need to do is do what I told you to do. Don't worry about anything else. All right. Right. These world-level experts were just giving the Star-Lord a few words of caution. They weren't ordinary pawns who could be sacrificed for the sake of a greater goal. Given their power, they were qualified to speak and treat with the Star-Lord as equals. All right. We can't waste any time. The Star-Lord frowned. The sudden disappearance of Fogstone will soon be noticed, but it'll take a bit of time before the word gets to the imperial capital of the Black Lotus Empire. We need to get there as soon as possible. Ideally, we'll arrive before the Black Lotus Empire is prepared for us. After speaking, the Star-Lord waved his hand and caused a ship of stars to appear before him. The 9 world-level experts all boarded this ship, which then twinkled with starlight and disappeared. The imperial capital of the Black Lotus Empire was located within the Black Lotus Chaos World. It was the central administrative city for the entire Black Lotus Empire. The entire city was actually an enormous magic treasure which was shaped like a 9-petaled black lotus. The entire city stretched out 10 million kilometers and was seated at the very tip of a mountain. The city's layout was actually quite similar to the layout of the Badlands Everworld's Waveshift city. This was a testament to how ambitious God Emperor Black Lotus was. He was an incredibly arrogant figure, which was why he had styled himself as the God Emperor. I wonder what's been going on with the Fogstone Dominion lately. They actually summoned back all of their elder gods and ancestral immortals from their various stations. A gray-robed, black-haired man was frowning in thought as he sat within a winehouse located in the imperial capital. This gray-robed, black-haired man had lofty brows, and the look in his eyes made it so that not even the winehouse's attendants dared to go near him. Can it be that Fogstone is about to launch a grand campaign? The gray-robed man muttered to himself, it can't be for the sake of that Ning fellow, right? He shouldn't have that sort of ability. Ning. Goddamn Ning. The gray-robed man's face grew uglier by the moment. He was one of the 9 divine generals of God Emperor Black Lotus, the Mind Lord. His primal twin had possessed Old Man Yuan in the 3 realms and had lived there for many years. As he saw it, for someone like him to wipe out a backwater's chaos world was simplicity itself. Although a world god in the form of Mother Nuwa had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, the Mind Lord had remained hidden and didn't reveal his true power or intentions. Eventually, Mother Nuwa left. He had remained hidden, even after her departure. He was in no rush, and his long life had taught him to be patient. Finally, the end war had come. First, that Lord of the Demon Heart had appeared once more. Although Demon Heart had the power of a supreme elder god, Old Man Yuan felt confident in being able to handle him. And yet, those yokels had actually given rise to a formidable heart force cultivator, Hui. Still, this was not entirely unexpected. Old Man Yuan had taken control over China long ago, precisely because he wanted to have some leverage over Hui. As a heart force cultivator, he knew exactly how devastating such a mental influence could have on a cultivator. He had accounted for everything, except for this Ning. Ning. He had trained for a very brief period of time, but he was an utterly terrifying monster. In the end, Ning had broken through and become so powerful that he had utterly crushed Old Man Yuan, defeating his palm arts through superior sword arts, then stabbing him through the forehead. Someone who has the power of a truly transcendent elder god. Old Man Yuan had truly been terrified. He immediately planned a deception, and in the moment of his death he willed all of his servants and slaves to die. He even released his bindings over his various magic treasures, so as to put on a show of being truly dead. All of this was for the sake of preventing Ning from finding him later. However, when the Mind Lord carefully analyzed this matter, he realized that he had made a miscalculation. Witherspike. The gray-robed elder muttered to himself, "I didn't give a damn about Witherspike, but he knew exactly who I was. It is very possible that he might have told Ning and the others about me. If he did that, given how much those of the three realms hate me, they'll definitely come for revenge. Given how strong Ning is, he stands a very good chance of surviving the trip through that spatial vortex tunnel. If he wants revenge, he'd probably want to find a backer. It's entirely possible that he might have joined one of the nearby organizations." The Mind Lord had instantly come to this conclusion, and so he immediately began to purchase intelligence reports to see if any transcendent elder gods had appeared in recent years. In the end, he finally found out that Fogstone had gained a new general by the name of Sunrise. Sunrise? The gray-robed elder smirked. Transcendent elder gods don't just appear out of nowhere. If Ning truly has left the three realms, he most likely is this Sunrise figure. Although he had already guessed at the truth, there was still nothing that he could do about it. Sunrise was stationed on the Windsource world and had 300 elder gods and ancestral immortals under his command. What was the Mind Lord supposed to do? Ask a world-level expert to intervene? He didn't have that sort of ability. All he could do was hide. Ugh. I don't even know if this Sunrise really is Ning, the gray-robed elder muttered to himself. I hope he isn't. I hope that Witherspike never told Ning about me. To tell the truth, the Mind Lord had been miserable in recent years. However, he knew that he had to keep enduring it and bide his time. He had to at least verify whether or not Sunrise really was Ning. If Sunrise really was, going outside by himself would be suicide. Outrageous. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out, echoing throughout the entire Chaos world and causing it to tremble. All the cultivators within the imperial capital of Black Lotus were shocked by this. Come to my estate immediately. An icy cold voice that was tinged with rage suddenly rang out in the Mind Lord's mind. His Imperial Majesty? The Mind Lord was shocked. Swoosh. Ignoring everyone and everything else, the gray-robed figure immediately flew out of the in-house window and headed straight towards the God Emperor's estate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 38, Legacy Treasure, Fogstone Planet. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 38, Legacy Treasure, Fogstone Planet. The Black Lotus Chaos World. A giant warship with an aura of awe-inspiring majesty was forcing its way straight through this world. The warship was 10,000 kilometers long, and at its prow stood 9 world-level experts. Behind them stood a dense cluster of 7,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals. This chaos world is the home of God Emperor Black Lotus. The Star-Lord's face was icy and solemn. There's no way for us to escape his notice after we enter his chaos world. Still, there's no need to keep it hidden. It'll be too late for him. Whoosh! The great warship disappeared in its teleportation. When it reappeared, it was over the clouds that were above an enormous city that was shaped like a black lotus with 9 petals. Rumble! A ripple of power spread out from the Black Lotus imperial capital. The ripple of power spread out to cover the entire chaos world, seeking to completely seal it off from the space around it, but it was too late. This is the imperial capital of the Black Lotus Empire? A city shaped like a 9-petal black lotus, it has to be it. Only now did most of the elder gods and ancestral immortals aboard the ship understand who their target was. It was actually the Black Lotus Empire. All of them felt both excited and nervous. If they were by themselves, they would never dare to cause trouble here, but now there were 7,000 of them as well as 9 world-level powers. This filled all of them with excitement and eagerness. Assemble the formations, the Star-Lord commanded. Boom! 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 Dot. The 7 generals, including Ning and Imperius, immediately began to assemble their formations. In almost an instant, all 7,000 of the elder gods and ancestral immortals were in place. Not a single one moved to flee? The Star-Lord sat at the very front of the prow, staring downwards at the vast city below them. The entire chaos world was now sealed so tightly that not even an ant could escape from it. Perhaps they feel that they are strong enough to leave when they please, if they feel the need to do so later, Chaos Immortal Abyssus said with a chuckle. Humph, the Star-Lord laughed coldly. They won't be able to. Whoosh! The Star-Lord swept open his astral robes. Instantly, an enormous planet suddenly appeared in midair. It was the planet of Fogstone. Fogstone was kept to a size of merely 10 million kilometers, roughly the same size as the 9-petal black lotus below it, but Fogstone was emanating ripples of utterly terrifying power. And then, whoosh! It shot out countless specks of astral light. The starlight spread out to cover trillions of kilometers, completely illuminating the city beneath it, the nearby mountains and lakes, and the distant seas themselves as well as many mortal cities. In fact, its light spread out to cover this entire chaos world. Watts. The countless living beings within this chaos world, mortals and beasts included, all stared in puzzlement at the starlight that had just appeared everywhere. The starlight felt very comfortable to them. What's going on? A cultivator suddenly realized, to his shock, that it was now impossible to engage in teleportation here. The ripples of spacetime have become completely locked. Within the Black Lotus City. Inside the God Emperor's estate. 6 figures were standing shoulder to shoulder, staring upwards at the skies. When they saw the enormous planet of Fogstone suddenly appear and radiate starlight in every direction, their faces all paled. Damn! A chubby, ruddy-skinned alien with just one vertical eye let out a growl. The Star-Lord of Fogstone has actually moved his headquarters, the planet of Fogstone, to this place. According to the stories, the planet of Fogstone is actually the legacy treasure of the entire Fogstone lineage. When it spreads out its astral light, it will completely suppress the local ripples of spacetime, causing every single region to be completely locked down. There's no way for us to escape, even if we wished to do so. They actually brought their entire planet with them? There's not much of a feud between us and Fogstone. We have the occasional border skirmish, but none of our world-level powers have ever feuded against theirs. Why would the Star-Lord be so crazed as to move his entire planet here for this attack? The 6 were all quite puzzled. God Emperor Black Lotus was puzzled as well. The Fogstone Dominion was of an ancient lineage, and its legacy treasure was the planet of Fogstone itself. In addition, every single Star Lord of Fogstone was a terrifying figure. Even if a person was once nothing more than an ordinary world-level power, upon assuming the mantle of Star Lord of Fogstone, that person would transform into an utterly terrifying figure. This was all because of the legacy treasure known as the planet Fogstone. Fogstone could be used to attack, and if one paid an incalculable price, one would be able to unleash utterly ruinous power from it. The planet itself was filled with countless dangers and traps, making it so that very few organizations would dare to raid it or launch attacks within it. When used as a defensive structure, world-level experts had virtually no chance of breaking through into Fogstone. When used to trap foes, the astral light it radiated would make it so that even world-level experts would move much slower, but every single Star Lord of Fogstone had the power to command and control the planet of Fogstone. This naturally made them some of the most troublesome opponents a world-level expert could face. Starchild. A cold voice rang out, echoing within the prow of the incoming warship. I don't believe my Black Lotus Empire has ever offended you, and yet, you've actually gone so far as to move your legacy treasure, the planet of Fogstone, to my territory. Black Lotus. The Star-Lord stared downwards from his position at the prow, then said in a calm voice, It is true that no grudges exist between the two of us, and I have no desire to engage in a war against you, but... No desire to engage in a war? Then why have you come in such force? The voice of the God Emperor rang out once more, causing the very air above the imperial capital to tremble. I've come here today solely for the sake of Immortal Alsor, the Star-Lord said calmly. After killing Alsor, I'll immediately lead my forces away and also offer valuable treasures to make up for the offense. Everyone fell silent. I'll give you as much time as is needed for a single stick of incense to be burned. Afterwards, if you choose to continue to protect Alsor, I'll have no choice but to press the attack. As the Star-Lord spoke, he waved his hand. A stick of gray incense instantly appeared in the air, then self-ignited, emitting a calming and fragrant aroma. This was a precious treasure which cultivators used, known as the Three Zens incense. Once it was lit, the cultivator would become extremely calm and be able to much more easily sense the Tao. This was of great benefit. When Ning trained in the solitary world god, what he needed to break through to the next level was to have his heart be completely calm. What's this all about? Alsor, the Star-Lord of Fogstone, did all this just to kill you? What sort of grudge exists between the two of you? The other five, including God Emperor Black Lotus, turned to stare at Chaos Immortal Alsor. Immortal Alsor was a jadeite elder who had a divine blood tattoo on his forehead. His oily jade eyes inspired terror in all who saw him. He frowned and said in a low voice, I don't think there is any enmity between the two of us. Don't be impatient. Let me ask him about this. Star-Lord of Fogstone. Immortal Alsor's cold voice rang out towards the great warship in the skies. I don't know how I've offended you. Is it possible that there has been some sort of a misunderstanding? Haha, misunderstanding? The cold voice that rang down from above was filled with endless hatred. Were you the one behind the great massacre that occurred within the black cold chaos world? Immortal Alsor's face immediately changed upon hearing this. For the sake of forging a mighty sin treasure, he had once butchered countless living creatures. However, although he had slain many individuals, he had been careful not to slay any creatures who were protected by other world-level experts. However, he knew that this sort of butchery would naturally stir revulsion amongst certain noble-minded figures and possibly result in them attacking him, which is why he had immediately joined God Emperor Black Lotus after finishing the refining process. Was there a connection between the creatures of that chaos world and you? Immortal Alsor still couldn't believe it. By his calculations, when he wiped out the black cold chaos world, the Star-Lord of Fogstone, Starchild, had been nothing more than a young fellow. Back then, the Star-Lord had actually been Starchild's father. Ha, a frenzied, frozen laughter was torn from the Star-Lord's throat. My Tao companion was located on the black cold chaos world. What? Immortal Alsor's face completely changed. Back then, Starchild truly had been nothing more than a young fellow, and his Tao companion was nothing more than a weak female immortal. All those years ago, in the face of the power of a chaos immortal like Alsor, they were nothing more than dust in the wind. But now, the weak little Starchild had come for revenge in his capacity as the Starlord of Fogstone. Black Lotus. Immortal Alsor hurriedly turned his head to look at the frowning God Emperor Black Lotus. He said frantically, "Black Lotus, we aren't that much weaker than them. There's no need for us to be afraid of Starchild." God Emperor Black Lotus glanced sideways at him and let out a cold snort. Clearly, he was quite unhappy at the trouble which Immortal Alsor had brought to his doorstep. God Emperor Black Lotus had quite an unpleasant look on his face, and he felt quite unhappy that the Star Lord of Fogstone had come to his very doorsteps. At this very moment, the space-time transfer array of 7 Water Star. A barefoot old man dressed in ragged clothes suddenly appeared within the array. The immortals and fiend gods responsible for protecting the array stared at the old man in astonishment. He actually paid the fee to have the array be activated for him ahead of schedule? This would cost 100 bottles of chaos nectar for short distances and even more for longer distances. Thus, not even world gods or chaos immortals would do so lightly. Generally speaking, only the most top tier of world-level experts would ever choose to have the space-time transfer arrays activated for them on an individual basis. They often traveled throughout the outside world, after all, and constantly went from one array to another. If they had to pay for a personal activation each time, the costs would be quite staggering. Thus, it was quite rare for even the caretakers of the space-time transfer arrays to see a cultivator have the array activated on an individual basis. This was especially true for a lesser-traveled location such as 7 Water Star. As for this old man's strange appearance, that didn't really matter. Cultivators dressed and acted as they pleased. They could all tell that this barefoot old man had an extraordinary demeanor. None of the caretakers even dared to breathe loudly in front of him. Ugh! Finally made it to the 7 Water Star of the Badlands territory. The raggedy old man stepped out of the formation and into the skies. He muttered to himself, if Lord Windsource was going to die, he could have just died somewhere convenient. Why the hell did he have to run all the way over here, to the Badlands territory? This old man is dog-tired from the journey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 39, The Battle Begins. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 39, The Battle Begins. The Windsource Ruins. Thank goodness Lord Windsource set up an estate just before he died. All of his treasures should probably be inside that place. I hope my information is correct and the talisman is truly inside there as well. The raggedy old man took another step through the void of space, then completely disappeared. The Black Lotus Chaos World. Above the city shaped like a black lotus with 9 petals was an enormous planet that glimmered with boundless amounts of astral light. The two forces faced each other watchfully. Within the God Emperor's estate. What do you think we should do, everyone? God Emperor Black Lotus glanced at the other 4 world-level experts. Help me out, everyone. Chaos Immortal Alsor looked at the other 4 as well, a hint of ill-disguised entreaty on his face. At a time like this, face no longer mattered. If God Emperor Black Lotus and the other 5 weren't willing to stand up for him and he was forced to face the might of the entire Fogstone army by himself, he would most assuredly perish. Alsor, ugh. Forget it. It is far too late now. A man dressed in a white robe embroidered with flowers shook his head. What, are all of you shrinking back already? The Fogstone Dominion isn't that much more powerful than us. If they force us to bow our heads this time, how will we ever be able to raise our heads again when meeting the other world-level powers of the Badlands territory? An alien covered in oily black armor spoke out, his golden eyes filled with anger. The entire reason we all joined together in an alliance was so that we could jointly deal with any threats, right? It's also been a long time since I've had a good fight. My hands itch. The chubby Cyclopean alien spoke out in concurrence. A look of delight and gratitude appeared on Immortal Alsor's face. I'll listen to what Black Lotus says, the bald, gray-robed elder said calmly. Black Lotus, all of them turned to look at God Emperor Black Lotus. Immortal Alsor had a hopeful look on his face. God Emperor Black Lotus gave Immortal Alsor a glance, secretly shaking his head. He had always felt rather contemptuous towards Immortal Alsor. Immortal Alsor had only been able to break into the world level due to a stroke of tremendous luck, not talent. After breaking through to this level, it had become extremely difficult for him to improve any further at all. Thus, Immortal Alsor had chosen to embark upon an evil path, and yet, despite having chosen this path, Immortal Alsor was always worried about the consequences of his actions. As a result, couldn't be considered a truly demonic figure. Based on what God Emperor Black Lotus knew, the truly demonic figures of the legends were able to throw an entire territory into utter turmoil despite merely being world-level figures. They would cause all the living creatures of tens of thousands of chaos worlds to perish for the sake of refining a single terrifying sin treasure. Compared to those figures, Immortal Alsor was quite lacking. Everyone, I agree with what you said. God Emperor Black Lotus nodded. Since we've chosen to stand together, we need to remain unified. Immortal Alsor was delighted upon hearing this. In addition, although Starchild claims that he holds a huge grudge against Immortal Alsor, who knows if he's even telling the truth? God Emperor Black Lotus laughed coldly. He might have simply come up with a random excuse to force us to give up Alsor. After he kills Alsor, what's to stop him from coming up with another random excuse to kill another one of us? Are we supposed to give up our fellows one after the other? By then, we'll be even weaker before. They'd probably be able to wipe us out at one blow. Right. This is probably a plot. Immortal Alsor said hurriedly. Enough. Shut your damn mouth. I only said he might have. God Emperor Black Lotus cast him a cold glance. The more likely answer is that he really does hold a grudge against Alsor. To engage in such a large battle for just a bit of territory wouldn't really be worth it. It is very possible that his Tao companion truly was killed by Alsor. Immortal Alsor nervously bit his lips. Still, for him to force his way to our doorstep is a sign of completely disrespect towards me and towards all of you. God Emperor Black Lotus said calmly, they have 9 world-level experts while we only have 6, but we also have the protective formations surrounding our imperial capital. How dare they act so brashly? Agreed. They really are holding us in no regard whatsoever. They're actually kicking in our doors. Let's have a fight with them and see who is really stronger. Atop the warship in the air, the Star-Lord of Fogstone and the rest of the 9 world-level experts were waiting quietly. The stick of incense hovering in midair continued to slowly burn, with less than half of it remaining. Starchild. A voice rang out from below. Have you made your decision? The Star-Lord of Fogstone replied coldly. You say you wish to kill Immortal Alsor, and so I must let you kill him? What if you then demand to kill my other world-level experts? Am I supposed to offer them up as well? God Emperor Black Lotus' voice was icy cold as well. In the end, I'll be all by myself, and then you'll just gang up on me and kill me, right? The Star-Lord frowned, then sent back, Black Lotus, if you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear a lifeblood oath. No need for a lifeblood oath. Even if Alsor truly did kill your Tao companion, he is still a Chaos Immortal of my Black Lotus Empire. All of us have joined together in an alliance, precisely because we saw the value of joining together against powerful enemies. God Emperor Black Lotus' voice grew even colder. If you leave right away, I'll forget about your affront and your invasion of my territory. If you do not, then I have no choice but to let this be settled through combat. A true pity. The Star-Lord waved his hand, causing the half-burnt stick of incense to disappear. It seems we will still have to face them in combat. We expected that. The others, including Immortal Skyram and Immortal Abyssus, all glanced at each other. All of them had suspected that Fogstone wasn't powerful enough to force the Black Lotus Empire to surrender without firing a single shot. Thus, they were already prepared to storm this city by force. The reason why they had acted in such secrecy was to ensure that the Black Lotus Empire wouldn't have the chance to purchase any Elder God formations of their own. 7 formations, attack! The Star-Lord commanded. Acknowledged. Ning and the rest of the 6 called out in unison. Let's go, Ning ordered. He led his 999 Elder Gods to fly out of the Great Warship, and the other 6 armies flew out alongside them. Spread out, Ning sent mentally. Whoosh. 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 Everyone, Ning included, began to spread out to cover an area of 10 million kilometers. Their bodies then blurred as they each transformed to become massive titans who were 10,000 kilometers tall. These titans each held weapons in their hands and were surrounded by veils of flowing light. Clearly, they were reinforced by the world energy of the minor 1,000 Elder Gods formation. 1,000 titanic Elder Gods had appeared, staying within roughly 10,000 kilometers of each other. Aside from Ning's army, the other 6 armies of Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals had also scattered within an area of 10 million kilometers. The Elder Gods all transformed to become 10,000 kilometers tall, and the weapons in their hands grew alongside them. As for the Ancestral Immortals, they retreated slightly but began to take control over their magic treasures. Attack! The Star-Lord of Fogstone pointed downwards towards the lotus-shaped city and gave the order. Attack! Attack! The 7,000 Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals howled furiously as they charged downwards. It was as though a giant hemisphere of light formed by thousands of towering fiend gods had come smashing downwards towards the city, and right behind them were the 9 world-level powers. The world-level powers were worried about the formations guarding the imperial capital of Black Lotus. The formations protecting any organization's headquarters were bound to be extraordinarily powerful, and ordinary Chaos Immortals and World Gods might not be able to handle them. However, the minor 1,000 Elder Gods formation was expressly meant to block attacks and entangle foes. Thus, part of their plan was to have those 7 formations join together and reinforce each other. This was the most dangerous part of the plan, and the 9 world-level experts weren't willing to take the brunt of the danger. A black cloud suddenly appeared around the Black Lotus city below them. The black cloud drifted outwards, covering the air above the city and serving as a protective layer. Kill! 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 The 7,000 Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals simultaneously launched attacks downwards, with the Elder Gods lashing out with their enormous weapons. Ning, for example, was using the flexible Dao sword with his right hand and Violet Jewel with his left. Both swords had been transformed to become many tens of thousands of kilometers long, and he hacked down furiously with both of them at the same time. But of course, Ning kept part of Violet Jewel's true power in abeyance, not letting it truly erupt. Right now, all of their forces were attacking simultaneously. Even if Ning held nothing back at all, it wouldn't make much of a difference. It was better to keep his true power hidden and unleash it later in a sudden, critical attack against the forces of the Black Lotus Empire. Boom! 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 The 7,000 Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals launched frenzied attacks at the Black Cloud, smashing down with their gigantic weapons or striking from afar with magic treasures. Every single Elder God and Ancestral Immortal was supported by the power of the world which had been created by their formation. Even the attacks of ordinary Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals had reached the World God threshold of power. The 9 captains of each formation were even more powerful, and as for the generals at the center? They were now comparable to true world-level experts. Although the ordinary Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals had merely reached the World God threshold of power, they had the advantage of overwhelming numbers. None of the world-level experts of the Black Lotus Empire would dare to withstand the combined assault of 7,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals in formations. Whoosh! The black cloud didn't seem to resist at all, allowing the enormous weapons and magic treasures to pass straight through it. It isn't blocking? The 9 world-level powers behind the 7,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals all frowned. If the Black Lotus Empire focused completely on defense and forcefully fought back against every attack, it would actually be fairly easy for them to take it down. In a head-on clash, the Black Lotus Empire's formation would have to withstand the full brunt of their blows, after all. But now that the Black Lotus Empire wasn't blocking and was instead enduring and ablating their attacks, things would become a bit more difficult. It seems the Guardian formation of the imperial capital of Black Lotus is quite profound. The Star-Lord sent mentally 7 formations, enter the imperial capital and smash all before you. Yes. The 7,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals had joined together to form a half-globe of light that was 10 million kilometers across. They pressed downwards forcefully, emanating a thick aura of world energy. In truth, all world-level experts possessed world energy. Chaos Immortals dispersed their Jindan region into primordial chaos, then formed a chaos world from it. As for world gods, the mighty power within their body was equivalent to the power of an entire chaos world, which was why they were also capable of forming chaos worlds. As for Ning and his subordinates, they had world energy thanks to the minor 1,000 elder gods formation. 1,000 elder gods who were able to perfectly mesh their energy together through a formation would be able to naturally merge with the dimension around them and be supported by the power of the local world energy. Rumble! The 7,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals were incomparably valiant as they continued their downwards charge, brandishing countless weapons. They soon charged into the dark clouds that were covering the lotus-shaped city. The black clouds were pushed aside by their world energy, and they continued to crash downwards. We have 7 formations working together. A hint of a killing intent could be seen in the Star-Lord's eyes. No matter how formidable your formations are, there's no way you can break our 7 mighty formations. A single minor 1,000 elder gods formation was already extremely tough to break apart. 7 of them joining forces. The Star-Lord believed that most likely only a Tao Lord would be capable of defeating such a force. The 7,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals were what he was relying on to deal with the formations protecting the imperial capital of Black Lotus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 40, Ning and the Mind Lord. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 40, Ning and the Mind Lord. The restrictive spells covering the imperial capital are no longer a threat to us. Immortal Abyssus smiled. Agreed. The Star-Lord of Fogstone nodded. Everyone, our 7,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals have already entered combat. It is time for us to join them. Black Lotus and the rest of the 6 are inside the city. There's no way they can avoid my astral light. Let everything proceed as according to plan. Excellent. Let's go. Attack. Flickers of killing intent appeared in the eyes of the world gods and chaos immortals. Ning, your squad of elder gods is responsible for protecting Immortal Overguard. The Star-Lord's voice rang out by Ning's ears. Rumble! An enormous number of icy blades were howling through the air towards him. The titanic Ning wielded 2 swords in his hands, using them to hack with abandon and knock the blades aside. All of the formations and restrictive spells protecting the imperial capital had been activated, resulting in a furious flurry of attacks being directed at the 7,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals. Yes, Star-Lord. Ning immediately acknowledged the order, then sent out an order of his own. Captain Mountain Eater, lead your 110 elder gods to protect Immortal Overguard. Ning had a total of 9 squads under his command. Elder God Mountain Eater's squad was located closest to Immortal Overguard. Acknowledged. The 100+ Elder Gods under Mountain Eater's command immediately moved into a defensive perimeter around Chaos Immortal Overguard. Follow me. Chaos Immortal Overguard stood atop an enormous formation diagram which was covered with 4 different streams of colored light that emanated an aura of awesome power. As for Mountain Eater and his 100, they were all scattered around him in a protective stance. Once any attacks from the defensive formation and spells appeared, they would immediately go forward to block them. Although Ning's army of 1,000 Elder Gods were scattered across various corners of the castle, they remained joined together in one unit, but a grand formation like the minor 1,000 Elder Gods formation could be maintained across great distances. Even if all of them were spread throughout an entire chaos world, they would still be able to keep the formation active. But of course, if they continued to expand it too much beyond that, there would be no way for the formation to remain active. Whoosh! 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 The 9 world-level experts broke apart into 6 squads, each of which was protected by over 100 Elder Gods. The 6 squads launched attacks against the 6 world-level experts of the Black Lotus Empire. Finally, the world-level experts of both Chaos Empires were about to clash. Al-Sor. The handsome, astral-robed Starlord stared coldly towards the distant Jadeite Elder. The old man's eyes were closed as he took out a treasure that looked like a ritual tower. The ritual tower emanated the screams and calls of countless souls. Weaker individuals who heard the terrifying cries emanating from a sin weapon like this could very well suffer a mental breakdown. The Starlord of Fogstone. Immortal Al-Sor held the ritual tower in his hands, staring coldly at the Starlord and the black-robed, black-haired man next to him. 2 of you against me? You honor me too much. Al-Sor. World God Blackmist said calmly, today, you shall definitely die. Oh, is that so? Immortal Al-Sor let out a cold laugh, then waved his hands. Suddenly, a large group of figures appeared out of nowhere next to him. There were exactly 1,000 Elder Gods, and they all emanated the same ripples of world energy. A minor 1,000 Elder Gods formation? The Starlord's face changed. He didn't expect that Immortal Al-Sor would actually have 1,000 Elder Gods with him, as well as a minor 1,000 Elder Gods formation of his own. This was going to be tricky. Everyone knew how defensively formidable these formations were. When he joined forces with World God Blackmist, he had thought that it would be easy for them to deal with Al-Sor. Similarly, if they were just dealing with 1,000 Elder Gods in formation, it wouldn't be too difficult. But to deal with both at the same time, this was going to be tough. The Starlord frowned. His astral light was spread throughout the city, and thus he saw that a minor 1,000 Elder Gods formation had suddenly appeared next to God Emperor Black Lotus as well. They actually have 2 of their own? The Starlord was surprised. Be careful, everyone. The Black Lotus Empire has 2 minor 1,000 Elder Gods formations of their own. One is protecting God Emperor Black Lotus while the other is protecting Chaos Immortal Al-Sor, the Starlord sent mentally. How can this be? Why do they have 2 of their own? Was our attack leaked by someone to them? Impossible. If it was leaked, the Black Lotus Empire would have paid any price necessary to acquire more of these formations. They wouldn't just have 2. If there was no leak, this means they are always carrying 2,000 Elder Gods with them at all times? The world-level powers of the Fogstone Dominion conversed mentally amongst themselves, growing more vigilant and wary. They all knew exactly what these 2 additional formations represented. A single such formation required roughly 300 cubes of Chaos Nectar. It must be understood that even after selling off so many treasures, Ning had only been able to acquire a bit over 100 cubes. This was already roughly equivalent to the entire net worth of most world-level experts. More powerful world-level experts might have perhaps 500 cubes worth of treasures, but almost none of them would be willing to sell off 300 cubes worth of treasures in order to purchase a single formation. In the Fogstone Dominion, the only person who personally owned one of those formations was Chaos Immortal Abyssus, who had adventured in the primordial chaos for many years and was unfathomably powerful. None of the other 8 owned any of these formations in their own right. The Fogstone Dominion itself had 3 of these formations, but those belonged to the Fogstone lineage, not the Starlord of Fogstone himself. This time, they had then paid an utterly enormous price, selling off quite a few of the Dominion's treasures in order to buy an additional 3 sets. 7 total sets. 6 belonged to the Fogstone lineage, 1 was on loan from Chaos Immortal Abyssus. From this, one could see how rare and valuable these formations were. But the Black Lotus Empire? God Emperor Black Lotus had personally established the entire empire. He had no lineage or backing. As for the other 5 world-level experts, they were just temporary vassals and none of them were particularly outstanding. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be wealthy enough to waste money on one of these formations, as none of them should have even had that many Elder God slaves. So, where did these 2 formations come from? None of the other world-level experts have 1,000 Elder God slaves with them. Only God Emperor Black Lotus might have that many. Although he didn't have that many slaves, he did have an army with thousands of Elder Gods. Those 2 formations probably came from him, but he built up the Black Lotus Empire all on his own with no outside backing. How could he possibly afford 2 of those formations all by himself? This was why all 9 of the world-level experts of Fogstone had grown wary. God Emperor Black Lotus stood in place, an enormous black lotus with 9 petals beneath his feet. The lotus flower swiveled slowly as its petals spread outwards. Beyond the perimeter of the lotus flowers stood 1,000 Elder Gods. Black Lotus, it seems all of us have underestimated you. Immortal Abyssus, Immortal Skyram, and World God Goldcloud stood there in midair, each surrounded by 100 Elder Gods who were helping them block the enemy defensive spells. The Fogstone Dominion had a total of 9 world-level experts. 3 of them had been sent to deal with God Emperor Black Lotus. 2 were dealing with Immortal Al-Sor. The others were all fighting in single combat. The goal wasn't to win, it was just to tie their foes down. Since you've decided to come onto my territory, you shall never leave again. God Emperor Black Lotus swept them with a calm gaze. Attack! Attack! The 1,000 Elder Gods around him all howled furiously as they charged forwards. Ning could sense the 6 titanic shockwaves emanating throughout the city. These were the shockwaves coming from the battles against the 6 world-level experts. Fortunately, this place was the imperial capital of Black Lotus. And fortunately, the astral light of Fogstone was suppressing the ripples of spacetime in this area. Otherwise, a battle on this scale and level would have caused the entire chaos world to break apart long ago. Things are much easier for us. Ning and the 7,000 Elder Gods only had to focus on dealing with the defensive enemy spells and formations. Rumble! A streak of violet golden thunderfire struck directly towards Ning. Ning struck out with his sword, immediately breaking apart the streak of thunderfire. 99% of the power of the attack was absorbed by the invisible dimension protecting them, while the remaining 1% was jointly handled by the 1,000 Elder Gods. Whoosh! Ning charged straight forwards. As the center of the entire formation, he had to stay within the city. So long as he did so, the formation would be fine. The other Elder Gods were assigned to various regions, but he, as the core, wasn't given a specific assignment. The Starlord really is impressive. As Ning moved from place to place, suppressing the power of the defensive spells and formations, he also kept an eye on the various world-level experts. After watching 2 of them, he turned to watch the battle going on with the Starlord. The Starlord was an extremely dazzling figure. Countless streams of astral light spread out from around him as though he was their sovereign and emperor. All by himself, he was able to tie down both Immortal Al-Sor and the formation of 1,000 Elder Gods. World God Blackmist was helping out as well, but the tower-wielding Immortal Al-Sor and his formation of Elder Gods was still able to resist their attacks. These formations were meant for defense, after all. Eh? Ning was suddenly stunned. He had just seen a gray-robed, black-haired old man amongst those 1,000 elder gods, and the man had seen Ning as well. Sparks began to fly as their gazes met in midair. Old man Yuan? Ning had received a detailed intelligence report regarding the Mind Lord long ago, which included information about his appearance. He was able to recognize the man at a single glance, and the way in which that man looked at Ning made Ning feel completely certain that it was definitely Old Man Yuan. Gee, Ning? When the Mind Lord saw that distant, blurry figure amongst the ranks of the elder gods of Fogstone, he was frightened quite badly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 41, The Death of Chaos Immortal Alsor. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 41, The Death of Chaos Immortal Alsor. He actually did leave the three realms. The Mind Lord's heart was shaking, but he quickly came back to his senses. Why should I fear him? I'm a member of a minor 1,000 elder gods formation. Not even world-level experts can do anything to me right now. Me, fear him, an elder god? It's actually good that he's here. I'll find a chance to kill him. Him. It's him. Ji Ning had been quite calm, but upon seeing the Mind Lord, Ning's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Those memories began to play through his mind. The death of human sovereign Swerin, whose body had transformed into those petals of kindlefire. The self-detonations of Dio's three purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Keeper Everwood, and Buddha Jueming. Senior apprentice brother Hoi, who had died right in front of Chang'e. And those countless other immortals and fiend gods of the three realms who had sacrificed their lives in self-detonation. Ning could hear the sounds of those detonations ringing within his memories. He could hear those furious roars, those frenzied screams. Murderous rage began to swell in his heart, rage which he was unable to suppress. It quickly filled his entire being. Countless comrades had died in the End War, all because of this man. Old Man Yuan. Die. Ning immediately charged straight towards the Mind Lord. When the Mind Lord saw Ning transform into a streak of light and fly towards him, he let out a cold smirk. He's just an elder god. How can he possibly shake our formation of 1,000 elder gods? He's too powerful. Chaos Immortal Alsor had an ugly look on his face. He gritted his teeth, summoning the ritual tower closer towards himself. He was just barely able to set up a defensive perimeter of roughly 30 meters around himself. How is the Star-Lord this powerful? Aren't they only powerful because they can rely on the power of Fogstone itself? But the planet of Fogstone is outside the city. The Star-Lord is relying on just his sword arts, yet is still incredibly powerful. Thanks to this mighty sin weapon, Chaos Immortal Alsor was a very formidable figure even amongst world-level experts, and the ritual tower was actually meant for defense. And yet, even though he had 1,000 elder gods helping him to divert his enemies' attacks, he had still been beaten back to the point of only being able to keep a defensive perimeter of just 30 meters. If he didn't have the 1,000 elder gods, he probably would have been slain in just 1 or 2 strokes. Second uncle, this formation is a pain in the ass, the Star-Lord sent frantically. He was using his 7 formations to suppress the protective formations and defensive spells of the Imperial capital, but now 2 such enemy formations were causing him problems as well. Yes, they are quite troublesome. I'm not able to breach their defenses either. World God Blackmist had gone all out as well. However, World God Blackmist was a bit weaker than the Star-Lord to begin with. He was roughly on par with Chaos Immortal Alsor. With this formation present, it'll be very hard for us to kill Immortal Alsor. The Star-Lord was growing frantic. This formation, World God Blackmist, was frantic as well. He had transformed to become a titanic figure who was 30,000 kilometers tall, and he furiously launched attacks in every direction, but the 1,000 elder gods just absorbed his strikes as if they were made of soft taffy. Ning? The Star-Lord noticed Ning suddenly charging towards them from afar. Sword Immortal Dark North, Ning. The leaders of the Fogstone Dominion all knew who he truly was. Ning, hurry up and go help World God Blackmist tie down the minor Thousand Elder Gods formation. The Star-Lord ordered. Yes, Star-Lord. Ning immediately flew towards World God Blackmist. Ugh, what's the point of him coming here? The Star-Lord couldn't help but secretly sigh to himself. Even though he has the formation strengthening him, and even though he is the core of the formation, he will still be at most comparable to an ordinary world god. He's probably a bit weaker than even my second uncle. Even if he does help out, it'll be hard for them to completely tie down that enemy formation. Ning was wielding Violet Jewel in his hands. His gaze was ice cold, and the azure mist energy had quickly begun to flow out from the azure flower seal on his forehead, permeating his entire body. The reason why Ning had come to the Badlands territory was to kill the Mind Lord. And now, the Mind Lord stood right before him. Kill. The power of the azure flower mist energy was strengthening him. The world energy generated by the formation of elder gods was strengthening him. He had an eternal weapon, Violet Jewel. Kill's word stance. Ning raised Violet Jewel up high, assuming a stance reminiscent of Pango cleaving heaven from earth. In this instant, Ning was using the Heavenbreaker stance of the Ye Bright Moon sword art to unleash the essence Kill's word stance. All the stances of the nameless sword art, be it the Heartsword stance or the Killsword stance, represented a certain realm of enlightenment regarding the Tao of the sword. Ning's own, Bright Moon, sword art was completely capable of unleashing the full extent of his insights into these realms. Whenever the minor Thousand Elder Gods formation suffered an attack, it would first divert 99% of the energy of the attack into the world energy surrounding it, with the remaining 1% being spread across all 1,000 world gods. This was why Ning had immediately used his most overpowering and dominating strike, the Heavenbreaker stance. Rumble. A strand of power was also extracted from the quintessence core within the eternal sword and infused into the surface of the sword. The enormous sword chopped straight towards Ning's most hated foe, the Mind Lord. Aha, it is useless. I'm now a member of an Elder God formation. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to do anything. The Mind Lord watched as that terrifying sword descended towards him. Although his heart shook a bit as he knew he wouldn't be able to survive it without the formation, the fact was that right now, he did have the formation. What did he have to fear? Boom! The blood-colored Violet Jewel crashed down upon the Mind Lord with absolute fury. The concussive power of the blow was instantly dissipated into the surrounding region as well as across the bodies of all 1,000 Elder Gods. All of the Elder Gods trembled, their bodies coming to a brief halt. World God Blackmist was both shocked and delighted by this. To cause 1,000 Elder Gods to come to a halt required an incredibly powerful attack. When World God Blackmist himself used his most powerful killer moves, this was the exact same result. What? The distant Star-Lord was also completely shocked and overjoyed by what he was seeing. Impossible. He's just an Elder God. There's no way he could have done this. Immortal Alsor's heart turned so cold that it was like a block of ice, and his eyes were filled with shock and rage. Ah, excellent, Dark North, excellent. I didn't expect that with the formation strengthening you, you would actually be as powerful as I am. World God Blackmist sent mentally, join with me and attack these Elder Gods. Let's make it impossible for them to help Immortal Alsor. Acknowledged, Ning said. With the support of the Azure Flower Mist energy and the formation, Ning was probably slightly more powerful than even World God Blackmist. He also had an eternal weapon. And yet, Ning understood that his fatal weakness lay in his insights. His sword arts were still merely at the level of the Killsword stance, while World God Blackmist's sword arts were at a far higher level. This was why the two of them remained on par with each other in strength. In addition to that, Ning was still unable to unleash his eternal weapon's true power. Eternal weapons were valuable because they had quintessence cores. It was the power that lay within their cores which was truly terrifying. If Ning was able to unleash just 30 or 40% of that power, he would probably be able to chop apart the enemy formation with just a single blow. Alas, actually unleashing that much power from the quintessence core was far too difficult. Ning would probably have to reach the same level of sword arts as World God Northrest in order to command such power. In truth, Ning was already quite formidable. World God Blackmist was no ordinary world-level expert, after all. Generally speaking, world gods were more formidable than Chaos Immortals. This was because most world gods also trained as key refiner as well. World God Blackmist in particular was an expert of the Tao of the Sword and incredibly skilled in launching offensive attacks. For Ning to be comparable to him in might was absolutely incredible. Kill. Kill. World God Blackmist and Ning simultaneously launched their respective killer moves. The way in which World God Blackmist was fighting was completely different from when he had been sparring with Ning. He had manifested a total of 6 arms and was striking with 6 swords in an endless windmill of attacks, sending 6 streaks of swordlight against his opponents in a constant barrage. As for Ning, he wielded Violet Jewel as he furiously struck out with the Heavenbreaker stance once more. Boom! The simultaneous double attack from 2 experts of the Tao of the Sword caused all 1,000 Elder Gods to once more tremble and come to a halt. Although every single Elder God only had to endure a tiny part of their blows, the difference between them and the world-level experts was simply too great. Now that Ning and Blackmist had joined forces, the power of their blows made the Elder Gods feel absolutely miserable. They had been completely suppressed in power. These formations truly are incredible. Even when World God Blackmist and I joined forces, we're still merely able to just keep them suppressed. Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. Ning and Blackmist had joined together to completely shut down this minor 1,000 Elder Gods formation, making it so that those 1,000 Elder Gods were completely unable to help protect Chaos Immortal Alsor. How can this be? How? The terrified Chaos Immortal Alsor immediately turned tail and transformed into a streak of black light, intent on fleeing. Do you think you can actually escape me? The Star-Lord's handsome face was now somewhat twisted by savagery. In fact, he could be described as looking rather crazed. Alsor, I've waited for this day for far too long. Boom, dot. The Star-Lord's entire body suddenly radiated with brilliant light. The astral light swept forward and caught Immortal Alsor within it, making it so that his movements became dramatically slower, almost as though he was moving through quicksand. And no, spare me. Chaos Immortal Alsor had learned quite some time ago that there was a huge gap in power between himself and the Star-Lord. Die. The Star-Lord sends 6 streaks of swordlight straight towards him in a series of consecutive blows. The terrified Immortal Alsor sought to use his ritual tower to defend, even summoning his other 2 Tao weapons as well, but alas, those 2 weapons were clearly inferior to the ritual tower. Clang! Clang! He was able to just barely block the first 2 sword attacks. Slash! The third strike plunged deep into his forehead, and as it did so a terrifying sword intent erupted forth into the Jindan Chaos region inside his body. The Jindan Chaos region began to break apart, and the Dautri inside of it was also beginning to be obliterated. No, a look of resentment and disbelief was in Immortal Alsor's eyes as his life aura rapidly began to weaken. The Star-Lord pulled his sword out of Alsor's forehead. As he stared at Alsor's corpse, he fell silent and said not a word. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 42, Black Lotus. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 42, Black Lotus. Excellent! World God Blackmist and Ning were both delighted by what they saw. The Star-Lord of Fogstone stared at Immortal Alsor's corpse, his heart filled with many complicated feelings. He murmured softly to himself, I've finally slain Alsor. What? Alsor died? Alsor died? The other 4 world-level vassals of God Emperor Black Lotus sensed Alsor's powerful aura vanish from the battlefield. The entire city only held a total of 15 world-level experts. There was a tremendous difference in power between them and elder gods. For one such aura to suddenly be extinguished caused the Black Lotus Empire's forces to feel alarmed. If one of them had died, then the Star-Lord and World God Black Mist would now be free to strike at the others. The situation would just grow uglier and uglier. Don't panic. A voice suddenly rang out within the minds of the 4 world-level experts. Black Lotus, what should we do now? The other 4 were all growing worried. The enormous Black Lotus swiveled below God Emperor Black Lotus' feet while 1,000 elder gods surrounded and protected him. Although Immortal Abyssus, Immortal Skyram, and World God Goldcloud had joined forces against him, they still found it hard to do anything to him. God Emperor Black Lotus had an ugly look on his face. He was in control of all the formations protecting this entire city, and thus he knew better than anyone else what was happening in each part of the city. Immortal Alsor had simply died too quickly. As soon as Ning had entered the fray, Immortal Alsor had been almost instantly slain by the Star-Lord. I never would have thought that an elder god would be able to force me to do this, God Emperor Black Lotus murmured softly to himself. Even with the formation strengthening him, Ning was still merely on par with World God Black Mist. However, the Black Lotus Empire had been at a disadvantage this entire time. Ning's suddenly burst of power was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Have I been in retirement for too long? God Emperor Black Lotus suddenly manifested a total of 24 arms, each of his arms coming together to form a Madra. Boom! A terrifying aura of power instantly burst forth from his body. What? Immortal Abyssus, Immortal Skyram, and World God Goldcloud had been unable to do anything against God Emperor Black Lotus this entire time, and now, their faces blanched. This aura. This, Immortal Abyssus stared in astonishment at God Emperor Black Lotus. He had traveled through many territories and experienced many dangerous situations. Right now, God Emperor Black Lotus was giving him a sense of tremendous danger. He's actually this powerful? Then why has he squirreled himself away within his Black Lotus Empire for all these years? We are in trouble now. No wonder he was able to so casually produce 2 of those elder god formations. As soon as the Star-Lord slew Immortal Alsor, the God Emperor's aura began to explode with power. This immediately snapped the Star-Lord out of his reverie and cleared his mind. What a terrifying aura! The Star-Lord was shocked. He was tremendously talented and had great affinity for the Tao of the Sword. He was now also a master-class world god, which meant he was unquestionably one of the top-tier world gods around. However, the Star-Lord also knew that his level of power wasn't that special. World gods who had eternal weapons or who had incredibly monstrous divine abilities would still be able to completely dwarf him in power. And now, it seemed as though God Emperor Black Lotus had just activated a secret art that was so powerful, its aura alone was enough to cause the Star-Lord to feel nervousness. Second Uncle, Ning, hurry up and wipe out this formation, the Star-Lord immediately ordered. God Emperor Black Lotus is unfathomably powerful. We need to wipe out his other supporters, then encircle and slay him. As soon as he had sensed the God Emperor's aura, the Star-Lord immediately understood that although he himself was also quite powerful, he probably wasn't a match for the God Emperor in single combat. The Star-Lord was rather stunned. How was this God Emperor Black Lotus so powerful? Still, it was too late for regrets. All right. World God Black Mist had turned solemn as well. Ning, let's attack. Right. Violet Jewel in hand, Ning had already turned his gaze towards those 1,000 elder gods, focusing in particular on the Mind Lord. Kill them. The Star-Lord bellowed as he flew through the air, moving far faster than even Ning. Astral light radiated from every part of his body, those specks of light shooting out like countless tiny stars. As the astral light spread out, they exerted their power upon the elder gods, constricting them. Flee. We need to flee. Separate and flee. The Mind Lord and the others began to flee in every direction. They had realized long ago that this new elder god who had joined the fray was merely on par with world god Blackmist, but the Star Lord of Fogstone was far more powerful than either of them. If world god Blackmist and Ning were already capable of suppressing them, then once the Star Lord joined in they would definitely be shattered. No. Damn. Imperial Majesty, save us. The elder gods scattered in every which way, but they still were merely able to watch as the Star Lord, Blackmist, and Ning chased after them. All three of them moved faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos, while the 1,000 elder gods were much slower in comparison. Die! The Star Lord let out a cold shout as he struck out with his sword. Whoosh! A dazzling river of stars appeared in midair, coming together to form a gigantic sword that cleaved down upon the back of a fleeing elder god. Boom! Boom! Ning and world god Blackmist struck out at the same time as this blow landed. The Mind Lord was one of the captains of these 1,000 elder gods, and as such he was able to flee faster than most of the others. For the sake of ensuring that his blow would land at the same time as the Star Lord's, Ning had no choice but to just attack the elder god closest to him. Boom! The bodies of all 1,000 elder gods shook. Ugh! More than 10 of the elder gods spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on their faces and blood began to pour out of them. Every single one of the 1,000 elder gods had to endure the same amount of power from the attacks. At a time like this, the weakest would be the first to perish. The Mind Lord and others who had powerful protective divine abilities would be able to hold on for much longer than the rest. Again! The Star Lord sent mentally. We're doomed. No. Some of the already heavily wounded elder gods began to panic, but alas, there was nowhere to run. Yet another dazzling stream of stars split the skies and chopped down towards an elder god. Ning and Blackmist struck out with their full power as well. At this moment, God Emperor Black Lotus 24 Arms completed their madras. His terrifying aura skyrocketed even further, covering virtually the entire city. Everyone dies eventually. God Emperor Black Lotus could sense the despair of his 1,000 elder gods. He let out a soft sigh. I bid you farewell on your next journey. I'll take revenge for you. The elder gods were simply too far away, and he was still surrounded by those 3 world-level powers, with Chaos Immortal Abyssus being particularly tough. Thus, not even God Emperor Black Lotus would be able to save those 1,000 elder gods in time. Black Lotus, although you are powerful, you are taking us a little too lightly, Immortal Abyssus said with a cold laugh. God Emperor Black Lotus gently waved his hand. Whoosh! The black fog permeating every part of the entire city began to vanish, revealing all of the countless buildings in it. Of course, the majority of the buildings had already been wrecked by now. Chaos Immortal Abyssus, Chaos Immortal Skyram, and World God Goldcloud were all secretly shocked. The black fog covering the entirety of the imperial capital had made it impossible for them to get a good picture of their surroundings. Only the Star Lord had been able to scan the entire area, thanks to his astral light permeating the entire area, but now, the God Emperor had actually dismissed the black fog. Clearly, he no longer wished to bother with using any minor tricks. This was a display of utmost confidence in his superiority. You are right. I really don't treat the 3 of you seriously at all. God Emperor Black Lotus frowned slightly. He could sense that 6 of the weakest elder gods had just been slain. Although the core and the 9 captains were still present and were able to just barely keep the formation up, it would now be even harder for them to withstand any attacks. All of the elder gods had already begun to panic and flee. The 3 of you, who do you think you are? In years past, more than a few world-level experts died by my hand. God Emperor Black Lotus said calmly, I came to the Badlands territory, set up a little empire for myself, and just wanted to reign here in peace. I never would have thought that trouble would come crashing down out of nowhere. Fine, then. I'll wipe out the entire Fogstone lineage and let the cultivators of the Badlands territory know exactly how powerful I am. When Abyssus, Skyram, and Goldcloud heard these words, they couldn't help but turn to look at each other. These words were a bit too brash, weren't they? Wipe them all out. What did he take the 9 world-level experts of Fogstone to be? Prepare to receive a blow from me. God Emperor Black Lotus aura began to surge outwards. Whoosh! Instead, a series of black lotuses began to bloom in the area around him. Countless black lotuses emerged, causing an area of 1,000,000 kilometers around him to transform into an enormous pool of lotuses. These black lotuses radiated a tremendous killing intent that surged towards the 3 world-level experts. This is the first stance of the forbidden black lotus, Lotus C. A calm look of supreme confidence could be seen in God Emperor Black Lotus' eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 43, Slaying the Mind Lord. Book 24, The Star Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 43, Slaying the Mind Lord. The black lotuses bloomed throughout the area, carrying a unique sort of charm. However, Immortal Abyssus, Immortal Skyram, and World God Goldcloud weren't in the mood for enjoying their beauty. Immortal Abyssus hurriedly sent a mental message to the 100 elder gods surrounding him. Hurry up and retreat. Don't get involved in this. Yes. The 100 elder gods could sense that things were turning dangerous. They didn't dare to push it too far. Go. Immortal Abyssus waved his hand, causing a semi-translucent cloth banner to fly out. The cloth banner flew through the air, instantly covering the skies as an enormous number of divine runes began to flow through it. The semi-translucent cloth banner began to emanate streams of gloomy white light that completely suppressed the countless black lotuses. The lotuses tried to push them back, but the light of the cloth banner was extraordinarily tough. I've always heard that Immortal Abyssus of the Fogstone Dominion is unfathomable in his power, but I didn't think that you'd be able to withstand the first stance of my forbidden Black Lotus. God Emperor Black Lotus spoke out calmly, but the murderous aura which had once pervaded him when he had roamed through the various territories was beginning to slowly reveal itself. He managed to block it. World God Goldcloud and Immortal Skyram were both overjoyed. Both of them had started to panic just now. They could sense that if they were completely surrounded by those countless black lotuses, they would most likely die within them. Brother Skyram, Brother Goldcloud, this God Emperor Black Lotus is far too strong. He's already forced me to take out my most powerful treasure, Immortal Abyssus sent mentally. I'm already at my limit. Listen to my instructions. As long as we can hang on for a bit longer, the Star-Lord will soon arrive. With him by our side, we will no longer need to fear God Emperor Black Lotus. Right. Immortal Skyram and World God Goldcloud both held great faith in Immortal Abyssus. In the past, they knew he was strong but were uncertain as to how strong he actually was. Now they realized that he was strong enough to block those countless black lotuses that had inspired such terror in them. Ah, God Emperor Black Lotus let out a laugh. Now, try out the second stance of my forbidden Black Lotus. This stance is known as Lotus Hell. His voice echoed throughout the skies and by the ears of the 3 world-level experts. Whoosh! Suddenly, one black lotus after another began to descend from the skies. Countless black lotuses descended, and as they did so they were actually beginning to resonate with the countless black lotuses on the ground that had been suppressed by Immortal Abyssus. Star-Lord, hurry over here. Immortal Abyssus blanched as he hurriedly commanded the cloth banner to send out light to both suppress the black lotuses on the ground as well as the black lotuses falling from the skies. For a moment, he was able to establish a defensive perimeter and block the lotuses from every direction. The Star-Lord knew that time was of the essence, and so he struck out with 2 swords at maximum speed, slaying 6 of the weakest Elder Gods in the Elder God formation. Second Uncle, Ning, let's go. We need to get over there right now. After breaking through the formation, the Star-Lord immediately waved his hand, causing dozens of streaks of swordlight to chop out towards the elder gods closest to him. Alright, World God Blackmist said. Star-Lord, I'll go right away, but first I need to kill the Mind Lord. Ning didn't immediately follow behind him, instead flying at maximum speed towards the terrified, fleeing Mind Lord. The Star-Lord glanced backwards at Ning. Ning had said long ago when he had first joined the Fogstone army that his goal was to kill the Mind Lord. Fine. Hurry up and get rid of the Mind Lord, then come join us right away. Ning was now an important member of their force. The other 6 formation commanders were merely comparable to ordinary world gods, while Ning was comparable to World God Blackmist, an expert of the Tao of the Sword. He could be considered an expert amongst world gods. Alright, Ning said. Swoosh. Ning moved faster than the limits of the heavenly Taos, furiously chasing after the Mind Lord. Why is this happening? Why? The Mind Lord was frantically fleeing, but the Star-Lord's astral light was slowing him down too much. Ning caught up to him almost instantly. Ning, spare me. Ning. The Mind Lord began to beg for his life. Earlier, when the Star-Lord had broken apart the formation, he had slain quite a few elder gods before heading off towards the other world-level experts. The entire minor thousand elder gods formation had collapsed, resulting the Mind Lord becoming much weaker as well. I gifted you my Heart Sutra long ago. The Mind Lord sent frantically. When he was in the guise of Old Man Yuan in the 3 realms, he had put on a truly flawless act. He had helped train juniors, risked his life for his friends, and acted exactly as the true Old Man Yuan had. This was why the New Alliance had never suspected a thing or seen any flaws in his masquerade. In fact, Patriarch Subhudi's friendship with Old Man Yuan had only deepened. He had casually bestowed the Heart Sutra to Ning, but that was merely a manual with some extremely crude bits of information pertaining to Heart Force. This was part of his usual act of pretending to be a kind old man. Die. Ning had already arrived, and his eyes flashed with murderous malice. The Mind Lord grew frantic. I've already informed one of my slaves about the 3 realms. Once I die, my slave's lifeblood oath will compel him to immediately spread this information regarding the 3 realms. By then, quite a few adventurers of the Badlands territory will probably set off towards it. The Mind Lord sent threateningly, eventually, an endless stream of adventurers will go from the Badlands to the 3 realms. It'll be finished. Boom. Swordlight flashed. Although the Mind Lord was wearing armor, it was a very weak set of chaos armor. There was no way it could withstand Ning's full force strike. Ning's swordlight struck the Mind Lord at the waist, chopping straight through the chaos armor. The terrifying power of Violet Jewel swept through the Mind Lord's entire body, wiping out all of his divine power as well as his true soul. Even when Ning was back in the 3 realms, his full force blows were capable of piercing through top-grade chaos treasures. He now was strengthened by the Azure Flower Mist energy, the world energy of his formation, and was wielding a fully repaired eternal weapon. Even his sword arts had improved. His full force strikes were now completely capable of shattering ordinary chaos treasures. If the Mind Lord was wearing a suit of top-grade chaos armor, Ning wouldn't be able to chop through it, but the kinetic force of Ning's blows would still be enough to reduce the Mind Lord's body to dust. A look of true despair appeared in the Mind Lord's eyes. Whoosh! The 2 severed halves of his body suddenly broke apart and crumbled. Violet Jewel's power was more than enough to cause his entire body to break apart. The Mind Lord is finally dead. After slaying the Mind Lord, Ning was momentarily dazed. He could almost see his senior apprentice brother Hoey in the moment of his true self's dissipation. He could almost see the other major powers of the 3 realms who had all transformed themselves into enormous suns. This troublemaker has finally been dealt with. My fellow Taoists, seniors, rest in peace. Ning's heart was filled with many complicated feelings. Was he happy? Ning didn't feel even the slightest bit of happiness right now. He felt disappointment and frustration. He also felt a sense of release. The Mind Lord's death represented the true, final end to the Great End War. He even dared to threaten me as he died. Ning glanced at the Mind Lord's completely shattered corpse. The true soul within the corpse had been wiped out, and there wasn't any hint of life in his body. Even if you really did tell your servant about the three realms, so what? How many adventurers would dare to brave the spatial vortex tunnel between it and the Badlands territory? And even if they do brave it, so what? My primal twin has also mastered and unified the 9 chaos seals. It is capable of using the Azure Flower Mist energy and has the power of a world-level expert as well. It doesn't matter how many adventurers make it there, I'll kill them all, Ning murmured to himself. He didn't believe that any world-level experts would go adventuring in the three realms. In addition, Ning himself would eventually become a world-level expert as well, and the Azure Flower Mist energy would guarantee that he was far stronger than most world-level experts. I really wonder how Daoist 3 Purities managed to acquire those 9 chaos seals. This thought briefly flitted through Ning's mind. Rumble. Ripples of incredible power spread out from off in the distance. Ning turned his head to look. The black fog had long ago dissipated, and so he was now able to see everything quite clearly. The astral light from the planet of Fogstone continued to shine down upon the city, revealing the scene of Immortal Abyssus, Immortal Skyrim, World God Goldcloud, the Star Lord of Fogstone, and World God Blackmist all fighting against God Emperor Black Lotus. The most dazzling figures were the Star-Lord and the God Emperor. Attack! Each blow of his sword struck out like a stream of stars, leaving a trail of shattered black lotuses behind them. The Star-Lord was able to destroy more than half of the black lotuses by himself. He was so powerful that he was roughly comparable to the other 4 allied world-level experts combined. As for God Emperor Black Lotus, he stood in the center, the enormous 9-petal black lotus below his feet still slowly swiveling. Even now, it was the God Emperor who was attacking while the other 5 were defending. Ning, hurry over here and help protect Abyssus. As soon as Ning slew the Mind Lord, the Star Lord of Fogstone immediately urged him to come. Acknowledged. Ning transformed into a streak of light, moving faster than the limits of the heavenly das as he charged straight towards the most terrifying place on the battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 44, Supreme World God. Book 24, The Star Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 44, Supreme World God. As Ning moved closer to the battlefield, he saw those countless black lotuses bloom and then be smashed apart. He couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. Senior Abyssus. Ning immediately flew towards Immortal Abyssus. Sorry for the trouble, my young friend. Immortal Abyssus smiled towards Ning, then once more turned his full attention towards controlling his swirling cloth banner. The cloth banner looked quite ordinary, but it made it so that the black lotuses weren't able to move past it in the slightest. Of course, this was primarily because the Star Lord of Fogstone had charged to the very forefront of the battle, destroying the majority of the black lotuses before they were even able to get close to him. Should I just stand here and watch? Once Ning arrived next to Immortal Abyssus, he felt rather puzzled. The others were all launching furious counterattacks against the black lotuses. Yes, just stand here and watch for now, Immortal Abyssus sent mentally. Don't be deceived by the fact that I'm able to block these attacks. I'm almost at my absolute limit. If God Emperor Black Lotus was just a bit more powerful, I wouldn't be able to hold them back any longer, and as a Chaos Immortal, I'm much weaker in close combat. Ning nodded. Pure Chaos Immortals were innately weaker than world gods. Most world gods were dual refiners, giving them an overall advantage. Ning, all you need to do is help protect Abyssus. The Star-Lord's voice rang out within Ning's mind. Acknowledged. Ning understood. Ning began to simply watch the battle, while all the others such as Immortal Abyssus went all out. As for God Emperor Black Lotus, his eyes were filled with a murderous intent. He showed no mercy in his attacks at all. It seems as though God Emperor Black Lotus is extremely strong, Ning mused to himself. The Star-Lord seems to be slightly weaker than him. Immortal Abyssus is right behind the Star-Lord. After him should be World God Black Mist. World God Gold Cloud and Immortal Skyram are both significantly weaker. Ning could clearly see the difference in power between the various world-level experts. Just as Ning was watching, the stalemate had clearly angered God Emperor Black Lotus, who suddenly let out a furious roar, "Forbidden Black Lotus, third stance, Black Lotus World." Whoosh! 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 The countless black lotuses had been falling from the skies and rising from the ground. Now, however, every single inch of space on the ground or in the air within 1,000,000 kilometers began to manifest the black lotuses. The black lotuses even began to appear next to Immortal Abyssus and Ning. Not good. Careful. Everyone's faces changed. Immortal Abyssus immediately acted, willing an enormous black shadow to swirl around him and covered Ning as well. The black shadow covered an area of roughly 300 meters, and all the black lotuses in the area covered by the black shadow were immediately shattered. Things weren't so bad for World God Black Mist and World God Gold Cloud. They were world gods, after all. Even though a few attacks made it through their defenses, they were able to hold on. Careful! The Star-Lord was forced to divert some of his energy to protecting Immortal Skyram. All of you will die. God Emperor Black Lotus had a sinister look on his face as he stood there atop the enormous, slowly swiveling 9-petal lotus. The area around him had become completely filled with the trillions on trillions of small black lotuses, all of which were furiously striking out towards his world-level enemies. Immortal Abyssus continued to use his illusory shadow, blocking out all lotuses within its range. Boom! 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 Countless black lotuses smashed towards the illusory shadow in an endless stream, exploding as they struck it. Dark North, my young friend. Immortal Abyssus' face tightened. I'll use my magic treasures to block these lotuses as best I can, but if any slip through I need you to help me stop them. Try to minimize the number that end up striking against my shadow idol. While speaking mentally with Ning, Immortal Abyssus immediately took control over the cloth banner once more. Part of the cloth banner separated from the rest of it, then coiled around Immortal Abyssus, blocking more than 90% of the black lotuses that had been striking towards him. Alas, some of the black lotuses materialized inside its defenses, and so the closest black lotuses continued to stream towards the enormous illusory shadow. Leave it to me. Ning's body momentarily blurred as he transformed to become 300 meters tall. He struck out with Violet Jewel, which pierced out beyond the protection of the illusory shadow and set up a protective barrier of swordlight that covered more than half of the empty space. The swordlight transformed into a black hole, continuously weakening the power of the assaulting black lotuses. The true, terrifying power of the Heartsword stance was now on full display. Ning had absolutely perfect control over his sword, especially the Soul Heart stance of the Bright Moon sword art, which was a technique which focused on defense. As a result, when the black lotuses struck him, they did so after 90% of their power had been ablated. The remaining 10% was then mostly absorbed by the world energy that protected him, with the tiny remaining amount of energy being spread across 1,000 elder gods. By then, there was only a tiny bit of power remaining. Phew! Immortal Abyssus relaxed slightly. With Ning helping him defend against the majority of the black lotuses, things were now much easier for him as well. Things weren't so bad for Ning and Immortal Abyssus, but this was primarily due to Immortal Abyssus' usage of the cloth banner and the shadow idol. All Ning had to do was provide a bit of help in order to ensure that they would survive the danger. God Emperor Black Lotus is far too powerful. He's able to fight against multiple world-level experts by himself and actually have the upper hand. Ning stared past the swiveling cloth banner and stared at the distant God Emperor Black Lotus. Black Lotus! The Star-Lord suddenly let out an angry roar. His handsome face actually began to turn a grayish-white color, as did his hands. His entire body seemed to become almost statue-like as his aura suddenly exploded with might. His 6 arms wielded 6 swords, and he sent them forth as utterly dazzling streams of stars. He was using the same sword arts as before, but the power of his attacks had increased tenfold. Boom! 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 Countless black lotuses were blasted apart as the swordlight easily chopped through them. The swordlight slashed all the way to God Emperor Black Lotus' side and struck directly at the enormous 9-petal Black Lotus. Boom! 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 When the slowly swiveling Black Lotus was struck by the terrifying swordlight, it began to shudder slightly. So this is the Fogstone Apocalypse of the Fogstone Dominion, eh? God Emperor Black Lotus was startled as well. Attack! The Star-Lord's skin had now completely turned the color of stone. His aura grew even more savage, and his blows even began to cause cracks to appear on the 9-petal Black Lotus. The Fogstone Apocalypse. Ning was secretly surprised by what he saw. And he's using the 3rd stage of it. The 3rd stage of the Fogstone Apocalypse involved transforming the entire body into stone. It would allow the user to become tremendously more powerful, with the body becoming comparable to a Dao weapon in toughness. However, this sort of explosive technique resulted in a rapid consumption of divine power. Once the divine power was used up, one would transform into a true statue forever. Thus, this divine ability generally wouldn't be used until things were truly dire. The Star-Lord had clearly grown nervous upon seeing that the 5 of them were at such a disadvantage. He truly has reached full mastery of his skills. Immortal Abyssus sighed in amazement and nodded. The Star-Lord hasn't trained for very long, but this divine ability alone ensures that he is a masterclass world god. Masterclass? Ning was puzzled. God Emperor Black Lotus was now being completely suppressed by the Star-Lord's attacks. No more Black Lotuses were appearing around Ning and Abyssus. Clearly, the God Emperor was now focused on his own defenses. Yes. Immortal Abyssus nodded and smiled. There are differences in power amongst world-level experts, and they can be divided into several rough categories. The first level is the level of brand new world-level experts. They are young, inexperienced, and quite weak. They can be described as having just barely reached the world-level threshold. The second level is the ordinary level which most world-level experts are at. This is a level which every single world-level expert can reach after they spend a bit of time in training. The third level can be described as the elite level. Black Mist, for example, is at this level, thanks to the fact that he has the body of a world god and is skilled in the offensive Tao of the sword. I'm actually at this level as well, but I have a few more tricks up my sleeve than he does, which is why I'm a bit stronger than him. The fourth level is the level of full mastery. Both the Star-Lord and God Emperor Black Lotus can be described as masterclass world gods. Ning nodded. Are there any higher levels? There are. If either of them had an eternal weapon, they could be described as supreme world gods, Immortal Abyssus said. This is a fairly widespread classification system used in these endless territories. As for why they are classified in this manner, once you reach the world level, you will understand. Ning nodded. He wasn't a world god yet. He naturally didn't understand the cultivation mysteries of world-level experts. Based on Immortal Abyssus classifications, World God Northrest was most likely a supreme world god. As for the deceased slave he had seen in that house by the lake inside the Windsource ruins, he was probably a supreme world god as well. Are there any who are more powerful than even supreme world-level experts? Ning was curious. There are. Immortal Abyssus nodded. But you won't possibly be able to understand why those world gods are as powerful as they are. Some are world gods who have unleashed the full power of their eternal weapons, while some have cultivation paths that we can't fathom. Perhaps they might have gained some particularly incredible legacies. However, those figures are nothing more than legends. I've wandered through many territories, but I've only seen just one of those terrifying figures. In our Badlands territory, not a single one of them exists. Thus, to be a supreme world god is already quite incredible. Ning nodded secretly to himself. No wonder world god Northrest was such an incredible figure. Alas, in the end he had still fallen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9. Book 24, Chapter 45, Eternal Weapon. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 45, Eternal Weapon. The morale of the Fogstone Dominion was soaring. Break for me. His entire body a grayish-white color, the Star-Lord of Fogstone waved his hand, unleashing streams of astral swordlight against the enormous Black Lotus, causing it to begin to crack apart and crumble. God Emperor Black Lotus continued to stand atop the Black Lotus, allowing this to happen. He murmured softly, "I heard that the Fogstone apocalypse is just something derived from fragmentary records of an ancient technique. And yet, it is this powerful? I wonder how powerful the true, complete technique was." Quite a number of Fogstone's supreme techniques were incomplete. Dust of the Mortal World was one. Fogstone Apocalypse was another. Ning's own, nameless, sword art was just a fragment of the true, complete technique as well. The reason why so many techniques only existed in fragmentary parts was because they were simply too profound. There was no way to completely memorize them. Taoist three purities had an incredibly high level of insight into the Tao, but it still took him countless years before he was able to completely memorize the 9 chaos seals, which Ning had already merged together into one. However, techniques like Dust of the Mortal World and the Nameless sword art were ancient techniques which even Tao Lords would sigh with amazement upon seeing. There was no way a world god could possibly have the ability to completely memorize such a technique. They could at most just memorize part of it. Thanks to a stroke of tremendous luck, world god Northrest had been able to view the Nameless sword art, but he was only at a level where he could memorize its first 7 stances. He wasn't able to memorize any of the rest of it at all. Against you? It'll be enough. The Star-Lord surged with a killing intent. You overestimate yourself. The God Emperor looked at the Star-Lord coldly. I didn't want to use this treasure. I thought I could defeat you just by using a few secret arts, but it seems I'll still be forced to activate it. It's been a long, long time since I've truly fought someone. God Emperor Black Lotus stretched out his right hand. Whoosh! A crystalline scimitar that seemed to have been carved out from a block of ice suddenly appeared in his hand. The scimitar was roughly 3 feet long. Whoosh! An unspeakable aura instantly filled the entire city. In fact, the aura spread out past the city and covered an enormous region beyond it as well. The entire battlefield fell silent. Cold. Every single cultivator, be it the Elder Gods, the World Gods, or the Chaos Immortals, felt an icy cold feeling in their hearts. Is that all? The cultivators turned their heads to stare at the origin of this feeling of icy terror. They saw that frozen crystal scimitar in God Emperor Black Lotus' hand, as well as the glimmer of azure light flowing over its surface. Every single cultivator felt their hearts shudder when they merely looked at the scimitar. What is that? Ning's heart was shaking as well. That is an eternal weapon. The nearby immortal abysses had turned completely pale. That's an eternal weapon. I've seen the power of an eternal weapon before, and this gives me exactly the same feeling. When you see an eternal weapon, you'll immediately lose all your courage. An eternal weapon. The faces of World God Black Mist, Immortal Skyram, and the others all changed as well. How could he have an eternal weapon? How could God Emperor Black Lotus be this powerful? Everyone was dazed. Eternal weapons were just legends to most world-level experts. The number of world-level experts in the entire Badlands territory who possessed eternal weapons could be counted on one hand. They either had incredible luck or had been bestowed it by a Dowlord. It must be understood that most Dowlords used eternal weapons, and so for them to bestow one on a world-level expert was incredibly rare. Whoosh! An invisible, freezing intent filled the hearts of every single cultivator present. I'm also wielding an eternal weapon, but none of the world-level experts paid it any attention. But now that God Emperor Black Lotus has taken one out, he has stunned the entire battlefield. Ning couldn't help but sigh. This was all because his attainments in the sword were simply too low. He was only able to unleash just a tiny fraction of the power within Violetjewel's quintessence core, so little that no one even paid attention to it. If he was as powerful as World God Northrest, who was able to unleash 30 to 40% of Violetjewel's quintessence core, he'd be able to inspire terror in other world-level experts just by standing there with the sword in his hands. A supreme world god. I never would have thought that God Emperor Black Lotus is this powerful. A frantic look was in Immortal Abyss's eyes. Black Lotus. The Star-Lord withdrew, slowly stepping backwards as he looked at God Emperor Black Lotus. Why are you retreating? God Emperor Black Lotus asked calmly. I admit defeat, the Star-Lord said in a low voice. I'm willing to pay a high price to stay your hand and quell your rage, God Emperor Black Lotus. As a cultivator, one had to know when to advance and when to retreat. To continue the battle when there was such a large disparity in power was just suicide. Ha! God Emperor Black Lotus laughed. A high price? As far as I'm concerned, the Fogstone lineage is worth nothing. Oh, wait. I actually rather like the planet of Fogstone itself. Hand over the planet and I'll let you leave. Impossible. God Emperor Black Lotus, you should know that the planet of Fogstone is a legacy treasure of the Fogstone lineage. Someone who is not of our lineage cannot bind or control it, the Star-Lord said. This was the truth. In the past, the Fogstone lineage had actually been completely wiped out by enemies before. However, once the major powers of the Fogstone lineage who were out exploring in other territories returned, they would generally take revenge and retake their legacy treasure, resulting in the lineage continuing to be passed down. Starchild's own father, the previous Star-Lord, was someone who had gone out exploring as well. This was the custom of the Fogstone lineage. Once they reached a certain level of power, they would leave and go out adventuring in the primordial chaos. After a few dozen chaos cycles passed, they might eventually return to Fogstone, ensuring that its lineage would remain unbroken. Their most important legacy treasure was the planet itself, and one had to have mastered certain core techniques in order to bind the planet. These core techniques were never taught to outsiders. I'm willing to offer treasure that is worth 3,000 cubes of primordial chaos, the Star-Lord said hurriedly. Do you think I care? God Emperor Black Lotus lifted the scimitar up. The Star-Lord's face turned even uglier. When I journeyed through the primordial chaos, I passed through many territories and took on many masters. And yet, in the end I remained unable to take that final step to the next level. I no longer hold any hope of becoming a Samsara Dowlord. God Emperor Black Lotus said softly, and so I returned to the Badlands territory. It had changed significantly since my departure from it. In fact, when I was born here, it wasn't even called the Badlands territory. I simply chose a random location and set up a little empire for myself, intending to rule over it in peace, and yet, trouble chose to come knocking on my door. It seems that I've been too benevolent. To tell you the truth, I had a nickname when I roamed the primordial chaos. Daoist Black Lotus, the God Emperor said. Daoist Black Lotus? Immortal Abysses sent mentally, careful, I know who he is now. He's a true fiend, a demon who delights in slaughter and who walks the path of evil. Don't put too much faith in his promises. He's an extremely temperamental person who has killed many world-level experts. It's been a long time since anyone has heard any news regarding him. I never would have thought that he had actually come to the Badlands territory and set up an empire for himself to rule over. Taoist Black Lotus? None of the other world-level experts, including the Star-Lord, knew what this name and title represented. However, the Star-Lord and the others knew what they had to do. God Emperor Black Lotus shook his head. Still, I'm willing to be benevolent one final time. I'll give you two choices. The first choice is for all of you to hand over all of your treasures, including the planet of Fogstone and the treasures and techniques it contains, God Emperor Black Lotus said. I'll spare your lives. The other choice is death. God Emperor Black Lotus had a very calm look in his eyes. The lineage of Fogstone truly was an ancient one. Perhaps it held certain techniques that might be of use to him. Although he didn't really feel that he would be able to make any more breakthroughs, he was still willing to give it a try. The planet of Fogstone? All of the treasures and techniques it holds? The Star-Lord's skin once more transformed to become grayish-white. He couldn't possibly hand those things over, because he had sworn a lifeblood oath upon joining the lineage. If he violated it, the lifeblood oath would immediately take his life. It was impossible. Attack! The Star-Lord's entire body had turned grayish-white, and his eyes were filled with a murderous frenzy. I've already taken revenge for E, so let's have a good fight. I want to see just how powerful an eternal weapon is. The Star-Lord charged forwards in a frenzy. As he did so, run! All of you, run! I'll hold him down. The rest of you, go hide within the planet of Fogstone. He won't be able to do anything to you once you go inside. The Star-Lord's voice simultaneously rang out within the minds of Ning, Immortal Abyssus, World God Blackmist, the other world-level experts, and the minds of the many Elder Gods as well. Rumble! The enormous planet which had been hanging in the sky suddenly came crashing downwards. Ning and the others all understood that the planet of Fogstone was definitely filled with formations and protective spells that were far more powerful than the ones which had been protecting the imperial capital of the Black Lotus Empire. If they could make it inside, they would be safe. The Star-Lord of Fogstone was the most powerful person on their side. He was the only one who had a chance of stopping God Emperor Black Lotus. He wishes to stop me? To hold me down? God Emperor Black Lotus held that enormous crystal scimitar in his hands as he strode forward, his voice echoing in the ears of every single cultivator present. You really do have a fine Star-Lord. A pity, though, he won't succeed. All of you will die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 46, Shield You from the Wind and the Rain. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 46, Shield You from the Wind and the Rain. God Emperor Black Lotus showed no mercy at all as he struck out with the giant crystal scimitar. Whoosh! A streak of icy saber light shot out through the air, carrying an aura of extreme coldness as it flew towards the Star-Lord. The Star-Lord's body was now completely grayish-white, and he hurriedly shot out streaks of astral swordlight to defend. Boom! The Star-Lord was knocked flying backwards as the saber light slashed past his chest. Fortunately, his body was as tough as a Dao weapon and so he was able to endure the blow. You can't stop me. In a head-on fight, you have no chance of stopping me at all. God Emperor Black Lotus smiled coldly. The Star-Lord was beginning to panic. He truly was a blessed child of the heavens. His father had been the previous Star-Lord, while World God Blackmist had supported him and guided him. Even though he hadn't been particularly diligent in cultivating, he had still been able to easily overcome his tribulations. After his beloved E had perished, he had begun to work hard and improved at an even more astonishing speed, becoming a world god. He then continued until he reached his certain stage, resulting in his divine body reaching the stage of full perfection. He was now the most powerful expert of the Fogstone lineage. His path had always been a path that led straight upwards. Thus, his most powerful sword arts were all focused on offensive attacks, making him somewhat weaker in defensive skills. The Star-Lord had always believed the old maxim that the best defense was a good offense. When he used the Fogstone Apocalypse, his body was rendered comparable to a Dao weapon. Why, then, should he waste his time and effort on mastering defensive sword arts? Only when he focused his efforts in the right area would he be able to more quickly reach a higher level of power. But now, he had encountered someone who was so superior to him that his vaunted attacks were useless. At a time like this, only someone tremendously talented in defensive sword arts would be capable of dealing with such a difficult foe. Boom! The airborne Star-Lord was smashed downwards towards the ground. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Quite a few elder gods immediately began to flee, not hesitating in the slightest. They all soared towards the skies, obeying the Star-Lord's orders to flee. However, the Star-Lord had misjudged one of them. Child Star. World God Blackmist looked at the Star-Lord, a gentle look in his eyes. You want me to flee? There was no way he would flee. The previous Star-Lord had shown him great benevolence, which was why he had chosen to help take care of Child Star. At first, World God Blackmist had only done so in order to repay the old Star-Lord's kindness, and so Child Star had called him second uncle. He had watched as the child slowly grew up, while the old Star-Lord himself had actually spent very little time with his son. In the end, it was World God Blackmist who spent virtually all of his time by Child Star's side. He had watched as Child Star grew up, had shielded him from the wind and the rain, ensuring that he would live a carefree life. As for the death of Child Star's Dao companion, there was nothing that World God Blackmist could do about that. All he could do was silently support his young lord, hoping that this tragedy would encourage him to grow up even faster. It had been so many years. Although he was nominally the child's second uncle, in reality Blackmist had spent far more time and effort on Child Star than the old Star-Lord ever had. He had been there when Child Star was a crying and screaming newborn, and he had watched as Child Star grew up. By now, Blackmist truly viewed Child Star as he would his own son. At a time like this, the Star-Lord was going to defend them? Was ordering him to flee? How could he possibly flee? However, World God Blackmist still felt a warm feeling in his heart. Whoosh! World God Blackmist's body suddenly began to blaze with white light, and all of his skin instantly transformed to become a rocky gray color as well. Child Star, retreat! World God Blackmist let out a loud roar as he charged forwards. Although Child Star was the Star-Lord, he had always obeyed his second uncle's instructions. Eventually, however, he had become a world god and become more powerful than his second uncle. It had been a long time since his second uncle had given him any orders. The fact that he was doing so now caused Child Star to grow blank for a moment, and then he saw World God Blackmist charging forward, his entire body glowing with white light. The look in Child Star's eyes instantly changed. Second uncle. Child Star's eyes instantly reddened. He was the current Star-Lord of Fogstone. He knew exactly what his second uncle had just done. Not even your Star-Lord is a match for me. You think you are? God Emperor Black Lotus once more chopped downwards with his enormous crystal scimitar. SSSSSHRK whoosh. Swordlight and saberlight clashed against each other. World God Blackmist was different from Child Star. He had relied entirely on himself as he had grown up, with no one there to provide him with any protection. His sword arts were unpredictable and savage, but also quite suited for defense. Still, even the most defensive of stances would be useless if the disparity in power was too great. God Emperor Black Lotus was astonished to see that World God Blackmist was merely knocked a few steps back. How is it that you, Child Star, leave right now. World God Blackmist sent mentally to the Star-Lord, who was standing there blankly. The Star-Lord gritted his teeth, his eyes glistening with tears. Second uncle. Thanks to his second uncle, he had never worried about anything as a child. His second uncle had always been by his side, and the Star-Lord had grown used to his presence. Upon seeing his second uncle's body wreathed in white light, he immediately understood that his second uncle had just used the forbidden fourth stage of the Fogstone Apocalypse. Right. The Fogstone Apocalypse actually had a fourth stage. However, Fogstone Apocalypse was a fragmented technique. Only the first 3 stages were complete, which was why using the first 3 stages posed no risks. Even when one used the third stage, so long as that person stopped before completely using up his divine power, he wouldn't turn into Fogstone and die. However, their records of the fourth stage were incomplete. Although it was still usable, once it was used, the body would begin an uncontrollable transformation into Fogstone. In other words, once a cultivator used the fourth stage, he was doomed to die. This was why the Star-Lord had been so agonized and grief-struck upon seeing the white light-wreathing world god Blackmist's body. There was no way to reverse this process at all. This is my choice, and there is no turning back. If you don't wish for my death to have been for nothing, leave. Leave right now. World god Blackmist roared furiously, if you don't run, I'll have died for nothing. Nothing. Warg. The Star-Lord let out an agonized howl, but he still turned and fled at high speed, charging into the skies. He felt hatred and regret. Why? Why? Only now did he truly understand how important his second uncle was to him. His second uncle was his most beloved family member and just as important to him as he had been. Why? Why did it have to end up this way? Stay alive and forget about revenge. Only when you become a Downlord should you come and seek your revenge. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you. Never. World god Blackmist's voice echoed in the Star-Lord's mind. The Star-Lord lowered his head to stare downwards, tears cascading down his face. Second uncle. Boom. Whoosh. World god Blackmist continued to battle against God Emperor Black Lotus. What type of divine ability did you use just now? God Emperor Black Lotus was now quite intrigued. He said mentally, you clearly are quite weak, but this divine ability actually allows you to be on par with your Star-Lord. For a divine ability to be capable of strengthening you this much, Fogstone really does have quite a few nice things. God Emperor Black Lotus did know that in the Endless Territories, there were a number of monstrously powerful forbidden divine abilities. Hand this divine ability over to me and I'll spare your life, God Emperor Black Lotus said mentally. Don't even think about it. World god Blackmist roared back. To be honest, it wasn't just that he didn't want to hand it over. People like Ning were only capable of acquiring the first and second stage, while the third stage came with many strict requirements. As for the fourth stage, only the most core members of the Fogstone lineage would have access to it. Although the fourth stage was fragmentary and incomplete, every generation of Star-Lords had done their best to repair it. The fourth stage was simply too powerful. If they were capable of restoring it to the point where they could use it safely, it would be wonderful. You are now as strong as the Star-Lord, and your sword arts are quite strange, but do you think that's enough to stop me? God Emperor Black Lotus let out a furious roar as the giant scimitar in his hand suddenly unleashed hundreds of streaks of crescent saber light, sending them swirling around World God Blackmist. Every single strike contained the power of his scimitar's quintessence core. I have to be able to block them all. For the sake of Childstar, I have to block them all. World God Blackmist was wielding 6 swords in his hands. He had long ago stopped caring about whether or not he would survive. In this moment, he felt a greater desire than he had ever felt in his entire life. His 6 swords transformed into 6 streaks of utterly dazzling swordlight, crisscrossing in the area around him and forming an enormous sphere of black mist. Boom! 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 The hundreds of streaks of saber light struck down upon the sphere of black mist. Although they carried tremendous power, World God Black Mist was completely capable of withstanding them. Why you, God Emperor Black Lotus stared in astonishment at World God Black Mist. You actually made a breakthrough? Before this, World God Black Mist's sword arts were very unpredictable, but they weren't as resilient and tenacious as they were now. His sword arts had clearly improved to a brand new level, capable of enduring offensive blows as though they truly were made of mist. This was a terrifyingly strong defensive sword art. Although God Emperor Black Lotus was stronger than his opponent, he remained unable to break through his defenses. Yes. My sword arts reached a bottleneck a long time ago, but fortunately, I was able to make a breakthrough today. World God Black Mist revealed a relaxed, carefree smile. He was able to stop God Emperor Black Lotus' attack. Childstar would be able to stay alive. It was enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 47, None Shall Escape. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 47, None Shall Escape. At present, World God Black Mist was every bit the Star-Lord's equal in the Tao of the Sword. However, the Star-Lord focused on offensive attacks, whereas World God Black Mist specialized in defense. His sword light was like a web of black mist that filled the entire region. Although God Emperor Black Lotus held an absolute advantage, he was still unable to breach it. Damn! Do you really think that you can stop me? I, Black Lotus, spent countless years roaming across many territories. You think you can stop me with just a defensive technique like this? You underestimate me too much. God Emperor Black Lotus turned his gaze towards the fleeing cultivators of the Fogstone Dominion, then let out a cold smile. I trained as both a fiend god body refiner and a key refiner. Rumble. The entire imperial capital below them began to shudder, then slowly began to swivel. The city itself was in the shape of a 9-petal black lotus that covered an area of 10 million kilometers. As the enormous black lotus swiveled, the entire black lotus chaos world began to shake. Countless black lotuses began to appear, and they covered the heavens and the earth as they furiously shot out towards the cultivators of the Fogstone Dominion. What's going on? This is even more terrifying than the secret arts he used earlier. Why are there so many black lotuses? Ning and the others were all dazed as they stared downwards. As the gigantic 9-petal black lotus below them swiveled, it emanated an aura of terrifying power that quickly spread over the entire chaos world. My Taoist name was Black Lotus. My true skills do not lie in close combat, nor was my reputation established because of this eternal weapon. It was all because of my Tao, the Tao of the Black Lotus. God Emperor Black Lotus smiled as every inch of the entire chaos world began to shake. The imperial capital of the Black Lotus Empire is actually a magic treasure which I used when I roamed through the endless territories. I poured all of my blood, sweat, and effort into it, and it contains my Tao. What? It's a Tao weapon. His Tao? The fleeing cultivators all started to panic. Usually, only Samsara Tao lords were capable of forging Tao weapons. It was incredibly difficult for a world-level expert to forge a Tao weapon, but if a world-level expert successfully in doing so and infusing his own Tao into his creation, he would have a weapon that was perfectly suited to him, allowing him to unleash tremendous power from it. The deceased Immortal Alsor, for example, had murdered countless living beings to create that ritual tower of great sin. He had personally forged that ritual tower, and the mysteries of the Tao within it belonged to him and him alone, which was why he was quite powerful when using it. His insights into the Tao were quite average, but with that ritual tower in hand, he was actually on par with someone like World God Black Mist. Some world-level experts who found themselves unable to make any more breakthroughs would generally focus most of their time, energy, and effort on forging a Tao weapon for themselves. The same was true for God Emperor Black Lotus. He had personally refined and forged this gigantic Black Lotus, infusing it with all of his insights into the Tao of the Black Lotus. When he used this new Tao weapon to execute his forbidden Black Lotus technique, the power of the technique would increase dramatically. However, after he acquired an eternal weapon, he rarely saw the need to use his original Tao weapon. In fact, after arriving at the Badlands territory, he had actually transformed it to make it 100,000 kilometers in size and treated it as a city. Although there were some cultivators who had a strange feeling about the city, as though the entire thing was just one giant treasure, none of them knew that this city actually contained all of the insights into the Tao of God Emperor Black Lotus. Now this is the true Black Lotus world. Long ago, I set down restrictive spells on every part of this chaos world. The chaos world itself can become one with my magic treasure, creating a Black Lotus world of enormous proportions. God Emperor Black Lotus smiled, but his eyes were filled with madness. This is a world of lotuses. The entire chaos world was shaking. The earth had cracked apart in many places, revealing enormous formation ley lines. The seas had parted, revealing divine runes that glowed with black light. The mountains had collapsed and the cities had crumbled. The entire chaos world was like an enormous painting that had been filled with spells, and now, all of the formations that God Emperor Black Lotus had secretly set down long ago suddenly exploded in power. Countless Black Lotuses began to take shape. The activation of this formation alone resulted in trillions of living beings on this chaos world dying. God Emperor Black Lotus didn't kill them on purpose, but he also wasn't willing to weaken the power of his mightiest attack, the Black Lotus world, just to keep them safe. The Black Lotuses filled every inch of the entire chaos world, and they furiously flew through the air towards the fleeing elder gods and other cultivators. The planet of Fogstone had been rocketing downwards towards the cultivators, but it was now completely surrounded by the endless Black Lotuses and unable to move any further. Be careful. 7 formations, join forces together and do your best to hold. The Star-Lord sent frantically. Hold. The 7,000 elder gods had transformed into an enormous protective circle, with Immortal Abyssus and Immortal Skyram having hidden themselves inside the circle. However, the valiant Star-Lord of Fogstone remained outside the circle, lashing out with his sword repeatedly as he attempted to chop apart as many Black Lotuses as he could. However, there were simply too many Lotuses. We won't be able to escape. Once God Emperor Black Lotus returns, we'll be doomed. What should we do next? How could the God Emperor be this powerful? All of them were frantic, Ning included. They weren't capable of breaching past those Black Lotuses. There was no way they could make it back inside the planet of Fogstone. Second uncle. The Star-Lord was still racked by grief and agony. If this continues, all of us are definitely going to die. Ning was pondering his next steps. Right now, we're able to block the Black Lotuses because all 7 formations are sharing the load together, but once God Emperor Black Lotus arrives and strikes out with his eternal weapon, we won't even be able to dodge. If his attack lands on me, my minor 1,000 Elder Gods formation will collapse. The 7 formations weren't truly as one. Given how strong the God Emperor was, it would be easy for him to break through the defenses of the formations one by one. I have no other options. Ning frowned. Violet Jewel was his most important possession, and treasures were incredibly important for any cultivator. Ning truly didn't wish to loan Violet Jewel out to someone else. It was entirely possible that the Star-Lord would become greedy and not return it. As the leader of the entire Fogstone lineage, the lifeblood oath he had sworn was a very lax one. As the leader of their organization, he had tremendous authority. He could find excuses to issue punishments to his subordinates, and so it was entirely possible for the Star-Lord to find a way to put Ning to death without running afoul of his lifeblood oath. I'll have him swear another lifeblood oath of my choosing, then I'll secretly lend him Violet Jewel, Ning mused. That's the only way to survive this. But there's just one problem. Spirit of the Sword. Ning immediately reached out to commune with the sword spirit residing within Violet Jewel. Master, the sword spirit said. If I was to allow the Star-Lord to bind Violet Jewel for his own use, how long would it take? Ning asked. Ning didn't know much about eternal weapons, but he had heard that binding them was actually quite difficult. According to what the old master told me all those years ago, eternal weapons are quite hard to bind, the sword spirit said. Normally speaking, anyone below the world level of power will not be able to bind eternal weapons at all. The only reason why you were able to do so after a few centuries was because of the secret heartseep technique which Vast Heaven Palace had access to. The Star-Lord is a world god. He can bind it. But, the quintessence core of an eternal weapon contains some of the insights into the quintessence of a Tao from the original creator of that weapon. Thus, if you wish to fully master an eternal weapon, you have to be approved of by the sword's quintessence core itself, the sword spirit said. Ning nodded. Creating chaos weapons and Tao weapons, by contrast, was much simpler. They didn't have quintessence cores, just a few divine runes and tattoos. For a world level, it'll take anywhere from 4 or 5 days to forever, the sword spirit said. Forever? You mean, he might never be able to bind it? Ning was stunned. Right. The quintessence cores have their own personalities and will try to seek out masters that suit them. If a core is completely opposed to the person trying to bind it, there'll be no way to succeed in binding it. However, both you and the Star-Lord are quite talented in the Tao of the sword. He should be able to bind it, the sword spirit said. And it should be fairly fast for the Star-Lord. He should be able to succeed in just a few days. Ning began to panic. A few days? That was far too much time. Given how furiously World God Blackmist was fighting, he would probably run out of energy in the time needed to boil a kettle of tea. A few days? Let's see how much longer you can hang on for. God Emperor Black Lotus was quite relaxed as he used the giant crystal scimitar in his hands to chop towards World God Blackmist again and again. World God Blackmist's entire body had turned a stony gray color and emanated a dazzling white light. Clearly, he had gone all out. What should I do? What should I do? World God Blackmist was beginning to panic. He had managed to stop God Emperor Black Lotus, yes. But God Emperor Black Lotus was also an incredibly talented key refiner. This entire chaos world had become completely filled with Black Lotuses, all of which were surrounding and suppressing the cultivators of the Fogstone Dominion, making it so that there was no way they could escape. A crack suddenly appeared in the membrane protecting the chaos world, and a barefoot, sloppy-looking old man dressed in tattered robes walked out from the crack, staring downwards with curiosity. What's with all these Black Lotuses? Oh ho! An eternal weapon? Isn't that interesting? The raggedy old man's forehead creased as he smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 48, You Dared Attack One of Mine? Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 48, You Dared Attack One of Mine? I wasn't too late. That young brother of mine hasn't been killed yet. The raggedy old man's gaze pierced through all obstructions as he stared at the great battle being fought. Let's go take a look. He sauntered forward through the air. Although his body touched some of the lotus flowers, they slid right through him as though his body was illusory, having no effect on him at all. He looked as though he was walking quite slowly, but with each step he moved millions of kilometers. The battle was still continuing. Ning, the Star-Lord of Fogstone, Immortal Abyssus, and the others had been completely surrounded by the endless Black Lotuses. There was no way out whatsoever. I never would have thought that I'd end up dying here. Immortal Abyssus let out a soft sigh. For me to die is one thing, but my disciples, although some of the disciples remained behind on the planet of Fogstone, once the world-level experts died, the planet of Fogstone would fall into the hands of God Emperor Blackstone. Not a single living being would be able to escape. How could this God Emperor Black Lotus be so strong? My luck is horrid. I've been in seclusion for so many years, and the very first time I leave it to take part in a fight, I end up running into someone as frightening as him. I know. His insights into the Tao are profound, his forbidden secret arts are incredibly powerful, and he even has an eternal weapon. Even when I roamed about the primordial chaos, I almost never encountered people as terrifying as him, but the various world-level experts could do nothing but sigh. Their hearts were filled with resentment and an unwillingness to give up, but they could read the situation. Whether they lived or died was now completely up to God Emperor Black Lotus. Second uncle. The Star-Lord lowered his head and saw World God Blackmist continuing to furiously fight back against World God Blackmist. Tears appeared in the Star-Lord's eyes. Second uncle, forget it. Forget it. We've lost. The fourth stage of the Fogstone Apocalypse was indeed terrifyingly powerful, but it used up divine power at an even more terrifying rate. Soon, the very last bit of Blackmist's divine power would be used up. Ahaha, Blackmist, I have to say that even I admire your tenacity. To show my respect for you, I'll allow all of these world gods and chaos immortals to join you in death. The God Emperor's mocking voice rang out in the skies. After all of you die, I'll come up with some other ideas for acquiring your divine abilities and techniques from within the planet of Fogstone. There's no way you'll succeed, World God Blackmist growled, his eyes filled with savagery and pain. He wasn't afraid of death. What he feared was dying while failing to protect the Star-Lord. If I succeed, I'll be happy. If I don't, it won't make much of a difference. Blackmist, I'm curious as to how long your divine power will be able to hold out. God Emperor Black Lotus was quite relaxed. He held the absolute upper hand and was launching attacks with impunity. You can fight for as long as you wish, but in the end the result will still be death. World God Blackmist's eyes were filled with resentment. He was continuing to fight, only because he truly wasn't willing to give up. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of echoing booms began to ring out in the heavens. Serpent-shaped streaks of lightning began to cascade down from the heavens. It looked as though trillions of lightning chains had manifested, wantonly crashing downwards against the earth. The countless black lotuses were all wiped out, and even some of the black lotuses that weren't directly struck by the lightning bolts saw sparks of lightning crackle around them, wiping them out. 1 moment ago, the entire world was filled with countless black lotuses. Now, they had all vanished. The mountains, the skies, the seas, the mighty divine runes that filled this world had all been shattered as well. What? What just happened? The 7,000 elder gods that had been struggling to defend were all stunned. The Star-Lord, Immortal Abyssus, all of them were stunned. Vanished? The countless black lotuses which they had been struggling to push back had all just vanished? Impossible. That's impossible. God Emperor Black Lotus blanched. He no longer paid any attention to World God Blackmist as he frantically scanned the world around him. He knew exactly how strong this forbidden art of his was, because he had to prepare it in advance by filling the entire chaos world with many formations. When all of the formations were unleashed, they were almost comparable to his full power when he used his eternal weapon. A forbidden art of such power had been instantly defeated? By lightning? Who could do such a thing? So did you guys think the lightning looked really pretty? A voice suddenly rang out by the ears of the Ning, the Star-Lord, God Emperor Black Lotus, and all the other cultivators. A barefoot old man dressed in tattered robes walked towards through the air from afar, the trillions of lightning bolts parting before his path. I really like lightning, you know. Unfortunately, I don't have much talent for it. I lived in the Grand Lightning Sea for ages, but in the end I was still able to master just one stage of its lightning. It is pretty weak, but it's not bad when you just want to mess around. The raggedy old man beamed as he spoke, then waved his hand, causing the trillions of lightning bolts to vanish from the heavens. The battle between the two sides had come to a complete halt. The Fogstone Dominion's major powers were filled with excitement, believing that perhaps they might be able to survive after all. God Emperor Black Lotus began to worry. Greetings, Senior. Immortal Abyssus was the first to react. Greetings, Senior. All of the cultivators of the Fogstone Dominion bowed respectfully, including World God Blackmist. Greetings, Senior. God Emperor Black Lotus and the world-level experts on his side, as well as all of the Elder Gods, also bowed respectfully. None of them were fools. What they had witnessed just now spoke volumes. This person had casually wiped out God Emperor Black Lotus' terrifying forbidden art. Most likely, only someone on a completely different level of power could accomplish this, a Samsara Downlord. According to the stories, Samsara Downlords walked at the borders between life and death. Each time they traversed this Samsara cycle of life and death, they would grow dramatically more powerful. If they failed, then they would die. Every single one of them was inconceivably powerful. There were legends of monstrous elder gods who could slay world-level experts. However, even the most monstrous of world-level experts would only at most be capable of dealing with newly ascended Samsara Downlords. Any Samsara Downlord who had been alive for just a bit of time had the power to utterly crush any world-level expert, and the longer they stayed alive the more powerful they became. According to the legends, an enraged Samsara Downlord who was about to die might wipe out entire territories in their death throes. And those legends were true. Only those who had actually encountered a Downlord would understand how terrifying they were. The raggedy old man swept the Fogstone Dominion's experts with his gaze, revealing a smile. The experts of Fogstone all felt a surge of joy. The experts of the Black Lotus Empire all felt their hearts tremble. You actually dared to attack one of mine. The raggedy old man looked towards God Emperor Black Lotus, a smile still on his face. You really are quite bold. God Emperor Black Lotus quivered, his body turning soft. He had experienced many things while roaming through foreign territories, and he had encountered quite a few Samsara Downlords. He knew exactly how terrifying a Samsara Downlord could be. Great. It looks like he's on our side. Didn't you hear the Downlord say one of mine just now? Does he belong to us? Star-Lord, could he possibly be one of the ancient seniors of the Fogstone lineage? Every member of Fogstone was jubilant, and Ning let out a sigh of relief as well. The Star-Lord was also puzzled. He sent back, I don't know. Fogstone does have quite a few ancient cultivators who are roaming the outside world. It is possible that one of them broke through to become a Samsara Downlord, I suppose, but I don't recognize this man. Black Mist, do you recognize him? I don't recognize this senior either. World God Black Mist flew towards them, his skin still that grayish-white color. If he's a Samsara Downlord, he must have been training for an extremely long period of time. He probably left Fogstone long before I even started to cultivate. It's also possible that he's completely unrelated to Fogstone. Fogstone's experts were musing over who this Downlord was, while the experts of the Black Lotus Empire were filled with terror upon realizing that he was an enemy. You attacked one of mine, so I have to kill you. The raggedy old man continued to smile in a jolly fashion, but his words were utterly terrifying. He waved his finger, causing an enormous illusory finger of lightning to shoot out towards God Emperor Black Lotus. My master is Downlord 7 Sovereigns. God Emperor Black Lotus had a look on his face as he screamed, Downlord 7 Sovereigns is my master. God Emperor Black Lotus wanted to flee, but spacetime was sealed off in this area. He had nowhere to run or hide. The finger of lightning tapped him on his body. Whoosh! One moment, a look of terror was on God Emperor Black Lotus' face. The next moment, he had been completely transformed into dust. The entire world was silent. Ning and the others hadn't even had the chance to digest the fact that Black Lotus was a disciple of this Downlord 7 Sovereigns before Black Lotus died. 7 Sovereigns? The raggedy old man spat. 7 sovereigns? More like 7 bugs. He hides from me like a bug. This old man wanted to kill him before my downmerge, but he actually abandoned his home and went scurrying off to some godforsaken place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 49, The Daelord's Brother. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 49, The Daelord's Brother. After killing God Emperor Black Lotus, the raggedy old man waved his hand, collecting the treasures which Black Lotus had left behind. He singled out the giant crystal scimitar in particular, picking it up and giving it a close look. He mumbled to himself, this eternal weapon isn't bad. Watched by all of the cultivators, the old man put the scimitar away. The raggedy old man wasn't the slightest bit self-conscious about looting Black Lotus items. He's crazy powerful. He squashed God Emperor Black Lotus like a bug. Didn't you hear? This senior even wishes to kill the Daelord's 7 sovereigns. The cultivators of Fogstone felt their hearts shudder as they contemplated this. Samsara Daelords were figures that vastly surpassed them in power. However, their innate fear didn't prevent them from also feeling gratitude and veneration towards this raggedy old man who they had just met for the first time. They all hoped that one day they might also reach his level. The entire purpose of cultivation was to go out and see more things and experience greater things, to possess more formidable techniques and divine abilities. Let's go down, the Star-Lord sent. Whoosh. 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 Thousands of figures descended from the skies. Now that nothing was around to interfere with their movements, they moved quite quickly as they descended upon the enormous 9-petal Black Lotus, which was now bereft of all buildings. A day ago, this Black Lotus was a city. After being activated as a treasure, some of the buildings that lay atop it had been put away while the rest had been crushed into dust. Greetings, Senior. The Star-Lord stepped forward and bowed. Thank you for saving us, Senior. Thank you for saving us, Senior. The thousands of cultivators behind him all bowed as well. As for the surviving elder gods and world-level cultivators of the Black Lotus Empire, all of them were feeling rather uneasy. They didn't even dare to try and flee, nor did they dare to go forward and speak to the Daelord. They were afraid that he'd wave his finger at them and kill them all. Senior. The man dressed in white floral robes gritted his teeth, then said respectfully, "We have nothing to do with this matter. The Star-Lord came here to take revenge on Chaos Immortal Alsor, who is now already dead. We were just defending ourselves and were the weaker side until the God Emperor revealed his true power in an attempt to wipe out the Fogstone lineage, but that was him, not us. We just stayed on the sidelines and didn't get involved at all." Right. We didn't get involved at all, nor were we strong enough to get involved. Please show mercy, Senior. The 4 remaining world-level experts and the elder gods all waited nervously. The raggedy old man waved his hand dismissively. Beat it. All of you, beat it. The survivors of the Black Lotus Empire were stunned for a moment, then revealed looks of joy. Thank you, Senior. First, they bowed respectfully. And then, swoosh. 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 All of them flew into the skies and departed. The Star-Lord didn't dare to stop them, he even withdrew the astral light that had been emanating from the planet of Fogstone. If the Daelord had granted them permission to leave, how could he possibly dare to stop them? After waving the survivors off, the raggedy old man turned to smile at the cultivators of the Fogstone Dominion who were standing closest to him. He's looking at us. He's staring at us. He's smiling. So what if he's smiling? He smiled when he wiped out God Emperor Black Lotus with a finger, didn't he? What are you talking about? The Daelord already said that he was on our side. We have no idea who he is. He might be an ancient member of Fogstone who left long ago but made a breakthrough to become a Daelord. Everyone present was secretly speculating, but they all knew that actually breaking through from the world level to become a Samsara Dowlord was incredibly difficult. The Fogstone lineage was an ancient one, but it had only produced a fairly small number of world-level experts. For it to give birth to a Samsara Dowlord was extremely unlikely, unless one of them had a stroke of absolutely tremendous luck. The raggedy old man walked towards them. The Star-Lord and the others all bowed respectfully while secretly feeling eager to find out exactly who this old man was. The raggedy old man glanced at them, then turned his gaze to Ning. The Fogstone lineage, eh? The raggedy old man nodded slowly, turning his gaze back to the Star-Lord. Fogstone deserves to be thanked for its efforts in taking care of this young brother of mine. Young brother? The Star-Lord and the others were all stunned. Ning was also stunned. Brother? The raggedy old man winked at Ning, then said mentally, "What is your name? Who gave you the talisman of welcome?" Ning immediately understood. Talisman of welcome? The vast heaven palace's talisman of welcome? This was a talisman which world god Northrest had prepared for his heir before he died. Every single formal member of Vast Heaven Palace was given a single opportunity to welcome and recruit a new member into their ranks. Anyone welcomed in such a manner would be allowed to enter Vast Heaven Palace with no need for any testing. Thus, the formal members of Vast Heaven Palace wouldn't casually bestow their talisman of welcome to others. They were generally extremely exacting in their standards, and some of them would never use the talisman a single time in their entire lives. My Taoist title is Dark North, while my personal name is Ning. This talisman of welcome was given to me by world god Northrest, Ning said mentally. Northrest? The raggedy old man blinked, then the look in his eye changed. Do you know how he died? Vast Heaven Palace had known of Northrest's passing in the moment of his death. It had investigated the cause of his death but had been unable to discover anything. Yes. Ning nodded. Let's chat about that in a bit. Also, there's no need for you to stay here on Fogstone any longer. Return to Vast Heaven Palace with me, the raggedy old man said. Vast Heaven Palace is much more powerful. Understood, Ning said. The lifeblood oath he had sworn to Fogstone had been a fairly loose one, as Ning was planning all along to spend the next chaos cycle searching for Vast Heaven Palace. In addition, since this raggedy old man was able to immediately recognize that Ning had a talisman of welcome, he was most likely a member of Vast Heaven Palace as well. In fact, it was entirely possible that he was one of their highest-ranking members. Only a fool would refuse to join such a powerful organization. World god Northrest himself had claimed that countless cultivators dreamed of having the chance to join Vast Heaven Palace. Who is Dark North to you, Senior? The Star-Lord and the others were all stunned. He's my friend and brother. The raggedy old man nodded. I'm going to take him back with me now. You won't stop me, right? Of course not. The Star-Lord hurriedly nodded. Dark North just joined us a short while ago. He was quite powerful when he joined us, and so the lifeblood oath he had to swear was a fairly lax one. He's absolutely permitted to leave. Immortal Abyssus and the others all looked towards Ning as well, a look of envy in their eyes. Good heavens! A Samsara Dowlord was addressing him as brother? Who wouldn't want to be in his place? They'd even be willing to be the Daolord's retainer, to say nothing of being his brother. However, Samsara Dowlords had extremely high standards. They wouldn't just casually accept anyone as their retainer. There is one thing. The Star-Lord gritted his teeth. I'd like to ask you to help me, Senior. Although he was afraid of angering this Dowlord, he still forced the words out. What is it? The raggedy old man smiled cheerily at him. Child Star. The nearby world god Blackmist sent a furious mental message, terrified that Star-Lord was going to anger this powerful old man. The Star-Lord lowered his head, then said respectfully, "My second uncle used an incomplete divine technique which is causing his entire body to transform into fogstone. We aren't able to stop or reverse the process. I hope that you can intervene to rescue my second uncle, Senior." "Oh?" The raggedy old man walked forward towards Black Mist. "This is your second uncle?" "Yes, he really is completely transforming into fogstone." Don't resist. Let me take a look." The raggedy old man extended a hand, pressing it against World God Blackmist's shoulders and carefully extending his senses. What the hell type of divine ability is this? How unique. It is actually causing even his true soul to transform into fogstone. If this continues, he's going to transform into a hunk of rock. As the raggedy old man extended his senses, he continued to mumble to himself. But this divine ability really is quite powerful. It actually allows for one's divine power to explode to such a level of might, quite impressive. Unfortunately, you are using an incomplete version of this divine ability, resulting in your true soul being petrified. There's no way to reverse it. Even if you were to suddenly gain the complete, correct version right now, you still wouldn't be able to stop it. The raggedy old man let out a sigh. His true soul is undergoing an irreversible transformation. When the process is completed, he'll lose all life and become a hunk of rock. Is there nothing you can do? The Star-Lord revealed a look of desperation. He won't be able to hold for much longer. Less than the time needed to boil a kettle of tea. The raggedy old man shook his head. Second uncle. The Star-Lord gripped World God Blackmist's hands, his eyes reddening. Don't be sad, child star. Quite a few of the elders and ancients of the Fogstone lineage have been forced to use the fourth stage, and all of them died in the grips of despair. World God Blackmist looked fondly at the Star-Lord, almost as if he was looking at his own son. I, however, will be dying happily. You are alive. I've lived for long enough. Eternity isn't for everyone. I understand. The Star-Lord nodded, but he was still filled with pain. Slowly, World God Blackmist's skin turned grayer and grayer. Earlier, there was at least a tinge of pinkish flesh to his coloration, but now his aura grew dimmer and dimmer. And yet, a smile remained on his face. Finally, his aura was completely extinguished. World God Blackmist had completely transformed into a statue. However, his gaze remained gentle and calm, as though he was forever looking at a beloved child. Second uncle. The Star-Lord shuddered, racked by agony. Brother Blackmist. Immortal Abyssus and the others all sighed and bowed slightly. Ning bowed respectfully as well. He felt great gratitude towards World God Blackmist, who had treated him better than anyone else on Fogstone. Blackmist had even taught him sword arts with care. Although Blackmist's sword arts weren't particularly formidable, he had truly been very diligent in guiding Ning, going so far as to allow Ning to inspect the sword arts he himself had come up with. Thud. 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 The Star-Lord fell to his knees, kowtowing heavily as his tears stained the ground before him. The statue didn't move. It just stood there, continuing to stare at him with gentle warmth. Let's go, let's go. I hate seeing stuff like this happen. Ugh. The raggedy old man shook his head and sighed. There's nothing I can do. His true soul was transformed into Fogstone. Let's go, Ning. Let's go. Right. Ning nodded. Everyone, Ning looked at the world-level experts and elder gods. Everyone nodded. Since the Star-Lord was still kneeling before the statue in grief, it wasn't appropriate for them to chat too much with Ning. Their gazes said everything that needed saying. Let's go. The raggedy elder stood shoulder to shoulder with Ning as they both soared into the skies and disappeared. As Ning flew away, he turned his head to look backwards, once. He saw the Star-Lord on his knees, as well as the gently smiling statue of world god Blackmist. Fogstone, Ning knew that he would never, ever be able to forget this place, his first home in the Badlands territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 1, Downlord Soulsky. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 1, Downlord Soulsky. Atop a large ship that was advancing through the emptiness of space. Sit. The raggedy old man sat down in the lotus position, a table in front of him. The table was covered with fruit and wine, and Ning sat down in front of the old man. Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself yet. The raggedy old man smiled. I'm one of the 3 palace lords of Vast Heaven Palace, Downlord Soulsky. 3 palace lords? Ning was surprised. The information which world god Northrest had left behind indicated that Vast Heaven Palace only had 2 palace lords. All members of Vast Heaven Palace address each other as brother. There's no difference in status amongst us, the raggedy old man explained. Anyone who can become a Samsara Downlord will be honored with the title of Palace Lord. A short while ago, Vast Heaven Palace gave birth to a new Samsara Downlord. Ning was secretly amazed. This was truly incredible. Their organization had a total of 3 Downlords. Vast Heaven Palace truly was a thriving, powerful place. Earlier, you said that it was Northrest who gave you the Talisman of Welcome. How exactly did Northrest die? A hint of a baleful aura began to gather around the raggedy old Downlord Soulsky. The members of Vast Heaven Palace showed extreme solidarity, especially since it was extremely hard to join Vast Heaven Palace in the first place. Every single member of the palace was extremely talented. World God Northrest was on the same level of power as God Emperor Black Lotus, and strictly speaking he was actually a bit more powerful. This was because World God Northrest had trained in the nameless sword art. When using it alongside Violet Jewel, he was somewhat stronger than even Black Lotus had been. He was slain by the 3 Wujio god beasts, Ning said. Them? A cold light flashed through Downlord Soulsky's eyes, then he closed them and began to spread out his senses. Downlord Soulsky looked just like an ordinary old beggar, but when he closed his eyes, a wave of invisible power swept out from him that caused even Ning to feel a sense of uncontrollable veneration towards the man. Prior to this, Downlord Soulsky had kept his aura completely suppressed, so as to ensure that Ning wouldn't feel any pressure from his presence at all. Now, however, Ning felt the pressure. A short while later, Downlord Soulsky opened his eyes and nodded. I've already sent word to Vast Heaven Palace. Both Battlemaster and I engaged in a bit of numerancy. Those 3 Wujio god beasts truly were the slayers of Northrest. Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh in amazement. Numerancy? Ning himself had some insights into the workings of fate, and was capable of seeing the destinies of ordinary mortals and weak cultivators. Thus, he knew exactly what Downlord Soulsky meant. To use the power of numerancy to calculate and identify the killer of Northrest was extremely difficult, because there were many different streams of variables which interfered with the workings of fate. However, once they knew that the killers were the 3 Wujio god beasts, things were different. They were able to use numerancy to calculate the actions of both Northrest and the 3 Wujio god beasts, making it millions of times easier to come to the correct conclusion. Still, few world-level experts would be capable of such a thing. Those 3 vile creatures truly were audacious. How dare they scheme against one of our brothers? Downlord Soulsky's eyes flashed with cold light. I really wonder where the hell they got their courage from. 6 of our brothers from Vast Heaven Palace have already set out after them. Soon, those 3 vile creatures will die. Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh for the 3 Wujio god beasts. To plot against a member of Vast Heaven Palace was no easy feat. The slightest misstep would spell certain doom. All those years ago, the 3 Wujio god beasts had successfully ambushed world god Northrest, acquiring the treasures they wanted and forcing him to flee while heavily injured. Despite their success, they risked their own lives as they furiously chased after him, diving deep into many dangerous areas. They did this precisely because they actually were filled with tremendous terror regarding the possibility of Vast Heaven Palace finding out what they had done. If that happened, given how powerful Vast Heaven Palace was, they would be easily wiped out. In the Vast Heaven territory, Vast Heaven Palace was the undisputed hegemon. All of its members were extremely formidable, and some of their most powerful members transcended even supreme world gods in might. They were even stronger than Northrest had been. Just one of those figures would be able to easily slay all three of them. Even ordinary members of Vast Heaven Palace would be more powerful than the three god beasts. If several ordinary members were sent out, they would have no chance at all of surviving. In the end, World God Northrest was forced to flee into such a lethal death trap that even his eternal weapon was half shattered. Only then was he able to throw the three Wujiao god beasts off his trail. Thankfully, the quintessence core of his eternal weapon was extremely powerful, allowing the remnants of his true soul to hide within it. Alas, in the end, he was unable to reverse or stop the process of his true soul breaking apart. Why is my lifeblood oath still active? Ning frowned slightly. He had sworn a lifeblood oath to go to Vast Heaven Palace and inform its welcomer of Northrest's death within a chaos cycle. He had now notified Downlord Soulsky, which meant that word had surely been spread to all the members of Vast Heaven Palace. In fact, several of the brothers had already struck out for revenge. By all rights, the welcomer should have been informed as well. Gah! Right. Ning immediately understood what was going on. The exact wording of his lifeblood oath had been, "I swear on my very life itself that within 1,000 years of becoming an elder god, I must leave the three realms. I must reach Vast Heaven Palace within a chaos cycle and inform a welcomer of Vast Heaven Palace that World God Northrest was slain by the three Wujiao god beasts." The wording of his lifeblood oath specified that he had to physically reach Vast Heaven Palace within a chaos cycle. This was part of his oath. It seems that the lifeblood oath will only dissipate after I actually reach Vast Heaven Palace, Ning mused to himself. I'm going there anyways. No rush. Gee Ning. Downlord Soulsky suddenly spoke out. Palace Lord, Ning said. Just call me Big Brother Soulsky, Downlord Soulsky said with a laugh. In Vast Heaven Palace, people on the same level simply refer to each other as brother. If someone is a level higher than you, you should just refer to them as Big Brother. Big Brother Soulsky. Ning nodded. Gee Ning, I spent quite a bit of time rushing all the way from the Vast Heaven territory to the Badlands territory because there are two places in the Badlands territory I must visit, Downlord Soulsky said. 2 places in the Badlands territory? Ning listened attentively. The first place is the Windsource Ruins, Downlord Soulsky said. I was headed over there, but halfway there I sensed your talisman of welcome. However, I could also sense fate whispering to me that you weren't in too much danger, so I took my time and wasn't in a rush to go find you. Alas, if I had known what was happening, I would have traveled to you at maximum speed. Perhaps I might have been able to save that world god Blackmist fellow. Ning couldn't help but sigh as well. He couldn't really blame Downlord Soulsky. Downlord Soulsky had only really been focused on Ning's survival. After all, when he sensed that his brother Ning wasn't in too much danger, he naturally didn't feel the need to rush over. This ship is heading straight for the Windsource Ruins. Downlord Soulsky looked at Ning. The Windsource Ruins were established by Downlord Windsource. Downlord Windsource was an absolutely incredible figure. He was every bit my equal and he very nearly succeeded in his downmerge. The protective spells and formations he left behind to guard his estate are quite troublesome. I really don't want to risk them, but I have to. Ning could tell that apparently Downlord Soulsky was just as strong as Downlord Windsource had been. Before he died, he laid out all of his insights into the 100 streams of the Windsource, Downlord Soulsky said. Once that formation is activated, it'll cause the entire Windsource chaos world to completely blow apart. It will be as strong as a full-strength desperation blow from Tao Lord Windsource. Fortunately, I don't need to actually break his formation on this trip. All I need to do is enter the core region and acquire a certain treasure, Tao Lord Soulsky said. Despite that, it'll still be dangerous. If you are going with me, I recommend you either stay in my estate world or wait for me outside the Windsource ruins. Ning said hurriedly, Big Brother Soulsky, is there a relatively safe location inside the ruins that you can take me to? He had dared to adventure through the ruins by himself. Now that he had a Tao Lord by his side, what did he have to fear? I knew it. Tao Lord Soulsky rather admired Ning's adventurous spirit. That place is divided into an outer region, an inner region, and a core region. I'm headed to the core region. If you come with me, I'll find a relatively safe place inside the core region for you and set up a perimeter for you. No matter what, you are not permitted to leave that area. Understood. Ning nodded. No kidding. The core region was the most terrifying place in the entire Windsource ruins. If he ran about randomly within it, he would essentially be treating his own life as a joke. Good. Tao Lord Soulsky nodded. Just 2 hours later, Tao Lord Soulsky and Ning arrived at the Windsource Chaos World. Ning couldn't help but sigh. Samsara Tao Lords traveled much more quickly than Ning himself could, and this was supposedly a slow, leisurely pace for Tao Lord Soulsky. He would probably move much faster when time really mattered. The Windsource ruins are right over there. I actually went there before, once. Ning pointed at a wide region covered by fogs. The ruins, Tao Lord Soulsky stood there in the sky, staring downwards at the vast Windsource ruins. A rather complicated look was on his face. He sighed, he made it to the very last step. All he needed to do was complete his final step and merge his 100 streams into the Tao, but in the end, he failed. Knowing that he was about to die and his Tao was about to vanish, he decided to leave these ruins behind to let people in the future know that a person named Windsource once existed. Big brother? Ning looked towards Tao Lord Soulsky. Ah ha ha. My Tao merge is coming. Recently, I've developed a habit of thinking about all sorts of random things. Tao Lord Soulsky shook his head and laughed. I'm much luckier than Windsource was, and my Tao is stronger than his was as well. Ah ha ha. Come, come. Follow me inside. Whoosh. Tao Lord Soulsky immediately led Ning to charge downwards into the clouds below. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 2, Sword Key Island. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 2, Sword Key Island. Within the Windsource ruins. Tao Lord Soulsky and Ji Ning stood in the air, the area around them filled with streams of gray energy. Tao Lord Soulsky stared at the streams of gray energy swirling in the skies. Every single stream of energy came out of great crevices within the earth, intermingled with the other streams of gray energy in the air, then plunged back down into a different crevice. Interesting. Tao Lord Windsource was quite a legend, and it seems he had the power to match his reputation. Tao Lord Soulsky stared at the many crisscrossing streams of gray energy in the skies. A pity that my path is completely different from his. Otherwise, I'd burrow into the ground and spend some time getting a clear look of the 100 streams of the Windsource. Ning just stood next to him, not understanding any of this. It had been one of those streams of gray energy that had pulled him into one of the deep abysses. Big brother. Ning pointed towards a pool of water below them, then said, When I last entered the Windsource ruins, I accidentally encountered a little house by that lake. The house held a deceased world god and a tower-shaped eternal treasure he had. An eternal treasure? Tao Lord Soulsky glanced downwards, 2 streams of golden light shooting out of his eyes. No, nothing there. There's no house. Tao Lord Soulsky shook his head. The 100 streams of the Windsource are constantly changing. The house you encountered last time could well be 10 million kilometers away by now. Downlord Solsky wouldn't mind taking away an eternal weapon if there was no effort involved, but alas it wasn't there. Let's go. Downlord Solsky shook his head. When Downlord Windowsource died, many of his world gods died with him, but only 4 or 5 of them held eternal weapons. All of them are scattered throughout the ruins, and I'm not able to break apart the formation protecting this place. All I can do is try my luck, but I could spend thousands of years without finding one of the eternal weapons. Ning agreed with this analysis. Downlord Solsky himself had said earlier that when the 100 streams of the Windsource formation unleashed its full might, it would be tremendously powerful. Quite a few Downlords, such as Downlord Waterwind or Downlord Badlands, had visited this place before, but all of them acted with great caution. None of them tried to actually breach the formation. This was a formation which Downlord Windsource had poured all of his heart, soul, power, and Tao into as he lay on the verge of death. When the formation was activated, it would possess as much power as Downlord Windsource himself did when engaging in a last-ditch final attack. I wouldn't be afraid of fighting Downlord Windsource himself, but Downlord Solsky laughed. Because he was dying, he poured everything he had into this formation. I don't want to take on an explosive, full strength from the thing. Let's go to the core regions. Downlord Solsky led Ning as they continued to fly forwards. He didn't try to breach the formation or bypass it. Instead he followed its natural flows, resulting in them slowly moving closer and closer towards the core regions. Whoosh! Before them were countless gusts of gray wind. The further they advanced, the more powerful the wind was and the more gusts of them appeared. Ning stood by Downlord Solsky's side, but he still couldn't help but feel nervous. He could sense that if he was by himself here, he would be completely ground apart into tiny pieces. These are all some of Windsource's killer techniques, but those powerful enough can easily go through them without harm. In fact, they'll actually form a giant corridor. Downlord Solsky laughed as he led them through the gray wind. Before them were a series of islands. We are now in a core region, Downlord Solsky said. It is so beautiful here. Ning saw a large lake that was thousands of kilometers long. In the center of the lake was a single large island surrounded by more than 10 smaller islands. Don't be fooled by appearances. This place is extremely dangerous. 2 streams of golden light shot out from Downlord Solsky's eyes as he surveyed the region. The island in the center is the place where Downlord Windsource used to live. The surrounding islands should be places where his disciples and servants lived. Oh! Ning swept the area with his gaze. Every single island emanated ripples of energy. Some emanated ripples of electric. Some emanated ripples of frost. Some emanated ripples of a bloody aura. One island had an aura of sword ki at its center that soared into the heavens. As for the central island where Downlord Windsource had lived, that island emanated multiple rings of ripples. It was as though this island was generating an omnidirectional wind that gently rippled out in waves. In fact, when the wind reached them, Downlord Solsky didn't move to block it, allowing it to gently blow across them. The feeling was quite comfortable. However, for some reason, whenever Ning looked at the central island, his heart was filled with a sense of fear. That old bastard. Downlord Solsky stared intently at the central island, his eyes glowing with golden light as he mumbled to himself. He died, but he wanted to make sure that it wouldn't be easy for others to acquire his treasures without paying a price. I won't be able to take you inside, and I won't be able to protect you once I go inside. Downlord Solsky glanced at Ning. There are quite a few islands around the big one. Just pick one. Ning felt a surge of joy. He actually didn't want to go to the central island. It was too dangerous. If he went inside, he would probably die without even realizing what was happening. All right. Ning glanced at the small islands before turning to focus on the one which was emanating a towering aura of sword energy. That one, I suppose. Ning knew that all of the world-level experts here had died, which meant that the treasures they had left behind were all ownerless. Ownerless treasures would naturally emanate ripples of tremendous power, and a treasure which emanated such towering ripples of sword energy was bound to be an extraordinary one. That one? Dowlord Soulsky turned his golden gaze towards that island. That island had an immortal estate built atop it, and it was from this place that the sword key was emanating. Ning, you should have the eternal weapon which Northrest owned, right? Dowlord Soulsky looked at Ning. Yes. Ning nodded. When I saw you defend against those black lotuses, I could sense that you were quite strong. That's why I suspected that you were probably using his violet jewel. Dowlord Soulsky nodded. Since you have violet jewel, although that island is filled with danger, you should be able to handle it. Filled with danger? Ning was secretly surprised. Go. That island holds 3 deceased world-level experts. Dowlord Soulsky laughed. The treasures they left behind aren't bad. They are a good fit for you. 3? Ning nodded. Remember. No matter what, don't move as much as a single step off of that island. Dowlord Soulsky said solemnly, if you touch or activate part of the formations here, you'll instantly be reduced to dust. I won't have any chance to save you. I understand. Ning nodded. Then go. Dowlord Soulsky waved his hand, causing a stream of watery light to immediately surrounding Ning and send him flying towards the small island at high speed. Whoosh! Ning landed atop a grassy patch of land. He hurriedly raised his head to stare at the skies, where he saw Dowlord Soulsky smile and nod towards him. Just wait here for me on this island. Dowlord Soulsky then immediately transformed into a formless stream of water that flew straight towards the large central island. The ripples of gentle wind surrounding transformed into ripples of incredibly sharp golden wind that could cut through anything. However, that stream of water was durable and formless. Even after being chopped apart, it seeped through the wind and reformed, easily bypassing the barrier and entering the central island. When Ning saw Dowlord Soulsky transform into a stream of water and sensed the terrifying power of the golden wind emanating from the central island, he was once more reminded of the huge gap in power that existed between him and them. They were on completely different levels. I'm still very weak. Ning turned his head to look at the island he was on. The island he was on was a few dozen kilometers in size. The island was filled with beautiful flowers and lovely trees, as well as a few small hills. The Immortal estate was located at the very center and was quite dazzling to behold. Is that where the 3 world-level experts are? Big Brother Soulsky told me that although this place is filled with danger, I can handle it. Ning stretched out his hand, causing violet jewel to appear within it. The azure flower mist energy began to fill his body as well, further strengthening it. Ning carefully walked forward, arriving before the Immortal estate within a few seconds. The doors to the palace were open. It was completely silent. As Ning cautiously advanced through the estate, he could sense how deathly still the entire place was. At the same time, the hallways were all extremely clean and tidy. Nobody here at all? As Ning walked forward, he saw that the entire place was completely empty. There weren't even any corpses to be seen. Ning tested out using his core sense and heart force to scan the place, but the entire region hummed with a gentle wind that blocked out everything. Dowlord Soulsky was able to scan the place, but clearly Ning was far too weak to do so. Just as Ning was wondering why there was nobody to be seen here, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ning saw a small mountain off in the distance located just outside the walls of the palace. Midway up the mountain, there was a little pavilion, and there was a golden-robed figure seated in the lotus position within the pavilion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 3, Stone Titan. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 3, Stone Titan. I never would have thought that the first world-level expert would actually be located outside of the estate. Ning hopped over the wall, then walked up the mountain. The golden-robed figure seated within the distant pavilion looked as though he was alive. He had a long beard, a peaceful face, and emanated faint ripples of a Chaos Immortal's energy. However, no signs of actual life could be seen. The sword energy emanating from this island doesn't come from him. Ning turned to glance backwards at the Immortal estate. The sword energy was emanating from deep within the Immortal estate itself. Ning had spent some time wandering it, but had been careful to stay in the outer regions of the estate. He hadn't gone deeper inside of it yet. If even someone like Lord Solsky described this place as being filled with danger, how could Ning possibly dare to take it lightly? Senior. Ning walked to the pavilion, then clasped his hands as he stood outside of it. I'll take the treasures you left behind, but I'll also give you a proper burial to ensure that you won't be disturbed again. Just as his words finished. Rumble. An aura of power suddenly burst forth. Ning's face changed. He hurriedly retreated at high speed, then turned to stare at the place where the aura was coming from. There were many boulders on this mountain, and an enormous boulder was located right next to the pavilion. Ning hadn't paid it too much attention, but this boulder was now emanating an aura of power that vastly outstripped Ning himself. In fact, Ning had the feeling that it was even more powerful than most world-level experts. Whoosh! The boulder melted into liquid, then reformed anew, transforming to an enormous stone titan. The stone titan had dark yellow eyes and his entire body was formed from stone, and he was staring straight at Ning. A golem? Ning carefully reached out with his senses. Although this stone titan had an aura of tremendous power, it didn't have an aura of life, all it had was an aura of energy. It was a construct or a magic treasure of some sort. An elder god? The stone titan's voice rumbled. Puny elder god. It is good that you chose to show respect to your seniors. If you dared to desecrate my master's corpse, I would have smashed you into 1,000 pieces already. Ning immediately understood. This stone titan had to be some sort of construct which the deceased Chaos Immortal had created long ago. The Chaos Immortal hadn't chosen to destroy the golem, instead, he had allowed the golem to stay by his corpse's side and guard him for all these years. So this senior was your master? Ning said with curiosity, I imagine you must have been trapped on this island for a long, long time. Don't you want to leave? What do you care? The stone titan looked at Ning. You wish to bamboozle me into accepting you as my new master? Ning smiled, but in his heart he felt rather embarrassed. This golem wasn't created through a grafted soul and instead had an artificial golem spirit, but it was quite intelligent. Generally speaking, intelligent beings who were by themselves for a long period of time would want to leave a place like this. For example, the treasure spirit of the Eternal-level tower which Ning had encountered in the house by the lake wished to leave the ruins. Ning could tell that this powerful golem, which had an aura that was mightier than that of most world-level experts, was extremely tough to deal with. Wouldn't it be nice if Ning could convince the golem to join him and accept him as its new master? But alas, Ning was mistaken. This golem was fashioned from a type of marvelous ore, and the golem spirit that had emerged from it had a stony personality as well. The golem enjoyed peace and quiet and was perfectly happy with staying in one place without moving for countless years on end. He had taken the shape of a giant boulder and guarded its master's corpse for countless years without fail. If Ning hadn't come, he would have continued to remain in that form. Yes, I wish you to accept me as your master. Ning nodded and smiled. You should be a world-level golem. To leave you here is a complete waste of your power. You were quite respectful to my master, so I'll give you a chance. The stone titan nodded. Since you are just a puny little elder god, I won't make it too hard for you. If you can withstand 3 of my palm strikes, I'll accept you as my new master. The stone titan still remembered the final words of his master. His master had known that death was nigh. Before dying, he had said, "After I die, if there are any outsiders who come and act with great respect and propriety, you may follow him after testing him and verifying that he is strong. But if any would act to defile my corpse, slay them. If you cannot slay them, dive into the lake. If they dare to follow you into the lake, they shall surely perish." There were some cultivators who would ransack and defile the corpses of deceased seniors. Any of those who came here would be in trouble. Understood. Ning nodded. These 3 palms of mine won't be too powerful, but there aren't many elder gods who can withstand them. Weak elder gods aren't qualified to be my master. Be careful. The Stone Titan looked at Ning. Ning was an elder god, which was why the Stone Titan was only going to strike 3 times. If Ning was a world-level expert, the golem would be fighting with full power. Come. Ning nodded. Whoosh. The Stone Titan suddenly struck out with his enormous, pillar-like arms. His arms stretched out to become many dozens of meters long as his giant palms came crashing down towards Ning. Fast. Ning was secretly startled. He unleashed his flexible sword, causing it to transform into a black hole that immediately entangled the stone palm. Boom! Ning took 1 step backwards. Actually, Ning was doing this on purpose. With the azure flower mist energy strengthening him, his body was as tough as any world god's body. He easily could have stood there without needing to take a step back at all. However, Ning was afraid that this might rouse the golem's fighting spirit, resulting in the next 2 palms becoming much more powerful. Taming this golem was what really mattered right now. After he became the golem's master, there would be plenty of time for the 2 of them to spar. A world-level golem was far more valuable than most Dao weapons. If any danger appeared, Ning could allow the golem to stand in front and protect him. So you have a bit of power. The Stone Titan let out a growl. Try out my second palm. Whoosh. Dot. The stone palm easily broke past the speed of light as it instantly appeared before Ning. It was clearly much faster than the previous blow, and as the giant stone palm appeared, Ning felt as though the entire world was growing dark. Boom! Yet another massive explosion rang out from the collision. This time, Ning took 3 steps backwards. The Stone Titan frowned at this, and a frown appearing on a giant stone face was actually quite an amusing sight. The Stone Titan had thought that this palm of his would smash the Elder God and send him flying all the way back to the walls of the Immortal Palace, but instead, the Elder God had only taken 3 steps back. Clearly, the man was holding back some of his true power. Final palm. The Stone Titan let out a growl, sending his palm down towards Ning in an even more brutal strike. This palm strike was so fierce that space itself was being crushed in on itself and came slamming towards Ning as well. Let's do this. This time, Ning used his eternal weapon Violet Jewel. He unleashed his most powerful strike. Boom! It was time for the Heavenbreaker stance. Ning lifted Violet Jewel up high, transforming it to become 300 meters long, then chopped down furiously towards the Stone Titan. It was already the 3rd palm, and so Ning felt that it was time to show the Stone Titan his real power. He wanted to show the Stone Titan that he was not a puny elder god. The Stone Titan was caught off guard. The power of the blow which Ning had just unleashed caused him to feel shocked. His palm had been crashing downwards towards Ning, but now he hurriedly angled it upwards to block Ning's attack instead. Boom! A head-on, frontal collision. The swordlight smashed directly downwards against the giant stone palm, causing the Stone Titan to sink downwards into the ground. Even the mountain itself trembled slightly. However, this island had been constructed by Dao Lord Windsource. World-level experts would often spar in these islands but were unable to truly damage it in the slightest. As for Ning, he was driven quite a few steps backwards by the shockwave generated through this exchange of blows. What tremendous power! I caught him off guard and he only used 1 hand to block, but he was still able to knock me backwards. In raw strength alone, he vastly surpasses me, Ning mused to himself. I've received all 3 of your palm strikes, Ning said. The Stone Titan stared at Ning. Puzzled, he asked, You are an elder god, right? Can't you tell from the aura? Ning grinned. But your power, I feel as though you are comparable to some of the world gods I've met in the past. The Stone Titan stared at Ning, feeling quite curious. There are legends of some elder gods who can defeat world gods. I think you should be able to defeat some of the weakest world gods, but don't get smug. I treated you as an elder god and so I didn't strike with full force. Otherwise, I would have smacked you flying with a single hit. I was afraid if I hit you too hard, I'd send you flying off the island and get you killed by the formations. Ning laughed. He had noticed earlier that the attacks of the Stone Titan had all come from the same direction. From this direction, even if Ning had been sent flying, he would have merely smashed against the Immortal Palace. But of course, if he was hit too hard, it was still possible that he would have bounced off the Immortal Palace and been knocked off the island regardless. Do you remember what you promised just now? Ning said. My previous master was a master of formations. The Stone Titan glanced at the golden-robed figure within the pavilion. I didn't expect that my new master would be an elder god with the power of a world god. He opened his mouth, causing a fist-sized globe that was covered with countless divine runes to fly towards Ning, coming to a halt before him. Ning immediately recognized it. This was the life core of a golem which contained its formation diagram. This was the core of the entire golem. Upon binding it, he would become capable of controlling it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 4, 12 Disciples. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 4, 12 Disciples. Ning's elder god energy flew out, surrounding the life core and quickly binding it. After binding it, Ning could sense the intimate connection that now existed between him and the golem. The golem was now completely under his control. A world-level golem. This is far rarer than a Dao weapon. Ning was in an excellent mood. Master. The Stone Titan now had a much friendlier look in his eyes as he looked at Ning. Right. What's your name? Ning asked. My previous master just called me Rocky, the Stone Titan said honestly. Ning blinked. A world-level golem was actually named Rocky? Alright, I'll keep calling you Rocky as well. Ning nodded, then turned towards the golden-robed corpse. Ning waved his hand, causing the golden-robed corpse and the Stone Titan to disappear. Within Ning's estate world. This was a place filled with endless mountain ranges. Ning had sent one of his divine power incarnations to accompany the Stone Titan in traveling through this place. When I encounter certain deceased immortals and fiend gods in my travels, I'll generally bury them here. Ning pointed at a distant mountain which held a graveyard filled with many tombstones, each tombstone quite large. Open up. Ning pointed at a verdant mountain in front of them. Rumble, the mountain began to split apart. Moments later, the golden-robed corpse flew into the mountain crevice. The mountain then reformed, a new tombstone appearing at its very peak. What was your previous master's name? Ning asked. Chaos Immortal Origination, the Stone Titan rumbled. Ning nodded. A total of 7 words immediately appeared on the surface of the tombstone, the burial site of Chaos Immortal Origination. The Stone Titan stared at the lush mountain for a moment, then rumbled softly, Let us leave, Master. The pavilion on the mountain in the outside world. Immortal Origination didn't have any Dao armor? Ning began to bind Immortal Origination's treasures and carefully sift through them. Immortal Origination placed all of his time and energy into his golems. He never engaged in close combat against foes, the Stone Titan said. His most important treasures were the 9 Hearts Heaven Loop formation and a domain-type artifact known as the Rainbow Cloud World. Both can be considered top-grade Dao weapons. After finishing his inspections, Ning was quite excited by what he had just found. He now possessed an enormous number of chaos jewels. Immortal Origination had stored up roughly 50 cubes worth of chaos jewels. The Nine Hearts Heaven Loop formation was his most powerful formation. Once he used it, no enemy would dare to move close to him. Once they entered the sphere of the formation, it would be almost impossible for them to break free from it. It was completely up to him whether or not he wished to keep fighting or to flee, the Stone Titan said. However, the formation is an incredibly complicated one. Only someone with incredible talent in the art of formations is capable of using it. Ning waved his hand, causing the 9 loops to appear before him. Every single loop was filled with countless divine runes that were much more complicated than even the formation diagram located in the Stone Titan's core. The Stone Titan had been personally created by Immortal Origination. This 9 Hearts Heaven Loop formation, however, was a Tao weapon that had been fashioned by a Samsara Tao Lord. It was naturally much more profound. It is too complicated. I can't use it. Ning shook his head, then waved his hand again, causing a pearl to appear within it. This pearl was brimming with a strange mist that swirled around it. Ning smiled. This is better for me. Domain-type Tao weapons are quite rare. Although Immortal Origination didn't have many treasures, the ones he did have were all exquisite. The 9 Hearts Heaven Loop formation was a set of 9 loops that were worth more than 100 cubes of Chaos Nectar. The Stone Titan Rocky was also worth more than 100 cubes. The Rainbow Cloud World was a domain-type treasure that was incredibly rare and worth more than 50 cubes. And then there was the enormous amount of Chaos Jewels. Immortal Origination really had a lot of Chaos Jewels. Ning let out a sigh. He focused on the art of formations and the art of constructs. He naturally had to prepare many Chaos Jewels to keep them powered, the Stone Titan said. Help protect me for a time. I need to spend a bit of time in cultivation, Ning said. Yes, Master. The Stone Titan nodded. Whoosh! The Heaven Gazer Tower of Radiance appeared next to him. Ning stepped into the tower. Within the tower, Ning sat down in the lotus position. He waved his hand, causing thousands of chaos jewels to appear, all of them brimming with power. I can't let all these chaos jewels go to waste. My protective divine ability isn't really cutting it any longer. If I just slowly train it on its own, even if I use the Heaven Gazer Tower, it'll take me tens of thousands of years to master it, Ning mused to himself. Since I've gained such a great fortune, I might as well be a bit extravagant and break through my current bottleneck. Ning had already mastered the upper portion of the Golden Idol when he was in the 3 realms, resulting in a divine body that was comparable to a top-grade proto-cosmic treasure. Ning had been working on the middle portion of the Golden Idol ever since he had become an elder god. This divine ability was actually a very simple one. All it needed was energy. Divine power, immortal energy, chaos energy, spirit pills, it accepted all types of energy. Ning had started with complete mastery over the 8-9 arcane art, and so was able to use its energy to easily master the upper portion. The middle portion, however, was much more complicated, but it allowed for the cultivator to make his body comparable to a top-grade chaos treasure. The amount of energy it required was correspondingly great as well. If Ning continued to simply train slowly, he would need roughly 1,000,000 years before he was able to master this technique. Even when using the Heaven Gazer Tower to save time, he would still need tens of thousands of years. Ning had indeed been preparing to spend that time slowly cultivating, because if he wanted to rely on the energy of Chaos Jewels or Chaos Nectar, he would need to spend dozens of cubes worth of energy. This price was far too high. Even most world gods would rather spend 20 or 30,000 years cultivating rather than pay such an enormous price. Chaos Jewels and Chaos Nectar were used like currency in the endless territories. Chaos Nectar's advantage lay in its quality. It was incredibly marvelous and could be used in many ways. Many divine abilities, secret arts, pill-making techniques, and protective spells needed it. Chaos Jewels' advantage lay in energy quantity. They were jewels that were naturally formed through a crystallization of chaos energy, which meant that every single chaos jewel held an enormous amount of chaos energy within it. Powerful formations and powerful golems all required chaos jewels to be used as their energy sources. Chaos jewels had many uses as well. I need to break through this bottleneck as quickly as I can. If I do so, I'll stand a better chance of surviving any future dangers. Although Big Brother Soulsky said that I should be able to handle the dangers here, nothing is absolute. Best to be safe. Ning waved his hand, causing a chaos jewel to fly into his palm. Ning then sat there in the lotus position, drawing out an enormous amount of chaos energy into his body from the chaos jewel. His divine body began to transform, and Ning's skin began to emanate a faint golden light. 2 days later, after having used up 19 chaos jewels, Ning opened his eyes. My body has broken through to the chaos treasure level. I'll pause here for now. When I go to the outside world and have some more free time, I'll finish the process. Ning had spent hundreds of years slowly drawing in energy, resulting in him reaching a bottleneck. Within the Heaven Gazer Tower, he was able to cause time to flow 50 times faster than in the outside world, resulting in his body eventually breaking through to the chaos level. Although this used up quite a bit of energy, Ning wasn't worried about the cost in chaos jewels. Whoosh! Ning appeared within the pavilion once more. Master! The Stone Titan looked at Ning. Rocky, there should have been 2 other world-level experts on this island, right? Ning asked. Yes. The Stone Titan pointed at the other distant islands. There are 12 islands surrounding Dowlord Windsource residence. These islands housed his 12 disciples as well as some servants. 12 disciples? Ning was startled. What of this island? The 3 world-level experts who resided on this island were World God Cavecry, Chaos Immortal Bloodpool, and Chaos Immortal Origination. World God Cavecry was the Daelord's disciple, while Immortal Origination and Immortal Bloodpool were responsible for serving World God Cavecry, the Stone Titan said. World God Cavecry was far more powerful than Immortal Origination and Immortal Bloodpool. Ning's curiosity had been aroused. World God Cavecry was Dowlord Windsource's disciple. Was he ordered to accompany his master into death as well? The disciples who were summoned here were all the ones he didn't really like. The Dowlord was a strange man with a strange personality. If he didn't acknowledge and respect you, you would die with him, the Stone Titan said. However, Dowlord Windsource still bestowed a painting upon World God Cavecry. I still remember what the Dowlord said to him when giving him the painting. If you can comprehend and master this painting, you'll be given your freedom and allowed to leave. Alas, World God Cavecry didn't manage to master it before his death. Oh. Ning nodded. Actually, Dowlord Windsource gave all 12 of these disciples a chance to live. The problem was that he gave them extremely harsh tests that were far too difficult for them. I don't think any of the 12 managed to live, the Stone Titan said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 5, The Underground Hallway. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 5, The Underground Hallway. The Stone Titan said hurriedly, these 12 disciples were not favored by the Dowlord and weren't acknowledged by him. However, although the Dowlord had a rather strange temperament, he would still work hard to cultivate and rear powerful subordinates. Thus, the stronger ones were all expelled and driven away once the Dowlord returned to his home. The ones who were required to follow him to this place were the ones who didn't have much potential. Didn't have much potential? Ning immediately asked, did World God Cavecry have an eternal weapon? He did not. The Stone Titan shook his head. Ning felt a bit of disappointment. When he had heard that the lord of this island was World God Cavecry, who had 2 Chaos Immortals serving him, he had thought that Cavecry had to be a truly incredible figure. Who would have thought that he didn't have so much as a single eternal weapon? Eternal weapons are extremely valuable. Not even Dowlords can just toss them around casually, and the Dowlord preferred for his disciples to adventure for their treasures rather than just wait for him to hand them out, the Stone Titan said. Based on what I know, only 9 of the Daelord's disciples had eternal weapons. Most of them acquired them on their own. The Dowlord doted dearly on his first disciple and his second disciple, and he only bestowed eternal weapons upon the 2 of them, but none of the 12 disciples who accompanied him in death had eternal weapons. However, quite a few of his hundreds of slaves had eternal weapons. They had acquired those weapons by chance as they had accompanied the Dowlord in his adventures, the Stone Titan said. Ning nodded slowly. Don't feel disappointed, Master. The Stone Titan said hurriedly, as I recall, before World God Cavecry died he would often spend his time staring at that painting. My master said that painting is equal to an eternal weapon in value. Painting? Ning suddenly remembered that Dowlord Windsource had bestowed a painting upon World God Cavecry, promising to release him if Cavecry was able to comprehend it. Alas, World God Cavecry was unable to do so. Are you familiar with the palace? Ning pointed at the Immortal estate before them. Of course. Follow me, Master, the Stone Titan said. The Stone Titan shrank down to a size of 3 meters, then walked down the mountain alongside Ning and entered the palace. Master, you must be careful. World God Cavecry was a cruel, narrow-minded, vicious man who was exceedingly selfish, the Stone Titan warned. Even though he knew he was going to die, he still didn't wish for others to be able to acquire his treasures. His extreme selfishness was the true reason why Dowlord Windsource disliked him. Early on, he improved incredibly fast as a cultivator, and so the Dowlord held high hopes for him. However, later on he stopped improving. Given how selfish he was, the Dowlord ended up choosing him to be one of the 12 to accompany him in death. Ning nodded as he gripped Violet Jewel carefully in his hand. He spent most of his time within the underground study, focusing on the painting, the Stone Titan said. Dowlord Windsource's death came suddenly. As a result, World God Cavecry died in that underground study, and his corpse remains there. When Dowlord Windsource died, his 12 disciples and many servants all died as well. The servants and disciples all knew that his death was impending, but none of them knew exactly when it would occur. There was of course no way that Dowlord Windsource himself could send them a mental message warning them that he was about to die. Rumble. The Stone Titan led the way, pushing aside a stone wall in a practiced manner and revealing a stairway leading downwards. The Stone Titan walked in front while Ning walked behind him. The 2 advanced down the stairway. It was fortunate for Ning that the Stone Titan was very familiar with the Immortal estate. Otherwise, given how he couldn't even scan the place with core sense or heart force, it would have been extremely difficult for Ning to locate the door behind that wall. Careful, Master. We are now very close to that private study. There might be danger, the Stone Titan said as they advanced through the dark hallway. Right. Ning remained on high alert. The underground hallway was extremely dark, with just the divine runes etched into the sides of the corridor providing a dim amount of flickering light. The Stone Titan and Ning continued their advance. Come here, Master. When they reached a turn, the Stone Titan suddenly sent a mental message to Ning. At a time like this, the Stone Titan was quite cautious as well. Ning silently moved to stand next to the Stone Titan and peered down the hallway. A figure in blood-colored robes was seated on the ground, slumped against the walls. That was Immortal Bloodpool. The Stone Titan sent mentally to Ning. Immortal Bloodpool was probably walking through this hallway when his true soul was suddenly extinguished, which is why he is half-sitting, half-slumping. Right. Ning felt a bit of eagerness. Immortal Origination had quite a few treasures on him. What did Immortal Bloodpool have? Let me take a look first, Master. The stone giant stepped forwards. As a golem, his task was to charge forward and absorb the blows as the vanguard. His body was comparable to a Dao weapon in strength. He would be able to withstand even a blow from most Samsara Dao lords. His ability to stay alive was far greater than that of almost any world-level expert. Only when the Stone Titan was unable to discover any danger around Immortal Bloodpool's corpse did Ning step forward as well. Immortal Bloodpool was quite handsome, but his robes and his hair were all blood-colored, giving him a rather evil aura. Whoosh! Ning waved his hand, causing Immortal Bloodpool's body to be drawn into his estate. After inspecting the man's possessions, Ning found a few pleasant surprises. Although Immortal Bloodpool had slightly fewer treasures than Immortal Origination did, the difference wasn't that great, and one treasure was particularly useful to Ning. A suit of Dao armor. Ning waved his hand, causing a glittery suit of silver scale armor to appear in his hands. This was most likely a high-grade Dao armor of tremendous worth. The Fogstone Dominion only gave the generals of the Fogstone army suits of top-grade chaos armor, while the Black Lotus Emperor didn't even give the Mind Lord or his other generals such precious equipment. Armor was incredibly rare and expensive. Even a mere high-grade Dao armor was worth more than 100 cubes of chaos nectar. Blood Cloud Seat, 5 elements blood flame needles. Ning nodded. Immortal Bloodpool had a total of 3 sets of Dao treasures. The armor was worth over 100 cubes of chaos nectar. However, there was no way Ning would be willing to sell it. He focused on close combat and was in dire need of such a strong suit of armor. The Blood Cloud Seat was an extremely bloodthirsty type of Dao weapon that was worth more than 50 cubes of chaos nectar. The 5 elements blood flame needles were a set of 5 needles that were also worth more than 50 cubes of chaos nectar. Whoosh! Ning quickly bound the suit of armor to himself and put it on. He now had a suit of Dao armor protecting his body, and his body was itself comparable to a chaos treasure. Ning could now withstand even a full-force blow from an elite world god. But of course, although Ning could withstand such a blow, he would still be easily captured and then killed in other ways. Naturally, Ning wouldn't be so foolish as to actually get into a real fight against an elite world god. It seems as though after we leave this place, I'll have to find an opportunity to sell off these treasures, Ning mused to himself. Ning had no use to the treasures which Immortal Origination and Immortal Bloodpool had loved the most. Keep going forwards, Rocky, Ning instructed. Yes, Master. The Stone Titan advanced fearlessly. A short while later, he came to a halt. He then stretched out with his massive hands and pushed at a section of the wall. That section of the wall looked plain and ordinary, but when he pushed at the section it immediately swung open. World God Cavecry is inside there, the Stone Titan sent mentally. Right. Ning immediately walked to the entranceway and stared into the study. The private study was quite large. It was completely silent here. A black-robed figure was seated in the lotus position, an enormous banner placed behind him. The ripples of divine power emanating from the black-robed man's corpse were indeed that of a deceased world god. He was facing a wall which was covered by a painting, and the painting was the most eye-catching thing in the entire study. The entire scroll emanated a towering aura of sword energy. The sword energy filled the entire study. In fact, it was so powerful that it went through the entire Immortal Palace and soared high into the heavens. Ning and Dao Lord Soul Sky had both been immediately able to discover the sword energy soaring out of this particular island. So the sword key came from this painting. Ning stared at the painting. Because the banner behind World God Cavecry partially blocked his vision, he was only able to see that it appeared to be a painting of mountains and rivers. Should I enter, Master? The Stone Titan knew that he shouldn't act rashly at a time like this. Yes, but be careful, Ning instructed. The Stone Titan carefully crept into the study, walking towards the seated black-robed corpse. When he was roughly 30 meters away from the black-robed corpse, circles of divine runes suddenly began to manifest around corpse. The divine runes glowed with dazzling, beautiful light, forming an enormous hemisphere of light that surrounded and protected the corpse. Even the faintly glowing runes located on the walls of the corridor began to grow dramatically brighter. Boom! A terrifying power suddenly burst forth. Ning was only able to use his sword to block from one direction, while the omnidirectional burst of power struck at his body from every other direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 6, A Clean Sweep. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 6, A Clean Sweep. A terrifying shockwave blasted out towards Ning from every direction. Although the brunt of it was blocked by his armor, some of the power still made it through to assault Ning's body. Whoa! Ning's legs were slightly flexed as he stood there in a stable position. He took a deep breath, then glanced at his surroundings. The divine runes that had been flickering on the walls had turned dim. A few aftershocks of power continued to swirl through the corridor, but they were incapable of posing any danger to Ning. So World God Cavecry actually prepared a nasty trick like this. What a nasty fellow. If a Chaos Immortal encountered this trap, he probably would have died, Ning murmured softly. The power of that formation was as strong as a frontal blow from a world god. Still, given Ning's power, even if he was still just wearing his previous set of top-grade chaos armor, he still wouldn't have been in any trouble. Anyone with a strong divine body would have been able to withstand this blow. Only physically weak key refiners would have been slain by it, most likely. Rocky! Ning stepped into the room. The stone titan had been blasted into the room and against one of the walls. He had now regained his footing as well, and he said in a rumbling voice, "I'm fine, master." World God Cavecry really was a nasty piece of work. He probably set this formation up in secret. Even I didn't know about it. Right. Ning turned to glance at the private study. The private study was roughly 300 meters in size, and the black-robed figure remained seated in the lotus position in the center of it. That enormous banner remained placed directly behind him. Flutter. Flutter. Streams of black energy swirled around the enormous banner as fiend godlike figures began to fly out from it. The creatures that flew out of the banner had human-shaped upper bodies but lower bodies of mist and smoke. They wore suits of black scale armor, had blood-red eyes, and sharp claws. All of them stared intently at Ning and the Stone Titan. Sinfiends. The Stone Titan hurriedly sent mentally to Ning, "Master, this is a powerful sin treasure which World God Cavecry personally forged. It is known as the Eversnow banner and it holds a total of 9 Sinfiends, each of which is slightly weaker than me." Ning's face changed upon hearing this. A powerful sin treasure? He could instantly tell that these 3 Sinfiends were creatures akin to the ghost generals that existed within the 3 realms. The difference was that these Sinfiends could grow powerful by devouring sin. When given certain valuable treasures that existed in the primordial chaos, they could undergo a fundamental transformation and become living creatures. These 9 Sinfiends were all world-level creatures. World God Cavecry died long ago, the Stone Titan growled. The 9 of you still intend to bar me and my master? Your master? You acknowledged a puny elder god as your master? Master created us. He shall always be our master. Any who barge into master's cultivation grounds shall die. Die. The 9 Sinfiends bellowed and transformed into blurs that charged towards Ning from every direction. They were intelligent creatures. They knew that Ning was the master of the Stone Titan. So long as they could kill Ning, everything would come to an end. Foolish Sinfiends. The Stone Titan let out a roar, charging forward to meet them. He transformed into a streak of light, moving far faster than the Sinfiends. His hands became enormous in size as he smashed down towards the Sinfiends with them. Boom! 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 Dot! His enormous palm smashed down upon them again and again. The Stone Titan possessed an overwhelming advantage in strength. As a stone titan golem, his speed and strength was far superior to the vast majority of world gods. However, those world gods all had high levels of insight into the Tao and were very skilled, which was why it would be very hard for the stone titan to slay them. These Synthians, however, also didn't have any insights into the Tao. They solely relied on their innate gifts and brute strength. Bang! A Synthian let out an ear-piercing screech as it was smashed aside. The private room wasn't that large. The stone titan was able to stop 6 of the Synthians all by himself. However, the other 3 managed to move past the stone titan and charge straight towards Ning. There's no way we can kill the stone golem. Kill the elder god instead. Eat him. Eat him alive. As the 3 Synthians flew towards Ning, they emitted strange, ear-piercing cries that caused inaudible ripples of sound that struck out towards Ning's soul. Ning's soul was protected by the Heart Force Soul Lock technique and reinforced by the Azure Flower Mist energy. It was able to completely negate this soul attack. Chop! Ning struck out with the sword in his hand. Swordlight flashed in a dazzling manner. Slash! The Killsword stance, an attack that held nothing back. Ning had just unleashed a tiny amount of the power of Violet-Jewel's quintessence core. Given that Ning himself had the strength of a world god, how could these puny Synthians possibly withstand Ning's eternal weapon? Violet Jewel managed to chop through a Synthian's body with some difficulty, splitting it in 2. Alas, the Synthian completely transformed into mist before once more reforming in front of Ning. And yet, a look of terror and disbelief was now in its eyes. How can this be? How could an elder god have injured me? How could a mere elder god be this strong? All the Synthians were stunned. Surround him and attack him. He's just one person. Surround him, attack him, and kill him. One Synthian let out a sharp cry, followed by shrill screeches from the rest of the 9. The stone titan bellowed, "Foolish Synthians! Shatter!" The stone titan smashed out with its giant palms with abandon. He rarely had the chance to unleash its full strength in such a manner because when fighting against world-level experts, it would make it extremely difficult for him to strike with full force. The stone titan struck out with wild abandon. The Synthians all tried to avoid him, instead focusing on attacking Ning. Chop! Chop! Ning sent out 9 sword chops in succession, each chop splitting a Synthian apart. Alas, Ning was still kept outside the room by their assaults, unable to enter it. These Synthians were completely undamaged by his attacks, and they charged forward in an unceasing stream that prevented Ning from advancing. They are formless creatures. Chopping them apart is useless. Ning's gaze turned towards the banner that was placed behind the black-robed figure. If I can bind that banner, the 9 Synthians will no longer pose any danger. Rocky, Ning sent mentally. Master. The stone titan looked at him. Bring that banner to me, Ning instructed. Every single Synthian was roughly as strong as he was, and they came in an unending stream. It would be extremely difficult for Ning to move past them and reach the banner. All right. The stone titan immediately marched towards the banner. Stop it. Stop it. The 9 Synthians began to panic. They had all been working on avoiding the stone titan, but now they no longer were able to continue to do so. The Synthians all turned to charge towards the stone titans, resulting in a series of head-on clashes between a pair of giant stone palms and many sharp claws. Each time, the Synthians were blasted apart, and yet, they would almost instantly recover and continue their attacks. Every single Synthian was roughly as strong as Ning himself. 8 of them had to work together in order to stop the stone titan in its tracks. Ning suddenly charged towards the banner. Although the lone remaining Synthian sought to block him, he was completely dominated by Ning and his sword arts. There was no way it could stop Ning at all. No. There was nothing the 9 Synthians could do. If they tied down the stone golem, they would be unable to tie down Ning. If they tied down Ning, they wouldn't be able to tie down the stone golem. As for the banner, the 9 of them weren't able to touch it. If they did, they would immediately be sucked into it. Whoosh! Smiling, Ning stretched his hand out and grabbed the banner, immediately pouring his immortal energy into it. Gra-ah! The 9 mighty Sinfians didn't wish to give up, but they all dispersed into mist and were drawn back into the banner. It isn't that hard or that expensive to create Sin treasures, but they are quite powerful. No wonder so many cultivators end up deciding to walk the path of evil. Ning sighed to himself. If one wished to create a golem, one had to have incredibly profound insights into the art of formations and large amounts of precious resources. Only then could a powerful golem to be created. By comparison, golems were far more costly and difficult to make. Sinfians? Sinfians were easy, and the treasures meant to house them were cheap to make. After absorbing enough sin, they would naturally become very powerful, much like how sin weapons could grow in strength as well. As for the Sinfians themselves? If they were fed enough sin, they would grow more powerful as well. The only thing you needed to do was slaughter many people and collect enough sin. Whoosh! After putting away the banner, Ning turned his gaze to the black-robed corpse and the distant painting of Swordkey that was hanging on the walls. Come here. Ning waved his hand, collecting both the corpse and the painting. Rocky, let's look around and see if we can find any other treasures, Ning instructed. Yes, master. These two began to search every nook and cranny of the entire estate for treasures. They even dug 3 feet deep into the floor of every room. Only after completely sweeping through it did they leave. Atop a mountain on the island. Ning sat down in a relaxed manner, then laughed softly. I've swept this island clean of all treasures. I really made a killing this time. If it hadn't been for Big Brother Soulsky, I don't know how long it would have taken for me to acquire such a hoard of treasures. Ning then turned his attention to the treasures which World God Cavecry had left behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 7, A Sudden Change. Book 25, Nobeson's Thunder, Chapter 7, A Sudden Change. After searching through the items, Ning felt both delighted and slightly disappointment. The surprise and delight came from the fact that World God Cavecry truly was quite wealthy. As a personal disciple of Tao Lord Windsource, he had treasures that were worth over 1,000 cubes of chaos nectar, not including the Swordkey painting. What caused Ning to feel slightly disappointed was the fact that aside from the Eversnow banner, none of the treasures of World God Cavecry were of use to himself at all. For example, World God Cavecry's most valuable treasure set was a set of 6 top-grade Tao scimitars. They were worth more than 500 cubes, but alas, Ning used swords, not scimitars. As for his armor, it was a set of high-grade Tao armor. This was the same type of armor that Immortal Bloodpool had used. Since Ning already had one, the second set was temporarily of no use to him. I suppose I'll sell it all once I leave. Ning cast the treasures to the back of his mind, then waved his hand to summon the painting. This was the most valuable treasure of the entire island. It was definitely worth as much as an eternal weapon. What secrets are hidden within this painting? Ning unfurled the painting and gave it a close look. He had already bound the painting, and so the sword energy of the painting had been restrained. It now looked completely ordinary. It doesn't have any divine runes on it. There don't appear to be any ways to activate it. It is just a painting. Ning stared at the Swordkey painting, puzzled. The Swordkey painting looked like an ordinary painting of mountains and rivers. It held mountains, waterfalls, and creeks. In fact, from an artistic standpoint, the painting actually looked rather mediocre. Ning himself could paint something like this. And yet, whenever Ning extended his senses into the seemingly ordinary painting, he could sense a sword intent that struck fear into his heart. The exalted sword intent which filled the painting was just as strong as Re20-Vol's quintessence core. The person who painted this painting had to be a terrifyingly powerful expert of the Tao of the sword, Ning mused. But so what? At least I can link my consciousness up with my sword's quintessence core and get a basic understanding of it. All I can do with this painting is look at it. What use was a painting that was merely filled with sword intent that couldn't be interacted with? Re20-Vol's quintessence core had a similarly profound sword intent, but Ning could actually make use of it to do battle. Wasn't this supposed to be equal to an eternal weapon in value? It makes sense. Lord Windsource told World God Cavecry to comprehend and master this painting, but he wasn't able to succeed in doing so before he died. I'm probably at too low a level of insight into the Tao to understand the true secrets hidden within the painting. Ning could do nothing save console himself with these words. Still, he couldn't help but give the painting a few more glances. He had a strange feeling that this painting was hiding certain secrets within it, but alas, a gauze had been draped over these secrets, making it impossible for him to behold them. What the hell is it? Ning ended up spending 6 more hours on the painting before giving up and putting it away for now. Master. The nearby stone titan said curiously, "Why have you come to this place?" I heard that only Samsara Tao Lords are capable of passing through the 100 streams of the Windsource formation. I accompanied my big brother, of course. Ning smiled. Your big brother, Master? The stone titan was quite curious, and his dark yellow eyes suddenly lit up. Master, your big brother is a Tao Lord? Where is he? He went to the central island. Ning pointed to the central island. We'll just wait for him here. When he returns, he'll take us out of the Windsource ruins. If Tao Lord Solsky didn't return, Ning himself certainly wouldn't be strong enough to lead. But that's where Tao Lord Windsource once lived. It is the most dangerous place in this world, the stone titan said. Suddenly, a golden ripple of power burst out from the central island. The terrifying ripple instantly swept out in every direction, terrifying Ning and causing his face to turn ashen. Upon seeing the golden omnidirectional wave blast out towards him, he knew that if it touched him he was dead. He wouldn't even have a chance to dodge. Fortunately, as the golden wave blasted out from the central island, it parted past the various smaller islands. What the hell? Ning was badly rattled. He must have activated some formation or trap, the stone titan offered. I know that. But he didn't activate anything earlier. What happened? Ning was rather worried out. He had spent 6 hours meditating on the sword key painting and nothing had happened, but now, all of a sudden, a huge shockwave had just blasted out in every direction. This caused Ning to feel extremely uneasy. Within the central island, a barefoot, raggedy old man let out a long breath. The buildings around him had been completely reduced to rubble. Only a towering palace located at the very center of this island remained standing. Damn this Windsource. If he died, he died. Why the hell did he have to leave so many restrictive formations behind? Tao Lord Solsky cursed softly. What, did you want everyone to know how badass you once were? He knew that it wouldn't be easy, but upon actually entering the island he immediately found himself beset with countless dangers, even though there weren't any treasures nearby. This caused Tao Lord Solsky to feel quite irritated. Nobody can stop my Tao. Not only are you dead, even when you were alive you wouldn't have been able to stop me. Tao Lord Solsky no longer looked as relaxed as he normally did. A terrifying light was now shining in his eyes. Whoosh! Tao Lord Solsky actually split into 2, then into 4, then into 8. In the blink of an eye, he split into more than 10,000 figures. Every single Tao Lord Solsky peered towards the undamaged main palace, then began to walk towards it from different parts of the island. The countless divine runes surrounding and protecting the main palace all began to flicker and flow. Boo! 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 Boom! As the thousands of downlords advanced, some attacks began to erupt forth and cause his bodies to burst open like bubbles. However, those bodies would then quickly reform. A disturbance was caused within the formation, and quite a few of the bodies seized this opportunity to march inside the formation. And so, in a seemingly simple fashion, the thousands of downlords managed to completely bypass the protective barrier of countless divine runes. If the actual 100 streams of the wind source formation was activated, I might be in for a bit of trouble. These lesser formations, however, are no match for me at all. Like an illusion. Like a shadow. Space and time. Only I remain. The thousands of bodies all vanished, leaving behind just one figure standing before the main palace. Downlord Solsky stood there, staring at the silver-haired figure seated in the lotus position within the main palace. The silver-haired man had a handsome face, was dressed in white robes, had a smile on his face, and emanated an aura of light. He said with a smile, "I don't know which fellow Taoist has arrived. Given how hard you worked to defeat the 13 formations surrounding my island, I imagine you must have come for my talisman of eternity. The talisman of eternity is right here. Before my Tao merge, I nearly perished in order to acquire this talisman of eternity. So long as you are willing to kowtow to me 3 times, fellow Taoist, you may take this talisman with you. But if you wish to take it by force, humph. You want me to kowtow?" Downlord Solisky's eyes bulged out. "You are already dead, and yet you still wish to toy with me? I'll never kowtow to you, even if it means that I'll fail my Tao merge as well." Downlord Solsky was truly enraged now. He could tell that this was an illusory image when Downlord Windsource had left behind prior to dying. The 100 streams of the Windsource formation is an enormous formation. There's no way its full power can be instantly unleashed. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve besides this formation. Downlord Solsky smiled coldly. "I wasn't afraid of you when you were alive. Now that you are dead, I'm even less afraid of you." As he spoke, Downlord Solsky reached out with his hand. Whoosh! An enormous illusion of a giant palm suddenly appeared, and it made a snatching motion towards the clothes and treasures located at the very center of the palace. Downlord Windsource had failed his Tao merge, eventually perishing as a result. Since he had died due to failing his Tao merge, at the moment of his death his entire body crumbled apart. Even his true soul vanished, leaving nothing behind aside from his clothes and his treasures. Whoosh! The giant palm grabbed the clothes and magic treasures. Although there were eternal items in the pile, Downlord Solsky didn't care about them. The only thing that mattered was the talisman of eternity. "I nearly died to acquire this talisman of eternity. Fellow Taoist, you want to simply seize it from me? Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a cold laugh began to ring out throughout the main palace. Countless divine runes suddenly began to manifest from every inch of the palace, causing it to radiate with dazzling light. The entire main palace almost instantly blew apart, the terrifying shockwave sweeping through the entire area. Downlord Solisky's face immediately changed. He didn't even have a chance to curse, all he could do was immediately flee for his life. Rumble! The entire central island began to crumble as the savage wave of might spread out in every direction. Ning and the Stone Titan were waiting patiently on their island for Downlord Solsky to return. They suddenly saw the entire central island begin to break apart as an incomprehensibly powerful shockwave suddenly lashed out in every direction. "Careful, Master." The Stone Titan's body instantly expanded dramatically as he transformed into a giant globe that completely surrounded Ning. Boom! The island which Ning was on began to violently tremble, and then, with a boom, it completely broke apart as well. The shattered bits of the island began to sink into the surrounding waters of the lake, and the palace itself was knocked thousands of kilometers away in the blink of an eye and sent into the distant, howling gray wind. The Stone Titan was protecting Ning in the form of a giant boulder that had surrounded him. It was also sent flying and was swept into the howling gray wind, quickly disappearing within it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 8, Emperor Mirrors Now. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 8, Emperor Mirrors Now. A short while later. A stone titan was deep inside a giant pit, holding onto the edges of a giant crevice. The gray wind had dragged it inside here. Master, the wind is much weaker here, the stone titan sent mentally. Yes. Ning let out a sigh of relief. That had been far too dangerous. Fortunately, he had taken on the stone golem as his servant. Otherwise, he probably would have lost his life just now. I wonder how my big brother is doing, Ning mused to himself. That blast of power was simply incredible. Even though the stone titan covered me and absorbed more than 90% of the force, I still suffered serious internal injuries and used up a great deal of divine power. Without it, I definitely would have died. Downlord Windsource's protective spell was meant to kill other Samsara Downlords who were as powerful as he had been. It was ridiculously powerful. Just the collateral shockwave alone was enough to wipe out weaker Samsara Downlords. Ning truly had been incredibly lucky. The 12 islands themselves possessed strong defensive properties. The shockwave had first expended much of its power tearing apart the islands, then landed against the stone titan which had protected Ning, who was wearing a set of high-grade Dao armor. All of these factors combined were why Ning managed to survive. Master, what should we do next? The stone titan sent. Wait. Ning sent mentally, let's just wait here for my big brother to come. We should be inside the 100 streams of the wind source formation, the stone titan sent mentally. I heard that there are many wind beasts located inside this formation, each of which has the power of a world-level expert. Once a large number of them surround us, we will be in grave danger. I know. Ning nodded. He had fought against the wind beasts before. Don't worry. If we just wait here quietly, it'll be difficult for them to discover us. Right, the stone titan replied. Time passed by slowly, 1 minute at a time. Ning and the golem continued to wait within the deep abyss. I have the talisman of welcome with me. Big brother can sense exactly where I am located. Why hasn't he come to me yet? Can it be that he? A thought came to Ning's mind. Had Downlord Soulsky died? Ning didn't wish to believe it. Downlord Soulsky had been incredibly powerful. However, he couldn't help but logically follow this train of thought. That last blast of power had been incredibly strong. Even the weaker shockwaves generated by it had been so strong as to wipe out all the islands. One could imagine how powerful the blast had been within the central island itself. It was entirely possible that Downlord Soulsky had died in the face of such great power. Impossible. He won't die that easily. Ning didn't wish to believe it, and so he continued to wait quietly. 1 hour. 2 hours. Ning grew more and more nervous, but he continued to wait silently. Big brother. Ning truly didn't wish to believe it. Thump. Suddenly, a rumbling sound could be heard from deep below them. Careful, Rocky. Ning looked downwards. It might be a wind beast. A wind beast? The stone titan was startled. Ning felt a headache coming. He wasn't afraid of one wind beast, but if an entire group of them attacked. It really is a wind beast. Ning growled. Below them, at the very bottom of the deep abyss, he could vaguely make out the silvery blue forms of 3 wind beasts. Ning instantly went on full alert, but then, he was confused. These 3 wind beasts were actually rolling forward. They roll? Ning was speechless. Whoosh! A familiar figure suddenly appeared next to 2 of the rolling wind beasts, foot upraised to deliver a kick. A look of utter terror could be seen on the wind beasts' faces. Aha, Brother Ji Ning. I finally found you. I searched forever. The figure was initially quite blurry, but it quickly appeared before Ning. It was the ragged, barefoot Tao Lord Solsky. Big brother. Ning was delighted. I'm glad you are safe. Tao Lord Solsky let out a sigh of relief. The 100 streams of the wind source formation is filled with twists and turns. It really is a pain in the ass. I could sense you weren't too far away, but I just couldn't find the right path to you. I ended up moving farther and farther away from you. I had to spend a bit of time understanding this formation before I could find the correct tunnel. All the twisting tunnels really pissed me off. I really wanted to wreck the entire damn thing, but in the end I managed to keep my temper down. Tao Lord Solisky's face was rather ashen. He waved his hand towards the nearby wall. Whoosh! A giant illusory hand tore the wall open, carving out a small cave. I suffered a bit of an injury. I need to take a rest. We'll leave later, Tao Lord Solsky said. Of course. I'm in no rush, Ning said. Ning understood that Tao Lord Solsky had probably rushed off to search for him without even taking the time to heal. This Tao Lord Windsource guy really is a dumbass. Even in death, he wanted to screw other people over. Tao Lord Solsky entered the cave, then sat down in a rather frustrated, embarrassed manner. Thank goodness this old man is pretty strong. Otherwise, this old man would have died just now. Hurry up and heal, Ning urged. Right. Tao Lord Solsky nodded and closed his eyes. Rumble. 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 A series of illusory circles began to radiate out from Tao Lord Solsky, causing space-time to twist and distort. The flow of time in the surrounding area began to speed up rapidly, making time in the area move roughly 100 times faster than in the outside world. Streams of condensed chaos energy began to swirl around Tao Lord Solsky, transforming him into a black hole that devoured chaos energy. He's absorbing energy from the primordial chaos even faster than I absorb energy from chaos jewels. Ning was secretly speechless. Nearly an entire year went by before the process came to a halt. The streams of chaos energy vanished in spacetime and the cave went back to normal. Tao Lord Solsky opened his eyes. Nearly a year had gone by within the cave, while merely 3 days had gone by in the outside world. I'm fine now. Tao Lord Solsky rose to his feet, a smug look on his face. That Windsource idiot had to have spent a lot of time and effort setting up that nasty formation. A pity for him that this old man completely recovered after spending just 3 days. Congratulations, big brother, Ning said. Ah ha ha. Yes, I should indeed be congratulated. This journey of mine into the Windsource ruins was a success. Tao Lord Solsky looked at Ning. How about you? Did you get that painting? Yes, I acquired the sword key painting. Ning nodded. However, I can't see anything special about it at all, aside from its aura of sword key. Ah ha ha. You don't get it. Hand it over to me, I'll help you take a look at it, Tao Lord Solsky said. Ning waved his hand, causing the painting to appear. Tao Lord Solsky accepted the painting, opening it and taking a look at it. He nodded slightly as he pointed at the mountains and rivers. Artistically speaking, this painting really is hideous. Emperor Mirrors now clearly is terrible at painting, yet he still takes delight in it. If he spent just a bit of effort on the actual Tao of painting, he would have immediately reached an incredibly high level of skill in painting and calligraphy. And yet, he refuses to actually train in it, instead insisting on treating it as his hobby. Ning said, that's how hobbies work, I suppose. If he treated it as part of his cultivation, he would have no longer enjoyed it, but I suppose. Tao Lord Solsky nodded. Your words make sense. Anyhow, although this painting is quite unsightly, it definitely is as valuable as an eternal weapon. Emperor Mirrors now succeeded in his Tao merge, after all. he became an ancient, eternal figure. A successful Dao merge means becoming eternal? Ning was surprised. Yes. Eternal. Dao Lord Soulsky mused softly, a distant look in his eyes, truly eternal in every possible spacetime continuum. No matter how much time passes, they shall remain eternal and everlasting. This old man is just one step away from that level, but alas, this step is the hardest step of all. Enough of that. Dao Lord Soulsky looked at Ning. In short, I once had the opportunity to meet Emperor Mirrors now. However, roughly 1,000 chaos cycles ago, Emperor Mirrors now departed and ventured off into unknown realms. The endless primordial chaos is simply too vast. As someone who had become a truly eternal figure, Emperor Mirrors now naturally would want to continue his journeys and see more things. He was a fickle, restless man. He didn't have the patience necessary to teach any disciples. However, before he left, he produced a total of 40 sword key paintings, Dao Lord Soulsky said. 40? Ning was surprised. That many? Right. Dao Lord Soulsky nodded. A total of 10 sets of 4 paintings. If you can collect an entire set and pass the trials he established within the paintings, you'll be able to receive his legacy and become his personal disciple, Dao Lord Soulsky said. Every single set can only be successfully used once, and so theoretically speaking he can take on a total of 10 disciples at most. But of course, Emperor Mirrors now scattered those 40 paintings across many territories. Dao Lord Soulsky laughed. To collect an entire set of 4 will be quite hard. This painting that you have is the 3rd painting in the set. Ning immediately said, but I didn't discover any trials yet? Every single Mirrors Now painting actually holds an estate world within it, Dao Lord Soulsky said. Once you go inside it, you'll be given a trial. If you master the relevant sword art, you'll have succeeded in passing the trial. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 9, The Badlands Court. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 9, The Badlands Court. An estate world? Ning was rather startled. He had already bound the painting to himself, but he had yet to discover any estate world hidden inside of it. Dao Lord Soulsky began to laugh when he saw the look Ning's face. That's why I said you don't get it. Emperor Mirrors now left behind those 10 sets of paintings with the intention of finding good disciples for himself. However, as an emperor who had succeeded in his Dao merge and gained eternity, he naturally hoped for his disciples to be figures of great power. They had to at least be capable of becoming samsara Dao lords. How could he possibly be willing to take on an elder god or ancestral immortal as his disciple? They are far too weak, and some have been alive for countless chaos cycles and will never become world-level experts. If someone this weak became his disciple, he would have wasted a legacy spot. Thus, only world-level experts can sense the true mysteries hidden within the Mirrors Now paintings. Only they are worthy of being tested by it, Dao Lord Soulsky said. You have to be at least a world-level expert? Nin nodded slowly. No, you have to be a world-level expert. Dao Lord Soulsky explained, if you were a samsara Dao Lord, you still wouldn't be able to enter. Samsara Dao Lords are too strong, they would be able to easily pass his trial. However, samsara Dao Lords have already found their own paths and discovered their own Daos. His legacy would be completely useless to them. It has to be world-level experts. Only world-level experts can use these paintings. Only world-level experts are worthy of becoming his disciples, Dao Lord Soulsky said. Emperor Mirrorsnow's Dao was the Dao of the sword. You are quite a good fit, which is why I agreed to let you go to that island. Oh, Ning nodded. No wonder. No wonder Dao Lord Windsource had his disciple, World God Cavecry, spend his time meditating on the Mirrors Now painting. It could be said that he was actually treating his disciple quite decently by giving him this opportunity. Alas, this was a trial that had been set down by an eternal emperor who had succeeded in his downmerge. One had to acquire and master all 4 paintings in order to become his disciple, while world god Cavecry hadn't been able to pass the trial of even a single painting. If he had succeeded, Lord Windsource would have viewed him in a different light and allowed him to live. I only have a single painting, and there's only 10 sets in total. Emperor Mirrors now scattered them throughout the territories. Ning said worriedly, "Big brother, how am I supposed to get a full set?" 10 sets, 40 paintings. Lord Soulsky smiled merrily. There are 10 of each painting, so it's not impossible for you to collect an entire set. Ning listened carefully. I really shouldn't get involved. I should let you temper yourself an adventure for the paintings, but my rashness damn near got you killed just now. Lord Soulsky said, so I suppose it would only be fair for me to give you something nice in compensation. It doesn't make much of a difference anyhow. Catch. Lord Soulsky pulled out a jade slip and tossed it to Ning. Ning accepted the slip. Memorize this, Lord Soulsky said. All right. Ning immediately sent his immortal energy into the jade slip as he began to read it. A stream of information began to enter his mind. I swear on my very life itself. Ning immediately discovered a lifeblood oath within the jade slip. One had to swear a lifeblood oath in order to gain access to its contents. Ning read through the lifeblood oath. Simply put, it was an oath to never reveal the contents of the jade slip under any circumstances. If he discovered similar information from other sources, he could only reveal the part he had learned from other sources to others. This oath wasn't too stringent. Ning swore the lifeblood oath, then accepted the large amount of information that surged towards his mind. Emperor Mirrors now has a total of 10 sets of paintings. We've discovered 6 ownerless sets of the first painting. The first is located in the 3rd level world of the Lost Tower City of the Void Blue Territory. We've discovered 5 ownerless sets of the second painting. The first is located in the Snowfall Territory. We've discovered 7 ownerless sets of the third painting. The first is located. We've discovered 3 ownerless sets of the fourth painting. Ning stared speechlessly. There were only 40 paintings total, but there were records of 21 paintings here. They were scattered throughout the various territories, with the Badlands territory holding nearly 2 paintings. One was the third painting, located in the core regions of the Windsource ruins. Lord Windsource had acquired it long ago. The core region was an incredibly dangerous place where Lord Windsource had died. It was filled with many treasures but countless dangers. World-level experts who attempted to enter it would almost invariably perish. The second was the first painting. It was located in the All-God estate. Lord All-God had acquired it long ago. Although it was merely in the inner region of the state, which wasn't that dangerous, the All-God estate was a place which was easily entered but almost impossible to leave. This jade slip even contained detailed information regarding the various dangers one would encounter within the Windsource ruins and the All-God estate. Ning was truly shocked. Why did his big brother have such a detailed intelligence report regarding such an important treasure that was scattered across so many territories? In Ning's eyes, this sort of valuable information was equal to an eternal weapon in value. Without this intelligence, he wouldn't have even known where to begin searching. Remember, Lord Soulsky said solemnly. You are not allowed to discuss it with any others, but... Understood, Ning immediately said. In the future, when you are strong enough, you can go and search based on the intelligence I just gave you, Lord Soulsky said. However, these places are all rather dangerous. The ones in easy-to-get locations have been picked up long ago. As for the All-God estate, if you choose to challenge it, you must be careful, Lord Soulsky said. When Lord All-God was alive, he was an extremely dangerous Lord. Even I wouldn't have been a match for him. Ning was startled. Lord All-God was this incredible? The All-God estate. Ning had heard of this place before. It was another one of the ancient ruins located within the Badlands territory, and it was said to be even more dangerous than the Windsource ruins. Roughly 30% of the elder gods and ancestral immortals who entered that place would make it out alive. He was terrifyingly strong, far more so than Downlord Windsource. Even amongst Downlords, the All-God Estate is not a place where many would dare tread. Downlord Solsky let out a sigh. Let's go. I already have the talisman I need. Accompany me to the Badlands court. We're going to meet Downlord Badlands. Big brother, we're going to go meet Downlord Badlands? Ning was puzzled. As I said, I came to the Badlands territory because there are two places I have to visit, Downlord Solsky said. The first place was the Windsource ruins. As for the second place, I'll need Downlord Badlands to help me out with it. Nin nodded slowly. Downlord Badlands, he was indisputably the #1 cultivator of the entire Badlands territory. His power was unfathomable. Downlord Solsky led Ning out of the Windsource ruins. They traveled to 7 Water Star, then spent 100 bottles of Chaos Nectar to travel to the Badlands Everworld. Whoosh! A wind was blowing. Downlord Solsky led Ning forward atop a cloud through the air. Flying, Ning still hadn't recovered from his shock. Big brother, you are able to fly in the Badlands Everworld? This Everworld does indeed have certain restrictions placed upon it. Downlord Solsky smiled. Its laws were created by the ancient power which created this Everworld, but since a person was able to create these laws, then another person would be capable of resisting these laws. This old man is just one step away from the downmerge. If that ancient power came in person, he'd be able to suppress me, but he's been gone for countless years. These empty laws cannot bind me. Nin nodded. This old man can fly, but weaker Downlords wouldn't be able to. Downlord Solsky had quite a smug look on his face. Ah, there we are. He pointed towards the front. Ahead of them was an enormous lake that was at least 1,000,000 kilometers in size. Ordinary mortals would describe it as a sea, but to cultivators it truly was nothing more than an inland lake. A large estate could be seen hovering above the lake, filled with countless buildings. In front of the great estate was an enormous stone stele. The stele was 3,000 meters high, and there was a single word engraved upon it, Badlands. A vigorous, heroic aura spread out from that stele, shaking the world around it. The Badlands Court, Ning murmured softly. The legendary Badlands Court. In truth, a smaller Badlands Court existed within Waveshift City as well. However, this place was the true center and foundation of the organization. This was where Downlord Badlands lived. Badlands. Downlord Solsky led Ning downwards, sending their cloud soaring across the lake. His voice echoed throughout the region. This old man has come here to eat your food and drink your wine. Quite a few figures in the Badlands Court raised their heads to look up. When they saw the ragged, barefoot old man flying through the skies with a white-robed youth in tow, all of them were quite speechless. He's flying? You can fly in an Everworld? These were proud, arrogant figures. They were world gods and chaos immortals who could all but do as they pleased in the Badlands territory, and yet, all of their hearts trembled. They knew very well what it meant for someone to be able to fly in this Everworld. They all quickly put on very friendly looks as they gazed at the figures in the skies. Ah ha ha! How wonderful that you've arrived, Big Brother Solsky. It wouldn't matter even if you ate me out of house and home. A booming laugh rang out as an azure-robed man and a beautiful lady walked out of a house together. They walked into the air, striding towards Downlord Solsky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 10, An Avatar. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 10, An Avatar. When the cultivators of the Badlands Court saw these two emerge, they all felt quite proud. See? Dowlord Badlands of our Badlands Court is also capable of flying in this Everworld. Dowlord Badlands really lives up to his reputation. Ning stood next to Dowlord Solsky, simply watching this all happen. He was secretly quite surprised Solsky himself had said that weaker Dowlords wouldn't be able to fly in this Everworld. Dowlord Solsky truly was a formidable figure who was capable of controlling an entire territory. Oh? Dowlord Solsky glanced at the beautiful lady in surprise. Little sister Yennefer, you reached the Dowlord level as well? Congratulations, Badlands! You don't even know how many of our old friends envy you two Dow companions. I just broke through recently. The beautiful lady smiled. And I'm merely at the first step. I'll be happy if I can one day have even a fraction of your power, big brother Solsky. Yennefer loves to waste time on random things. I'm amazed she even managed to become a Dowlord. The azure-robed man smiled as he looked towards Ning. This is a member of your Vast Heaven Palace? Yes, he's a brother of Vast Heaven Palace. Dowlord Solsky nodded. Ning greets you, Dowlords. Ning immediately greeted the two respectfully. Everyone in the Badlands territory knew that the Badlands court was run by Dowlord Badlands. Who would have thought that his Dow companion would also become a Dowlord? Alas! Dow companion! How wonderful it would be if he could journey through the vast universe alongside Yue. Solsky's words were correct. Countless cultivators felt envious of Dowlord Badlands and his Dow companion. A brother of Vast Heaven Palace? Dowlord Badlands gave Ning a second look, as did the beautiful woman next to him. Both felt that this Ning fellow truly was quite lucky. It must be understood that for anyone wandering the primordial chaos, a powerful backer was of paramount importance. Generally speaking, anyone who heard the words "a brother of Vast Heaven Palace" would be terrified and unwilling to launch an attack. All members of Vast Heaven Palace viewed each other as brothers. They were a truly united force. Thus, only a truly crazed, insane individual would dare to attack a member of Vast Heaven Palace. The only reason the three Wujiao god beasts had dared to do so was because their greed had truly overwhelmed them, and it was also because they knew that world god Northrest didn't have any clones. If he had left a clone at Vast Heaven Palace, the three Wujiao god beasts would have never dared to attack him under any situation. To be a brother of Vast Heaven Palace meant far more than merely being a disciple of the Badlands Court. The disciples of the Badlands Court could do whatever they pleased in the Badlands territory. Not even God Emperor Black Lotus or the Star-Lord of Fogstone would have dared to do anything to one of them. However, in the other territories of the Endless Territories, the Badlands Court was a much less imposing presence. In addition, the disciples of the Badlands Court were clearly delineated in status based on their strength. The life of an elder god or ancestral immortal was naturally valued much less than that of a world-level experts. However, Vast Heaven Palace treated all of its members equally. The life of every single member was incredibly precious, and actually joining Vast Heaven Palace was extremely difficult. Once one succeeded in joining it, one would instantly be protected by its mighty aura and reputation. In addition, the Badlands Court was overall weaker than Vast Heaven Palace. Dowlord Solsky of Vast Heaven Palace was a Dowlord who was on the verge of the Dowmerge, while Dowlord Battlemaster was quite close to him in strength. Now that it had given birth to a third Dowlord, it had only become still more powerful. However, the only formidable figure the Badlands Court possessed was Dowlord Badlands himself. Eating and drinking isn't the main reason I came this time. There's something I need to trouble you with, Badlands. Dowlord Solsky turned slightly more serious as he spoke. Oh? Come. Let's sit and talk it over, Dowlord Badlands said hurriedly. Whoosh. Whoosh. Dowlord Solsky led Ning while Dowlord Badlands led his wife. The four flew into a secluded residence within the Badlands Court. The entire Badlands Court was merely 100,000 kilometers or so in size, but it was filled with quite a few mountains where the disciples of the Badlands court had set up homes. Dowlord Badlands had chosen a location which was the most quiet, secluded location within the entire region. Sit. Inside this thatched cottage, there was a long wooden table. Dowlord Badlands and his wife sat down on one end of the table, while Dowlord Solsky led Ning to sit down on the other end. Dowlord Badlands personally poured 2 cups of fragrant wine. Big brother Solsky, what do you need my aid with? So long as I can help you, I will definitely do my best, Dowlord Badlands said. Battlemaster is now in control of Vast Heaven Palace, while Brother Overflow has also broken through to become a Samsara Dowlord. I no longer have anything to worry about, and so I can now focus on my Dow merge. Dowlord Solsky said slowly, but I'm still not completely confident in being able to succeed in it. The main reason I came to the Badlands territory is because of the Waveshift world. Ning was listening to this discussion carefully. The Waveshift world? This was the most dangerous and mysterious place of the entire Badlands territory. The Badlands territory had quite a few dangerous regions within it. Some were naturally formed from the primordial chaos itself, while others were ruins left behind by deceased Samsara Dowlords. The Waveshift world, however, was the personal estate of the ancient power who had established the Badlands Everworld itself. It was filled with both incredible dangers as well as countless treasures. Elder gods and ancestral immortals who entered it were absolutely guaranteed to die. The majority of world-level experts who entered it would perish as well. You acquired the talisman? Dowlord Badlands asked. I paid a visit to the Windsource ruins and acquired a talisman, yes. Dowlord Solsky smiled. Oh? Dowlord Badlands was surprised. I entered that place as well, but when I performed a bit of numerancy, I predicted that I could very well perish if I tried to force my way through it. I ended up leaving. Ah ha ha ha. You live up to your reputation, Badlands. In terms of numerancy, you rank amongst the top 3 Dowlords. Even my brother Battlemaster is a bit inferior to you. Dowlord Solsky sighed. Your prediction was quite accurate. Dowlord Windsource died, but he still wanted to ensure that others wouldn't profit from his death. That final, cataclysmic attack he unleashed, thankfully, this old man is extremely skilled in staying alive. Other experts on my level who specialize in other areas may have very well died. Dowlord Badlands nodded. My own numerancy told me as well that I would probably die if I tried to force it. Dowlord Solsky was extremely famous. The reason why Vast Heaven Palace was such a powerful organization was primarily due to Dowlord Solisky's personal might, and he was famous for being incredibly hard to kill. If you weren't able to kill him, he would eventually come seek revenge upon you. Thus, most of the other ancient powers were unwilling to make an enemy out of him. This was also why Dowlord Solsky was confident enough to force his way through the Windsource ruins. Now that you have the Talisman of Eternity, Big Brother Solsky, you can go to the Waveshift world. Dowlord Badlands nodded. I'm not familiar with that place. No one is more familiar with that place than you, Badlands. That's why I'm hoping you can help me out, Dowlord Solsky said. Send one of your avatars and accompany me in my journey through the Waveshift world. Of course, I'm not asking you to do all this for free. As he spoke, Dowlord Solsky took out an estate treasure and handed it over. Dowlord Badlands accepted the treasure, pondered for a moment, then nodded. Fine. I'll send my avatar to accompany you to the Waveshift world, Big Brother Solsky. But I'll need a bit of time. Give me 3 years to prepare. I'm in no rush. Dowlord Solsky relaxed slightly after seeing Dowlord Badlands agree. Avatars were incredibly important to Dowlords, and the chances that Dowlord Badlands' avatar would survive the trip to the Waveshift world were quite low. That was why Dowlord Solsky not only had to pay a high price, he also had to see if Dowlord Badlands was willing to give him face. Fortunately, the two were good friends. There was no way he could have forced Dowlord Badlands to do this. First of all, Downlord Badlands was extremely powerful, on par with Downlord Soulsky himself. Secondly, if Badlands didn't wholeheartedly wish to help him and instead wanted to scheme against him, it wouldn't be too hard for Badlands to cause trouble with skewed numerancy. The water curtain home is located quite close to my place, and nobody is staying inside it. Big brother Soulsky, why don't you stay there for now along with my young friend Ning? Downlord Badlands said. Very well. Badlands, no need to send us off. We'll go by ourselves. Downlord Soulsky immediately led Ning to depart from this place. Downlord Badlands and the beautiful woman remained seated in the lotus position. Milord husband. The beautiful woman was rather worried. The Waveshift world is filled with many dangers, and as you know, the place which Downlord Soulsky is traveling to can be considered part of the core region. I know. Downlord Badlands nodded. Although it isn't easy to create an avatar, if I spend 3 years in a spatial treasure I should be able to recreate a slightly weaker avatar. My true body will remain here as well, slowly empowering it and strengthening it. Big brother Soulsky gave me enough treasure to create 2 avatars, with a little to spare. All right. The beautiful woman nodded, but she remained somewhat unhappy. A powerful avatar was incredibly important, both to Downlord Badlands himself as well as the entire Badlands court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 11, The Daelord's Arrangements. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 11, The Daelord's Arrangements. The water curtain home of the Badlands court took up an area of roughly 100 kilometers. It was a secluded, graceful place which the Badlands court used to receive its most distinguished visitors. The water curtain home. This was a dwelling with a garden, a palace, a study, and other buildings that were all hovering atop a great lake of water. They were connected to each other by a series of levitating wooden bridges, and a barefoot, ragged old man was currently walking alongside a white-robed youth across one of those bridges. Phew! Downlord Soulsky let out a sigh of relief, an emotional look on his face. I knew Badlands would help me out. When he actually said it, though, I couldn't help but feel rather guilty. I really hate owing favors to my old friends. It's just an avatar, big brother. You aren't asking him to go in person. Even if he loses it, he should be able to remake it quite quickly, right? Ning was rather puzzled by this. Downlord Soulsky turned to look at Ning. A short period of time? Do you know how a Downlord creates his avatar? Ning was startled. He slowly shook his head. When a world-level expert finds his own Dao and is about to break through to become a Samsara Downlord, he must first ensure that both his body and his soul have reached the utter apex of fullness, Downlord Soulsky said. The utter apex of fullness? Ning murmured to himself. In other words, all of his clones must be merged into one, Downlord Soulsky said. It doesn't matter what type of cloning technique you might have learned in the past, you must merge all of your bodies into one. Of course, there are some special cases, such as the primal twins, which can be created by mortal cultivators. Because both the primal twin and the true body have undergone the celestial tribulation, there's no way for them to merge together. Ning nodded. He himself had a primal twin that was a key refiner. His true body was a dual refiner, training as both a fiend god body refiner and a key refiner. His true body had 18 clones, all of which could join together because they were completely identical. However, there were significant differences between Ning's primal twin and his true body. There was no way to merge them whatsoever. Thus, cultivators who started off as mortals essentially have 2 lives, Downlord Soulsky said with a laugh. However, although more than half of high-level cultivators started off as ordinary mortals, quite a few of them don't have primal twins. Some of them died, after all, over their many years of cultivation. I would say that more than 90% of Samsara Downlords only have their true body and do not have a primal twin. Ning nodded slowly. Look at me. I'm a Samsara Downlord, and I'm currently very far away from Vast Heaven Palace. Why is it that I'm still in touch with them? It is precisely because I have my avatar there. Downlord Soulsky looked at Ning. Avatars are created from magic treasures. Downlord Soulsky explained, they are much like golems. We forge golem bodies for ourselves, then send a strand of our soul into them and take control of them. Simply put, we essentially need to fully and perfectly merge our soul with a golem body, then pour energy into it to upgrade it. The cost of every single avatar is greater than the cost of buying 10 eternal weapons. Ning was secretly speechless. The treasures which I gave Badlands are enough for him to make 2 absolutely top-tier avatars, with a bit left to spare. Downlord Soulsky let out a sigh. But raw materials isn't the only thing needed to ensure that an avatar body can reach maximum power. The Downlord himself will need to spend an extremely long period of time building it up. In addition, each Downlord can generally only work on a single avatar at once. Each avatar only had a small amount of his soul. After all, once he stops focusing on it, it will slowly degrade in power. Generally speaking, most Downlords only have a single avatar, Downlord Soulsky explained. I only have a single avatar myself. Because avatars are essentially bodies formed from magic treasures, my avatar is able to seamlessly and perfectly integrate into the great formation protecting Vast Heaven Palace. When fused into the formation, the power of my avatar is comparable to my own power. This ensures that it is more than capable of keeping Vast Heaven Palace safe. In addition, when an avatar serves as the core of a defensive formation, it will ensure that the power of the formation itself will become tremendous. An avatar is a core force for any organization's defenses. Downlord Soulsky looked at Ning. Downlord Badlands' avatar is also capable of perfectly integrating into the formation protecting the Badlands court. For me to ask him to send his avatar with me into the waveshift world means that the Badlands court's defenses will be significantly weakened. Ning started to understand. The reason why he needs 3 years is because he needs the time to create a second, weaker avatar. In addition, this also means that his true body will have to stay at the Badlands court and be unable to leave it. Downlord Soulsky continued, once his powerful avatar dies in the waveshift world, he'll immediately turn all of his efforts and attention to strengthening the second avatar. He's already prepared for his avatar's death? Ning was startled. Right. Downlord Soulsky nodded. His avatar stands a 90% chance of death if it joins me on a trip to the waveshift world. A perfect avatar that he spent countless years on is going to die, just like that. This isn't just something that can be waved away by giving him some treasures. I owe Badlands now. If I fail in my downmerge, then before I die I'll do everything I can to pay him back. But right now, I must do everything I can for my downmerge. Nothing else matters. Nin nodded slowly. He had thought that an avatar was something akin to the Dharma bodies which Lord Tathagata had in the 3 realms, a body that was created through divine abilities or secret arts. Now, it seemed, they were more like golems. They were completely different concepts. Ning and Downlord Soulsky sat down within a wooden house that was located inside the garden that was hovering above the water. Everything is going as I predicted. I now have the Talisman of Eternity, and Badlands will be sending his avatar to accompany me to the waveshift world. Downlord Soulsky looked at Ning. The only thing I didn't predict was that you would be here. I won't be able to take you to Vast Heaven Palace right away. If everything goes completely and perfectly according to plan on my trip to the waveshift world, I should be able to return in 4 or 5 years. But if I end up trapped somewhere inside the waveshift world, things will get tricky. I might be stuck there for hundreds of million years, or perhaps even as much as 100 chaos cycles. Downlord Soulsky looked at Ning. If I'm trapped there for an extended period of time, you'll have to head off to Vast Heaven Palace on your own. Don't worry about me, big brother. Ning was quite confident in his abilities. It won't be hard for you to break through to become a world god. Once you make your breakthrough, it'll be much safer for you to travel off to Vast Heaven Palace on your own. Downlord Soulsky waved his hand, causing a shimmering golden scroll to appear in the air before him. This star map has a detailed route that leads from the Badlands territory to the Vast Heaven territory. Memorize it right away. Ning was delighted. He immediately sent a strand of his core sense into the scroll, quickly memorizing its contents. After finishing, Ning was badly shocked by what he discovered. What an incredible distance! The Badlands territory was located extremely far away from the Vast Heaven territory. The route which Downlord Soulsky gave him was the simplest route possible, but it still required him to travel through 121 different territories. Details regarding quite a few danger zones were also recorded on the star map. It must be understood that even the Star Lord of Fogstone had only visited a few of the neighboring territories. If one wandered about randomly without a good star map, one could easily end up into a dangerous part of a foreign, unfamiliar territory. The star map I gave you only includes roughly 300 or so territories worth of information. Downlord Soulsky looked at Ning, then said solemnly, "There are also quite a few other foreign territories that I didn't note down because I'm worried that you might go astray. The endless territories are filled with countless dangers. A world-level expert can't just go running around randomly. You have to follow the line I mapped out. It'll lower the danger level significantly, but despite that, you are not to head out until you become a world-level expert." Understood. Ning nodded. There was no such thing as true safety in the primordial chaos. It was filled with countless mysteries. The existing maps and travel lines had been all verified and authenticated by countless generations of cultivators who had risked their very lives. These were all safe routes. If you ran around randomly without paying attention to those routes, you could easily end up trapped in a dangerous death trap. The distance between the Badlands territory and the Vast Heaven territory was simply too great. The route which Downlord Soulsky had provided included some definitely safe locations as well as relatively safe locations. Only when Ning was strong enough would he be able to reach his destination. I'll bestow a few techniques upon you as well. Downlord Soulsky waved his hand, causing a series of bamboo slips to appear on the table before Ning. In truth, after you formally join Vast Heaven Palace, you'll be given access to a large amount of techniques and secret arts. Still, the formal rites will only occur after you actually reach Vast Heaven Palace. Only then will you become a true member of Vast Heaven Palace. But you have the Talisman of Welcome, and so it's not a big deal if I bestow a few techniques upon you early. Master these techniques and do your best to become a world-level expert as soon as possible. If I'm not able to return, you'll have to rely on your own power to go to Vast Heaven Palace, Downlord Soulsky said. Yes, big brother. Ning felt tremendously grateful. Downlord Soulsky had already taken many factors into account in trying to help Ning out. It wasn't realistic to expect him to abandon his own plans and instead shepherd Ning through more than 100 territories, some of which weren't even directly linked by transfer arrays. There were actually a number of dangerous regions on the way as well. Ning spent the next 3 years living in the Badlands court. He permitted his retainers, Flame Fairy Su Yuji and Elder God Wild Dog, to come out from his estate world and also take up residence in the Water Curtain home for now. During these 3 years, Downlord Soulsky would occasionally provide Ning with a bit of guidance. He even gave some advice to the Flame Fairy. As for Elder God Wild Dog, his comprehension abilities were too weak. Downlord Soulsky couldn't be bothered to teach him. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 12, The Nature of the Sword. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 12, The Nature of the Sword. On this day, Ning was seated within the levitating wooden study, working on his calligraphy. Every single character was filled with his surging sword intent. Next to him was the Flame Fairy, Su Yuji. She was obediently helping him grind his ink and watching as Ning wrote. Usually, the flame fairy was a woman with a temper that was just as fiery as her name. The reason why she was being so obedient as to help him grind his ink wasn't just because she was his retainer, it was also because she wanted to spend as much time next to him as possible. That way, when Downlord Soulsky came to offer Ning his advice, he might give her some offhand advice as well. That Downlord is simply incredible. Whenever the Flame Fairy thought of Downlord Soulsky, she was filled with admiration and amazement. He gave me a few pointers during the past 3 years, allowing me to get a clear picture of what I need to do to advance to the world level. Once I break through this bottleneck, I'll become a world-level expert. Su Yuji had benefited tremendously through her association with Ning. Downlord Soulsky was a Samsara Downlord who had reached the very verge of the downmerge. There was no one else like him in the entire Badlands territory, even Downlord Badlands was slightly weaker than him. For her to have the chance to get advice from someone like him was truly a tremendous blessing for her. When she had to learn on her own and struggle through many wrong paths, she had still become comparable to a supreme elder god even though she was just a key refiner. These days, she was improving at an astonishing pace and was just a breath away from becoming a world-level expert herself. Ning had made significant improvements as well. Downlord Soulsky had even personally sparred with him a few times while using the sword. As a result, Ning's understanding regarding the nature of the sword was undergoing a series of fundamental changes. If one was at a completely different level of power, one would have a different perspective on the Tao. Although World God Blackmist was a formidable figure, there was a limit to how much he understood. Although Downlord Soulsky didn't really focus on the Tao of the sword, there were certain commonalities which every single Tao shared. What is the sword? I once heard Emperor Mirrors Now discuss what the sword is. I felt that his words made a great deal of sense. Downlord Soulsky had once said these words to Ning. The sword is a weapon which living beings created in order to kill others. The sword has a tip, 2 edges, and 2 flat sides. It was designed to kill. In order for you to discover and understand the Tao of the sword, you need to start with its creation and its design. How should the tip of the sword be used to kill? How should you use a single edge of the sword to kill? How should you use both edges together to kill? How should you use the flat of the blade to kill? When all these things are mixed together, how should you use them to kill? When you meditate on the Tao, you meditate on the true essence and true nature of a thing. You should focus on simplicity, rather than complexity. If your Tao gets more and more complex, eventually you will lose yourself within it. Your Tao can appear to be complex to others, but to you it must be as clear and bright as a mirror. Downlord Soulsky had looked at Ning. Remember this. This is very important. Also, all techniques spring from the same source. If you reach a bottleneck that you cannot overcome in the Tao of the sword, you can switch to other tasks such as calligraphy. I saw that your calligraphy isn't bad, and you can infuse it with your Tao of the sword. This is something that is quite different from using it to fight. However, these two things will share many commonalities, and both have their strengths with regards to helping you understand the Tao. Based on what I know, the majority of Samsara Downlords who focus on the Tao of the sword also enjoy painting and calligraphy. I imagine there has to be a good reason for this. I can also see that you have high affinity towards water, lightning, and space. Don't discard or abandon these insights. Focus on them as well. There are commonalities between every single Tao. For example, although I've never focused on the Tao of the sword, if I spent 4 or 5 days on it, my mastery over the Tao of the sword would become comparable to that of some weaker Samsara Downlords who do focus on the sword. But Ning had felt as though a brand new gateway had just appeared before him, one which had brought him a completely new way of looking at the Tao of the sword. Ning had never intended to give up on water, lightning, space, or any of his other Taos. He did understand that all Taos shared certain commonalities. As for calligraphy, he had always felt that writing calligraphy was very pleasing and relaxing. However, only after listening to Lord Salisky's words did he truly understand how helpful it could be. A new world had truly opened up before him. Right. Long, long ago, one of the first creatures of the primordial chaos created the very first sword. Ever since then, countless living beings have used his sword. Their techniques constantly improved until it all reached the level of a Tao unto itself that only became more and more powerful. Only then did the Tao of the sword, a Tao feared by countless cultivators, come into existence. The tip of the sword, the edge, the double edge, the flat. Ever since that day, the way in which Ning viewed the sword completely changed. In the past, he had always felt that the Tao of the sword was truly unfathomably profound, and he had dedicated himself to piously and slowly understanding all of its mysteries. Now, Ning had a different view of the sword. Although the Tao of the sword was indeed profound, its fundamental essence remained quite simple. It lay in the sword itself. If you could truly understand the structure of a sword, you would be able to quickly grasp the essence of the Tao of the sword itself. Ning now viewed the Yi Bright Moon sword art and the Nameless sword art in completely different ways. He immediately began to retrofit them, making the Blood Drop stance purer, the Soul Heart stance more ephemeral, the Yin Yang stance more chaotic, the Heavenbreaker stance more dominating, and the Shadowless stance slightly less unpredictable but even faster than before. In fact, he split the Heavenbreaker stance into two different stances. The first used the edge of the sword to attack and was known as the Heavenbreaker Hacker, the other used the flat of the blade to attack and was known as the Heavenbreaker Eliminator. The power of the Yi Bright Moon sword art had suddenly increased more than twofold, just because he now had a completely different way of viewing the sword. In the distant future, Ning would understand how tremendously beneficial this new way of thinking would be for him and also feel even more gratitude towards Tao Lord Soulsky for advising him. Tao Lord Soulsky was currently seated off in the distant, leisurely sipping some wine and watching as Ji Ning worked on his calligraphy within that levitating wooden study. Tao Lord Soulsky couldn't help but nod slowly. This Ji Ning really does have some talent. The Tao was not to be transmitted casually. It wasn't just that his guidance was incredibly valuable or precious. His avatar in Vast Heaven Palace was capable of giving good guidance to every single member of Vast Heaven Palace, and yet, every single cultivator had their own firm beliefs. If your guidance was very different from what they believed or what their own insights were, they would reject your guidance on an intrinsic level. Or worse, because they trusted in the Tao Lord and felt certain that his words had to be right, they might end up questioning their own Tao and losing their own way. That would be even worse. Thus, each person's Tao truly was different. It wasn't easy for a master to find a good disciple. When Ning had created his Bright Moon sword art, he had already drawn the rough sketches of his own personal understanding of the Tao. When Ning had been in the three realms, he had proudly and foolishly believed that he could infuse the entirety of the Tao of the sword into his 5 stances. What he didn't realize was that all 5 stances were just variations on the true essence of the sword. He had already reached out to the true essence of the sword. He just didn't understand that he had done so. Tao Lord Salisky's guidance helped him to see past his own preconceptions, allowing him to see the truth. Since this was the path he had already chosen, the guidance he was given was enormously beneficial and helped him to understand his path more clearly than before. Ji Ning. Tao Lord Soulsky rose to his feet. Big brother. Ning put down his brush and hurriedly walked out of the study. Elder God Wild Dog was on duty, awaiting his commands. I am going to go to the Waveshift world now, Tao Lord Soulsky said. After I leave, it'll all be up to you. Don't worry about me, big brother. When you go to the Waveshift world, you need to be careful and stay safe. Ning was worried as well. During the past 3 years, Ning had gotten a better sense of how dangerous the Waveshift world was. It was unfathomably more dangerous than the Windsource ruins had been, and even Tao Lord Soulsky would be in danger of dying in there. Ahaha. This old man plans to succeed in the Tao merge. How could I possibly let myself die in the Waveshift world? Tao Lord Soulsky laughed loudly, then strode away into the skies. An azure-robed figure was already waiting for him high in the air. This was Downlord Badlands' avatar. "Sorry for the trouble, Brother Badlands," Downlord Sulsky said. "Ha, I've never gone into the core regions of the Waveshift world either. Now that you are here, I can do a bit more exploring than I've done in the past." Downlord Badlands' avatar smiled. "Let's go." "Let's." The two transformed into streaks of light, disappearing into the horizon. Ning just watched them from afar. After having spent 3 years with Downlord Sulsky, he knew that the man truly did view him as he would a brother. "Come back alive, big brother." Ning murmured these words softly to himself. Downlord Sulsky had said that if everything went perfectly smoothly in the Waveshift world, he would be able to return in 4 or 5 years. If he ended up trapped, it could easily be hundreds of millions of years or even 100 chaos cycles before he managed to escape. Ning, the Flame Fairy, and Elder God Wild Dog continued to live within the Badlands court. They slowly became familiar with the other cultivators who lived here, and Ning would even spend some time dueling with other cultivators of the Tao of the Sword. One of the competitions resulted in quite a bit of hubbub, because every single Elder God and ancestral immortal sword wielder of the Badlands court ended up being defeated by Ning. It must be understood that all of them used extremely ordinary swords and very little force. It was merely a contest of Daos. In the end, even world-level experts got interested and involved. Now that Ning had begun to understand the true essence of the sword, only world-level experts who were truly skilled in the Tao of the sword were able to suppress him, and they were only able to suppress, not defeat. The cultivators of the Badlands court couldn't help but sigh to themselves, Brother Dark North is most likely going to become a world god through the Tao of the sword. Life was relaxed but quite fulfilling. Time passed on, year after year. 3 years. 5 years. 10 years. 50 years. 100 years. Ning continued his quiet life here at the Badlands court, but Downlord Sulsky still had yet to return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 13, The Mysterious Treasure Auction. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 13, The Mysterious Treasure Auction. Ning. Ning was seated atop a levitating wooden bridge, lazily fishing. A voice suddenly rang out, badly startling him. He hurriedly turned his head, realizing that an azure-robed figure had just appeared next to him. "Ning greets you, Downlord." Ning hurriedly rose to his feet. It was Downlord Badlands. Ning's heart clenched. After having spent more than 100 years here at the Badlands court, he had grown quite used to this place and become very familiar with many of its world gods, chaos immortals, elder gods, and ancestral immortals. However, he had never met Downlord Badlands a second time. He knew that Downlord Badlands rarely showed his face in the Badlands court. Millions of years often passed without a single appearance. However, he was actually one of the more visible Downlords. Some Samsara Downlords would only reveal themselves within their own clans a single time during each chaos cycle. When there was such an absolute disparity in power, it became hard for people to become friends and hold conversations. "Brother Sulsky asked me to pass you a message." Downlord Badlands looked at Ning. He probably won't be able to make it out of there anytime soon. Your return to Vast Heaven Palace will be up to you. He won't be able to make it out of there anytime soon? Ning was startled. He asked nervously, "Downlord, my big brother. You don't have to worry." Downlord Badlands smiled. He isn't in much danger, but both him and my avatar are going to be trapped for a while. It'll probably take at least 1,000,000 years to make it out of the formation we are currently trapped in, and there will be more dangers to come. Nin nodded slowly. Catch. Downlord Badlands tossed a black talisman over. Ning accepted the talisman. This talisman only had 2 rippling waves carved onto it. One wave looked fast while the other looked slow and calm. "This is the Badlands insignia," Dowlord Badlands said. "I've set down restrictive spells upon it, ensuring that it can only be bound once. Anyone who has the Badlands insignia is equivalent in status to a formal member of the Badlands court. In the Badlands territory, it'll be of some use to you." "Thank you, Dowlord." Ning hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He had naturally heard of the Badlands insignia before. With this insignia in hand, not even figures like God Emperor Black Lotus would dare to touch him. Although his status as a disciple of Vast Heaven Palace was even more incredible, Vast Heaven Palace was too far away. Almost nobody in the Badlands territory even knew what Vast Heaven Palace was. In fact, not even many of the disciples of the Badlands court knew about it. Similarly, not many of the members of Vast Heaven Palace had ever heard of the Badlands court. The Dowlords of each organization generally wouldn't give the other members such detailed maps, for fear that they might end up running too far away and getting lost, never to be able to make it back. But of course, the powerful Dowlords of Vast Heaven Palace, the Badlands Court, and other similar organizations all knew each other. Thus, many Samsara Dowlords would be unwilling to attack Ning once they realized who Ning was. Powerful world-level experts generally weren't afraid of other world-level experts. If they weren't able to win, they would be able to flee. They only feared Samsara Dowlords, and that's when having a powerful organization as a backer made all the difference. However, you also had to understand what the relationship was between your enemy and your own organization. God Emperor Black Lotus had foolishly reported that he was the disciple of Dowlord Seven Sovereigns, but what he didn't know was that Dowlord Seven Sovereigns was mortal enemies with Dowlord Soulsky, and had been so terrified by Dowlord Soulsky that he had fled long ago. Black Lotus reporting his affiliation only resulted in him dying even quicker. Time passed on, day by day. Ning continued to live within the Badlands court. He was in no rush to go out adventuring, because he was currently growing stronger at a breakneck pace. The seventh cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand had started to take form long ago. Thanks to Dowlord Sulisky's guidance, it had truly come into being. After using up a few dozen cubes worth of Chaos Jewels in the Heaven Gazer Tower, Ning had already mastered the middle portion of the Golden Idol, as well. His body was now comparable to a top-grade Chaos Treasure, the same level which World God Northrest had reached all those years ago. These two accomplishments had been relatively simple ones. The reason why Ning continued to live peacefully here at the Badlands Court was because he now had a completely different way of viewing the Tao of the Sword. He was improving incredibly fast and had yet to encounter a bottleneck. Generally speaking, cultivators would only go out adventuring when they had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. Only by seeing and experiencing more things would they be able to more easily break through those bottlenecks. Dark North, Senior Apprentice Brother Threecold is planning to pay a visit to the Azure Sky Territory Star Tower region and give it a go. Anyone who wants to go with him can go seek him out. Any interest? The Azure Sky Territory? The Star Tower region? Yes. It's not too far away from our Badlands territory. The legends say that the Star Tower region was created when an ancient power tossed out a tower-shaped magic treasure and left it there in the primordial chaos. The tower drew an energy from the primordial chaos, creating an entire region of incredible power around itself. I hear that even Samsara Dowlords will visit that place in the hopes of finding and acquiring that magic tower. Unfortunately, none of them have been able to master it to date. The treasures and techniques it contains are enough to satisfy world-level experts like us. Want to go? Senior Apprentice Brother Threefrost is very powerful. If we go with him, it'll be much safer. I don't wish to leave for now. Thank you for asking, Brother Seven Color. Oh. All right. Immortal Seven Color exchanged a few more words with Ning, then departed. Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. As the most powerful organization within the entire Badlands territory, the Badlands Court was quite strict on accepting new disciples. New disciples had to be tremendously talented, and most were world-level experts. The elder gods and ancestral immortals who made it in were all monstrously talented, and so most of the world-level experts of the Badlands court were able to reach the level of full mastery and become masterclass world gods. Upon reaching this level, the next breakthrough would result in them becoming samsara downlords. There were many independent world-level experts in the outside world, but only a few of them would ever reach the level of full mastery. However, the vast majority of the disciples of the Badlands court would become masterclass world gods. Thus, all of them were filled with exuberance and valor. They wished to go out and adventure, in the process discovering their own das and becoming samsara downlords. Almost everyone at Fogstone had given up and had chosen to live a peaceful, comfortable life. Everyone in the Badlands court, however, is still fighting hard for their dreams. Ning couldn't help but sigh. And yet, what he didn't understand was that in truth there were also some members of the Badlands court who had fought long and hard, yet remained unable to break through and so had given up. They were tired. They had lost their energy, their passion, and so they chose to leave the Badlands court and find another place where they would live in peace. Those who decided to remain in the Badlands court were the ones who were filled with energy and motivation. This was the real reason why so many members of the Badlands court would often venture out into new places. Each time they did so, they would usually announce it to their peers and try to recruit others to go with them. If 4 or 5 of them joined forces, they would stand a much better chance of surviving their adventures. Brothers from the same organization were more unified and generally more trustworthy than outsiders, after all. I'm beginning to solve the riddle of the third stance of the nameless sword art, the Great Firmament stance. I'm improving very rapidly. When I reach a bottleneck or when I master this third stance, I'll travel to the All-God estate. When I do that, I'll let everyone in the Badlands court know and invite some of them to accompany me, Ning mused to himself. The All-God estate. Aside from the Windsource ruins, the only place in the entire Badlands territory which had a copy of a Mirror's Now painting was the All-God estate. 161 years after Ning arrived at the Badlands court. Treasure auction. They are about to start a treasure auction. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Badlands court, causing quite a stir. Master! Master! Flame Fairy Su Yuji came running into the room. What is it? Ning was in the middle of practicing some calligraphy and meditating on his sword arts. He put down his quill, looking up towards Su Yuji. I just received word of something. Su Yuji's oval face was pink and lovely. Her eyes were very bright, and she extruded an aura of natural charm. Thus, she was quite a popular figure within the Badlands court and made many friends. In contrast, Elder God Wild Dog was always a cold, unfriendly figure. He didn't make many friends. 99 years from now, the Palace Opulentia will be hosting a treasure auction, Su Yuji said. A treasure auction? Ning's eyes lit up. There will be many treasures to buy, and whoever offers the most money will take the treasures home. Many treasures which normally are never available for sale will be on display. Su Yuji was quite excited. I heard that these auctions are only hosted 10 times per chaos cycle. Each time, almost all of the world-level experts of the entire Badlands territory will gather around it. I heard that all sorts of treasure will be offered for sale, including eternal weapons and some treasures that are even more marvelous than eternal weapons. Su Yuji was incredibly excited. Master, we have to go take a look. Nin nodded slowly. He knew that in every single territory, including the Badlands territory and the Vast Heaven territory, 10 treasure auctions would be held during each chaos cycle. All sorts of valuable treasures would emerge for the many cultivators in that territory to bid on. These weren't treasures that belonged to the Badlands court or the Vast Heaven Palace, rather, they were treasures delivered to this place by another mysterious organization. The organization would send a Dowlord to host each auction. 10 times per chaos cycle, the Dowlord would come here to the Badlands court and host a treasure auction. The Palace Opulentia merely loaned out their own auction grounds for this mysterious organization to use. Any treasures that were not purchased during the auction would all be taken away at the end. This mysterious organization is spread throughout almost every single territory, Ning mused to himself. Every single territory has these auctions. I absolutely cannot miss this one. If I do, it'll be countless years before the next one. It seems I'll need to hurry up and sell off the treasures I acquired in the windswept ruins. I need to prepare some money for the upcoming treasure auction. Ning's eyes were filled with eagerness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 14, The Gathering. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 14, The Gathering. This was a blazing hot planet. The surface of this planet was filled with lakes of lava and magma. Whoosh! One particular lake of lava could be seen bubbling and hissing as a gigantic head could be seen slowly bobbing up and down at the banks. Suddenly, the giant sleeping creature opened his crimson eyes. Oh! Treasure auction? Whoosh! This enormous creature that had been lying within the flows of lava suddenly transformed into a streak of light, flying over to the nearby shores and transforming into a handsome, barefoot man. A set of fiery red robes appeared over his body as well. The treasure auction for the Badlands territory will begin 92 years from now? A simian red light could be seen flickering in the man's eyes. Not too far away. Oof. I've wandered through quite a few Dowlord ruins over the past 10 chaos cycles, and I finally managed to find an eternal weapon for myself. If I sell both it and the other eternal weapon I acquired all those years ago, I might be able to purchase a pseudo-samsara pill. A pseudo-samsara pill. I have to get it, no matter the cost. The handsome man gritted his teeth, then transformed into a streak of fiery light and disappeared into the heavens. A treasure auction? It'll be in the waveshift city of the Badlands Everworld? 86 years from now? A beautiful woman dressed in elaborated white robes was seated atop a towering throne. She smiled as she spoke in a soft voice. Sect Mistress, you've been in secluded meditation this entire time, and so I didn't dare to disturb you. If you didn't emerge by the final year, I would have been forced to disrupt your session. Thankfully, that wasn't necessary. A woman dressed in a beautiful violet robe laughed. I finally managed to store up 3,000 cubes of chaos nectar. Hopefully, this time I'll be able to buy the treasures I need. The white-robed woman mused softly, I'll be comparable to supreme world gods if I succeed. A treasure auction? Let's go check it out and see if there's anything we can afford that would be of use to us. Let's go. 3 world-level experts who had entered seclusion together within a chaos world had decided to make haste to the Badlands Everworld. After the Badlands court released the news of the auction, the word quickly spread throughout the entire Badland territory. As for the major organizations who were headquartered in Waveshift City, they naturally became the first to find out. A short while later, this information also spread out to some of the nearby territories. The reason why it had been announced 99 years in advance was to give everyone enough time to receive word of this auction, then travel to the Badlands Everworld. Some had actually come all the way from neighboring territories. The ancient city of Waveshift was growing more and more lively by the day. New, unfamiliar world gods and chaos immortals began to gather here. Some of them belonged to the Badlands territory. However, the more famous world-level experts in the Badlands territory were figures who had lost their courage and determination, choosing to live peaceful lives of luxury. Most of the figures who were still dedicated to their Tao and improving themselves spent all of their time adventuring through the primordial chaos, resulting in very few elder gods and ancestral immortals knowing about them. But of course, some of the unfamiliar cultivators had come here from the neighboring territories. Master, when nightfall comes, the treasure auction shall begin. The skinny, grim-looking elder god Wild Dog was following behind Ning. What a beautiful sight! The nearby flame fairy let out an amazed sigh. Yes. Ning nodded slowly. The skies had already begun to darken. This everworld had been created by an ancient power, but it also had cycles of day and night. The distant palace Opulentia was a dazzling, eye-catching sight. Streams of light swirled around him, and it was the most dazzling, beautiful building located within the entire Waveshift city. Many world gods and chaos immortals were currently in the process of entering the palace. It's usually quite rare for us to encounter a world god or chaos immortal, but we are swarming with them today. Ning sighed in amazement. Of course we are. More than half of the world-level experts of the entire Badlands territory have arrived, as well as some from other nearby territories. Su Yuji was extremely excited. Let's go. We should go inside as well. As Ning spoke, he led Su Yuji and Elder God Wild Dog into the Palace Opulentia. The Palace Opulentia was extremely noisy today, and it had a world god and chaos immortal standing guard outside of it. Please enter, fellow Dioist. Please enter, fellow Dioist. The two disciples of the Badlands court smiled as they welcomed the guests. As for the world gods and chaos immortals who had come to take part in the treasure auction, they were all courteous as they responded to the greetings. This was the territory of the Badlands court, after all, and Dowlord Badlands' reputation in this territory and the neighboring territories was quite stunning. Anyone below the world level, come this way. A female attendant was leading the way for the weaker cultivators. Master, there are so many world-level powers here. A true immortal was following behind an elder god in terror. This elder god was quite famous in their homeland, but he was currently walking forward nervously for fear of accidentally offending someone. Just follow me. The elder god was behaving quite obediently and he followed the female attendant into the side door. This treasure auction will be an extraordinary one. All of the treasures up for sale are quite extraordinary, but space is limited. Anyone below the world level has to prove that he has at least 10 cubes of chaos nectar before being granted entry. I hope you can understand, fellow Daoist. Beyond the side door were two female attendants, and one of them spoke out courteously to the elder god. Naturally. Wonderful. This way, fellow Daoist. The Palace Opulentia kept things in perfect order. World-level experts were allowed to enter the bidding grounds, but elder gods and ancestral immortals had to be tested. Otherwise, the spectators would end up squeezing out all of the actual bidders. The white-robed Ning led the fiery and dazzling Su Yuji as well as the grim, icy-cold elder god Wild Dog towards the palace as well. Anyone below the world level, come this way. A female attendant came to greet them. One of the two disciples of the Badlands court stationed outside the palace noticed the sight. The Chaos Immortal immediately walked over and barked, "Step back." The female attendant was badly shocked. She was nothing more than a hired employee, not a real disciple of the Badlands court. Brother Dark North, why didn't you come alongside the rest of my fellow disciples? The Chaos Immortal laughed. This was Immortal 7 Color, who was one of the disciples of the Badlands court who was on the most friendly terms with Ning. I wanted to check the place out so I came out for a stroll. There really are a lot of world-level experts today, Ning said with a smile. Yes, there are. You normally would never see this many of them in one place. Only the treasure auction can possibly attract so many world-level figures from all the nearby territories. In fact, even Dowlords have come. Immortal 7 Color lowered his voice conspiratorially when he said this. Oh? Ning was surprised. Dowlords? Dark North, you can go straight to the 3rd floor. That's the place we've reserved for ourselves. No need to waste your time in the main hall downstairs, Immortal 7 Color said. All right. Ning nodded. You can go back now. I know you are very busy today. Ha ha. Immortal 7 Color chuckled, then hurriedly returned to the palace entrance. As for Ning, he led Su Yuji and Elder God Wild Dog into the Palace Opulentia through the main gates. This caused some of the nearby Chaos Immortals and World Gods to stare at him in a somewhat puzzled manner. Dark North. This way, brother Dark North. There were some disciples of the Badlands court maintaining order inside the palace as well. When they saw Ning, they immediately came to greet him. You can go straight to the third floor, brother Dark North. Ning was guided straight to the third floor, which had many private rooms within it. This was where the disciples of the Badlands court were going to stay, and Ning was given a room of his own. Ning, Su Yuji, and Elder God Wild Dog entered their room. They were able to see through an enormous window to the great hall below them. The hall below them was filled with many seats that were occupied by world gods and chaos immortals, with the elder gods and ancestral immortals seated to the rear. There were quite a few rooms available on the second floor, but one had to spend 10 cubes of chaos nectar in order to claim one. 10 cubes of chaos nectar was enough to purchase a Dao weapon. This was flat-out extortion. Thus, 99% of world gods and chaos immortals elected to sit in the great hall below. A tiny fraction who truly did not wish to reveal themselves chose to sit on the second floor. The top floor of the hall was quite spacious. A white-robed woman was seated in the lotus position, and a stick of incense had been placed next to her. The scent of the incense swirled around her, emanating a sense of utter peacefulness. 1,000 shadows. Two figures walked in from outside. It was the azure-robed Dao Lord Badlands and his beautiful wife. Badlands. Little sister Yenner. The white-robed woman nodded slowly. Drakagod came as well, Dao Lord Badlands said. Drakagod? The seated woman frowned slightly when she heard the name, a slightly disgusted look on her face. At this moment, a man of noble demeanor dressed in golden robes walked in. He looked very poised and had a few scales on his forehead. This was Dao Lord Drakagod. When he saw the white-robed woman, he smiled. Fairy 1,000 shadows. I didn't expect you to be the one in charge of escorting the treasures this time. If I knew, I would have come to help out instead of letting you go to all this trouble. I wouldn't dare to ask you to help, the white-robed woman said calmly. Dao Lord Drakagod chuckled, but a hint of ice could be seen in his smile. Dao Lord Badlands and his wife exchanged a glance. There was nothing they could do. Due to a dragonification fruit, a feud had sprung up between Dao Lord Drakagod and Dao Lord 1,000 Shadows. Most likely, if they were meeting anywhere else, they would already be trying to kill each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 15, The Treasure Auction begins. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 15, The Treasure Auction begins. Fellow Taoists. A loud laugh rang out as an azure-robed man with deer antlers on his head walked in. Brother Taoist Azure Sky. I didn't expect you to join this treasure auction. Dao Lord Drakagod was the first to respond in a very warm fashion. Old brother Azure Sky. Dao Lord Badlands and his wife greeted him as well. The antlered man smiled and nodded at Dao Lord Badlands and his wife, then glanced at Dao Lord Drakagod. Finally, he turned his gaze towards the white-robed woman. He smiled. 1,000 Shadows, I heard that you were the one responsible for escorting the treasures this time. My Azure Sky territory is pretty close to this place, so I came to come visit my old friends. It has indeed been quite some time. The white-robed female Dao Lord nodded slowly, a hint of a smile on her face. This was the most powerful figure of the surrounding territories, Azure Sky. Azure Sky was another major power who was at the verge of the Dao merge, but his Azure Sky sect didn't have any powerful Dao Lords that could help assume the mantle of leadership. Given that he still had plenty of time left, Dao Lord Azure Sky spent most of his time slowly accumulating more power and experience, planning on attempting the Dao merge sometime in the future. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, materializing into a figure. Little Sister 1,000 Shadows. A short old man dressed in short sleeves beamed merrily and called out at her. Big Brother Waterwind. The white-robed woman had acted in quite an aloof manner thus far, but she now hurriedly rose to her feet and walked over towards that short old man and grabbed his hand. Big Brother Waterwind, it's almost impossible for me to find you. The only reason I accepted this mission to the Badlands territory was because I thought I might be able to see you. And now, I really have, your big brother just loves to go wandering around the world, Waterwind laughed. Long time no see, Waterwind. Dowlord Badlands smiled as well. Badlands. Waterwind nodded. The Badlands territory actually held 4 Dowlords. However, most of them rarely showed their faces, and so most elder gods, ancestral immortals, and world-level figures only knew of Dowlord Badlands. They didn't know any of the others. The 4 Dowlords of the Badlands territory were Dowlord Badlands, his wife, Dowlord Waterwind, and Dowlord Cavefloat. Dowlord Cavefloat was somewhat weak, while Waterwind was extremely lazy. Waterwind had no interest in setting up his own sect whatsoever, preferring to wander the primordial chaos by himself. In terms of strength, however, he was a formidable figure who was absolutely on par with Dowlord Badlands himself. Of the 5 Dowlords on the top level, the strongest was Dowlord Azure Sky. Dowlord Badlands and Dowlord Waterwind were ranked second, while Dowlord Thousand Shadows and Dowlord Drakagod were even weaker. As for Dowlord Badlands' wife, she was the weakest one of them all. Generally speaking, not many Dowlords would be drawn to any given treasure auction. It was normal for 4 or 5 to attend at most. This was because these treasure auctions were mainly meant to let world-level experts have a chance to buy some fairly rare items. However, each treasure auction would also hold a few items that would make even Dowlords feel envious, which was why they would often come and see if there was anything they fancied. Brother Daoist Azure Sky. Dowlord Drakagod behaved in an extremely friendly manner, repeatedly referring to Azure Sky as his brother Daoist. This caused Waterwind to purse his lips in disdain. If Waterwind was a solitary man who wandered as he pleased, Drakagod was the exact opposite. He curried favor with everyone around him and enjoyed making friends with the most powerful Dowlords he could find. Dowlord Soulsky and Dowlord Azure Sky both were at the verge of the downmerge and were extremely frightening figures of tremendous power. If they failed their downmerge, it was guaranteed that they would eventually perish. However, if they went berserk before they died, they would prove to be a terrifying foe for anyone to encounter. Who would dare antagonize someone who knew that death was coming no matter what? Not even ancient powers who had succeeded in their downmerge and gained eternity would be willing to antagonize Dowlords who had failed in their downmerge. Dowlord Drakagod delighted in befriending the top-tier Dowlords, doing everything in his power to curry favor with them. And as a result, he really did end up making quite a few friends. Generally speaking, no matter where he went, the other Dowlords would give him some face. However, many solitary wanderers like Dowlord Waterwind would feel very disdainful towards him. The treasure auction is beginning. Dowlord Thousand Shadows glanced downwards. Ning, Su Yuji, and Wild Dog peered out through their giant window towards the great hall below them. The hall didn't look that large from the outside, but it was actually 10 kilometers in size. Tens of thousands of cultivators were seated around the central auctioning platform. Most of the people present were world gods and chaos immortals, with a few elder gods and ancestral immortals present. Even the elder gods and ancestral immortals who were allowed in had to have at least 10 cubes of chaos nectar in wealth. The chairs were all seated a fair distance from each other as there was 10 kilometers worth of space here. But of course, all of them had such perfect vision that they could see ants crawling on the ground from 10 kilometers away with absolute clarity. Master, it has begun. Su Yuji hurriedly pointed downwards. Right. Ning looked as well. 3 female chaos immortals dressed in marvelous floral robes walked out to the central auction platform. Their leader was a woman whose skin looked like it had been carved out of ice, and her eyes were a steely silver color. This silver-eyed woman stood there in the center, the other 2 standing by her side. Welcome, distinguished cultivators and guests from many different territories. I shall be the one in charge of this treasure auction. The silver-eyed woman had a smile on her face. I imagine all of you are tired of waiting, so I won't waste any time. Let the auction begin. The rules to the auction are quite simple. Every single treasure will have a reserve price, and every bid has to be at least 1 cube of chaos nectar higher than the previous bid. All right. Let the first item be brought out. The silver-eyed woman waved her crystalline, frozen arm. Instantly, a dried yellow wooden slip appeared in her hands, then levitated into the air. It rose to a height of roughly 30 meters, so as to allow all of the cultivators a clear line of sight to it. This is a piece of soul guide wood. The silver-eyed woman smiled. Soul guide wood. Once it is lit, it will completely ignite and transform into a certain type of smoke. If you completely inhale all of the smoke, you'll enter a deep slumber for 1,000 years. Any cultivators whose hearts have been cast into shadow due to some event will find the shadow to be dramatically weakened and no longer pose a threat to them. Soul Guide Wood has a reserve price of 12 cubes of chaos nectar. Let the auction begin. 15 cubes. The first bidder was an elder god whose eyes were filled with desire. 16 cubes. A gray-robed chaos immortal called out calmly from a different part of the hall. The elder god immediately gritted his teeth helplessly. The reason why he had immediately increased the bid to 15 cubes was because he wanted to scare off any bidders, but alas, everyone knew just how valuable Soul Guide Wood was. How many elder gods could possibly win a bidding war against world-level figures? 17 cubes. 18 cubes. Ning watched as the bidding proceeded, rather surprised. Soul Guide Wood? I didn't expect the first treasure to be such a valuable one. When cultivators encountered certain types of setbacks, every so often a shadow would be cast over their heart. Sometimes, the shadow would be as strong as a demon heart curse. This would constantly disturb and nag at the cultivator, worrying away at him. Even if he was able to suppress it, he wouldn't be able to be truly at peace when meditating on the Tao, making it much more difficult for him to grow more powerful. However, Soul Guide Wood would send the cultivator into a 1,000-year slumber. Upon awakening, the cultivator would feel as though the shadow cast over his heart was something that had happened long, long ago. He would barely be able to remember it. This was quite a marvelous treasure. Although it was comparable in value to most Tao weapons, it was incredibly rare. Normally, if a person wished to purchase this item within the Palace Opulentia, the Palace Opulentia would charge an extortionate price to help them even locate the item. The price would start off at 50 cubes at least. Sometimes, even organizations like the Badlands Court would find it difficult to acquire, making it truly expensive to purchase. However, the prices offered at these treasure auctions were much lower. This was the reason why even Tao Lords would come and take a look. They wanted to see if they could pick up something cheap. 32 cubes. Any higher bids? The silver-eyed woman glanced at the surrounding cultivators. Since there are no higher bids, as she spoke, the soul guide would slowly begin to float downwards. When it landed in her hand, it represented this particular bidding cycle as having been completed. The soul guide would landed in her hands. Very well then. The soul guide wood is sold at 32 cubes, the silver-eyed woman said. The woman behind her immediately walked forward, accepting the soul guide wood and then taking it off the auction platform. She walked to the elder god who had placed the final bid of 32 cubes. Soul guide wood was something which many elder gods and ancestral immortals were desperately in need of. Generally speaking, the higher one's level of insight into the Tao was, the more powerful their hearts were. It was very rare for world-level experts to have their hearts troubled by the demon heart, and even if they were, the problem wouldn't be resolvable through usage of soul guide wood. If they truly did wish to buy soul guide wood, they could just spend 50 cubes to buy it at a later point in time. It was slightly cheaper now, which was why the elder gods and ancestral immortals present were desperate to buy it. Many of the world-level experts had merely watched. It wasn't yet time for them to make bids. As for Ning, he also just watched from the third floor as well. He had sold off quite a few treasures for the sake of this treasure auction, precisely because he was waiting for rare, powerful items he needed to show up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 16, Wings. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 16, Wings. Thanks to the time he had spent in the Badlands court, Ning understood that each treasure auction would have many treasures for sale. Treasures of every single type would be sold, and so Ning sold off the vast majority of the treasures he had acquired in the Windsource ruins. He had been planning on keeping the Eversnow banner and the Rainbow Cloud world, but he ended up selling them as well. The Eversnow banner was quite useful. It had several Synthians within it and could be used to trap enemies or test out dangerous regions. However, Ning deeply disliked Sin treasures. He had planned on temporarily using it since he had a deficit of good treasures, but now that an abundance of treasures was coming towards him, he was naturally going to sell it off to buy things he actually liked. Although the Rainbow Cloud world was a domain-type artifact, Ning had no insights into the Tao of Mist at all. There was no way for Ning to even bind the layers of seals held within the Tao weapon, and so he was only able to unleash a tiny fraction of its true power. He naturally chose to sell it as well. The Eversnow banner alone had been sold off for more than 150 cubes. In short, Ning had sold off almost all of the treasures of those 3 world-level experts, save for the Mirrors Now painting and Rocky the Stone Titan. He had sold these treasures off to the Badlands court, and since he was their respected guest, they didn't try to make much money off of him. Ning was able to earn a total of 1,580 cubes of Chaos Nectar. This was an enormous sum of money. However, it wouldn't be that impressive in the context of the treasure auction, and so he had to be very careful in how he spent his wealth. Violet Jewel and the Mirrors Now painting are worth incredible amounts of Chaos Nectar, but they are very important to me. Ning continued to stare through the window towards the Great Hall below him. The Great Hall was still filled with tens of thousands of seated cultivators. The silver-eyed woman took out one treasure after another, arousing waves of excited discussions. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had gone past. This was nothing more than the start, as every single treasure auction would go on for nearly 10 days. Between the explanation phase and the bidding phase, every single treasure would take quite a bit of time. Even after a full day of auctioning, only a few hundred treasures had been sold off. This treasure. The silver-eyed woman waved her hand, causing a white pair of wings to appear in her palms. The tiny, delicate little wings quickly flew into the air and began to expand in size. When it reached a height of 30 meters, it was roughly as tall as a normal human. It emanated waves of strange ripples as it constantly phased in and out of existence. This is a high-grade Tao treasure known as the Void Sea Wings. It is filled with many divine runes that embody the profound mysteries of space and is suitable for cultivators who cultivate the Tao of spacetime. The silver-eyed woman continued, with this set of wings, you'll be able to fly incredibly fast. When engaged in close combat, you'll be able to move much more agilely. The Void Sea Wings have a reserve price of 30 cubes of Chaos Nectar. Let the bidding begin. The silver-eyed woman called out. 30 cubes. 31 cubes. 35 cubes. Instantly, quite a few cultivators began to fight over the treasure. Treasures that could increase one's agility in combat were actually very important, especially since they could also be vital when fleeing from danger. These wings could allow one to fly much faster and also made one much more agile. Although it was merely a high-grade Tao treasure, it was even more rare and valuable than most top-grade Tao weapons. The third floor. Master, don't you need treasures like this? Su Yuji asked. Let's wait for a bit longer. I imagine there will be even better treasures later. Ning frowned. He did want a set of wings, because his path was the path of close combat, but his greatest skill lay in the Tao of the sword. Although he did have some insights into lightning, water, and space, they were significantly weaker than his insights into the Tao of the sword. Strictly speaking, his most powerful Tao was the Tao of the sword, the second was the Tao of lightning, the third was the Tao of water, and the last one was the Tao of space. The divine runes that had been imprinted into those void sea wings were undoubtedly quite abstruse and profound. Given his limited skill in the Tao of space, he probably would only be able to unleash a fraction of the full power of that set of wings. 69 cubes. Any higher bids? The silver-eyed woman glanced at the surrounding people as the pair of wings in the air began to slowly descend from its height of 30 meters, shrinking as it did so. Finally, it landed in her palms. The auction is complete. The void sea wings have been sold for 69 cubes. One of the female immortals behind her immediately took the wings and delivered them to the winning bidder. Ning continued to watch. He had yet to make a single bid, because there was nothing that had truly excited him thus far. There was no need for him to buy a treasure that wasn't a perfect fit for him. With enough chaos nectar on hand, he would have plenty of other chances to purchase what he needed. If push comes to shove, I'll buy a boat-type treasure that's meant for fleeing, Ning mused to himself. Even if I'm not as agile as I would be with those wings, my sword arts will ensure that I have nothing to fear. This was his backup plan. The treasure auction continued for another 2 hours. This is the 5th set of wings to appear in this treasure auction. This is also a pair of high-grade Tao wings, and it is known as the Thunderlight wings. The silver-eyed woman waved her hand as her voice echoed within the great hall. Thunderlight? Ning's ears twitched. For the sake of mastering a 9-horn lightning serpent, Ning had transformed his body to give it an even higher affinity for lightning than exalted celestial thunder god. His improvement in the Tao of lightning was quite fast, on the same level as his improvement in the element of water. It was second only to the Tao of the sword. Is that? Ning stared from afar as a set of azure wings appeared in the silver-eyed woman's hands. The wings appeared to spark and hum with electric light. Thunderlight wings are powered by lightning and use swordlight to tear through all obstacles, allowing the wielder to move at tremendous speeds. It is highly suited for both close combat and evasive techniques. It is a perfect fit for cultivators who are skilled in both the Tao of the sword and the Tao of lightning, the silver-eyed woman said. Ning shot up, his eyes gleaming as he stared through the window. That's the one. The Thunderlight wings were actually even tougher to use than the Void Sea wings. There were quite a few cultivators who were skilled in the Tao of space, the Tao of lightning, and the Tao of the sword, but fairly few who were skilled in both the sword and in lightning. However, a treasure which was able to join together 2 different Taos would generally be even more astonishingly powerful than normal treasures of that type. The Thunderlight wings have a reserve price of 36 cubes of chaos nectar. Let the bidding begin, the silver-eyed woman said. 38 cubes. 40 cubes. 45 cubes. Quite a few world gods began to make their bids, the price rising much faster than the price for the Void Sea wings had. Although fewer cultivators were able to use these Thunderlight wings, there were so many world gods present that there were multiple figures here who were skilled in both lightning and the sword. Under normal circumstances, Waveshift City didn't have many Tao treasures for sale. Wing-type Tao treasures were even rarer, and dual affinity ones such as this almost never showed up. The bidding war is pretty fierce. Ning frowned slightly, then spoke out and made his first bid. 50 cubes. His voice rang out from the 3rd floor, causing quite a few cultivators to turn their heads in his direction. That's the 3rd floor. He must be a disciple of the Badlands court. So what if he is? 52 cubes. 55 cubes. 60 cubes. 65 cubes. The bidding war grew increasingly intense. 72 cubes. Ning raised the price, making his second bid. This pair of wings were extremely hard to design and quite complicated to forge. They rarely showed up in the marketplace. If he used them, his ability and his speed would both increase dramatically. Ning would not accept no for an answer. 73 cubes. 74 cubes. The bidding speed began to slow down. There was a limit to how much anyone would pay for a high-grade Dao treasure. In the end, they could try to find and buy one during the next treasure auction. Waveshift City would hold 10 of them each chaos cycle, after all. 76 cubes. Ning frowned slightly, then spoke out for a third time. 80 cubes. The entire hall fell silent. No further bids came. 80 cubes appeared to be the ceiling. It must be understood that the stone titan Ning had acquired was itself worth merely 100 cubes. 80 cubes. Any higher bids? The set of azure thunderlight wings continued to hover above the silver-eyed woman, but a moment later it began to slowly descend. Finally, it landed in her hands. Bidding is now closed. The thunderlight wings have been sold for 80 cubes. On the third floor, Ning let out a sigh of relief and revealed a hint of a smile. The highest possible price he was willing to pay was actually 100 cubes of chaos nectar. Other cultivators and world-level experts had been around for a long time and were willing to wait. There were 10 of these auctions each chaos cycle, after all. They wouldn't be willing to pay too high a price. Ning, however, wasn't willing to wait. By the time the next treasure auction came around, he would probably be a world-level expert himself. 80 cubes for a set of wings that are a perfect fit for me. I'm satisfied. Ning secretly celebrated. Congratulations, Master. Elder God Wild Dog hurriedly congratulated Ning. Congratulations, Master. You were silent for so long, but when you found something you liked you stopped at nothing to take it. The Flame Fairy smiled as well. We are just getting started. This was just a warm-up. Ning grinned. This set of wings had only cost him 80 cubes of chaos nectar. He had prepared more than 1,000 cubes for this auction, and the best treasures had yet to appear. Supposedly, there were some treasures that would cause even some Samsara Downlords to grow intrigued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 17, Aquaflect. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 17, Aquaflect. One treasure after another was sold off. Of course, there was also the occasional treasure which had no bidders at all. 3 days of bidding passed in the blink of an eye, with the cultivators in the hall growing increasingly excited. Increasingly unique treasures were beginning to come out, as many of the best treasures had been saved for last. This next treasure is a suit of armor. The silver-eyed female immortal smiled, her voice echoing within the ears of the tens of thousands of cultivators present. This is the most unique set of armor we have for sale in this treasure auction. Oh? The eyes of quite a few people lit up as they began to listen carefully. Ning listened carefully as well. The most unique set of armor? The Downlords seated at the top floor also glanced downwards towards the Great Hall. Little Sister Thousand Shadows, what's so unique about this armor? Waterwind asked curiously. The white-robed Downlord Thousand Shadows smiled. Just keep watching, Big Brother. You know the rules. No leaks are permitted regarding the treasures for sale during any treasure auction. Fine, let's see what this treasure is. Downlord Drakagod smiled as well. Downlord Badlands and his wife watched curiously as well. Armor as precious as this is rarely seen during the various treasure auctions that have been held in these territories during recent chaos cycles. For me, at least, this is the first time I'm seeing such a precious treasure appear in an auction that I'm officiating over. The words of the silver-eyed woman caused the cultivators present to feel even more intrigued. What was so rare and special about this armor? I imagine some of you have heard of this type of armor, but few of you have ever seen it. The silver-eyed woman waved her crystalline arm, causing a tiny suit of armor to appear in her palm. As the suit of armor floated into the air, it quickly expanded in size. The armor looked quite ordinary, but it was covered by a layer of icy frost. This suit of armor is known as the Frosthorn robe. The silver-eyed woman laughed. It is suitable for cultivators skilled in the Tao of water. It admittedly looks quite ordinary, and it is nothing more than a suit of top-grade Tao armor. But it has the reflect damage property that any attacks, close range or lunge range, that land on this suit of armor will result in an equal amount of damage being reflected onto the attacker. As soon as her words came out, the entire hall exploded into a shocked clamor. An equal amount of damage reflected. All of the cultivators were stunned. So if an enemy launched a full-force attack against you, your armor would automatically cause them to suffer an attack of the exact same level of power? How would you even try to fight against someone with this armor in close combat? With armor like this, world gods that are skilled in close combat can even fight back against experts at a higher level of power. This is crazy. World gods generally all had incredibly tough bodies as well as top-grade Tao armors protecting them. Generally speaking, even world-level opponents who were one or two classes of power above them in strength would find it difficult to annihilate them in one blow. If their opponent was not only unable to slay them in one blow but would also suffer damage reflection, even foes stronger than the armor-bearers would find actually fighting them to be a painful experience. Ning began to grow excited as well. This was definitely a set of armor that was perfect for anyone who specialized in close combat. Ning's own body was very tough, especially when reinforced by the Azure Flower Mist energy. Once he became a world god, he would become even more formidable in this regard. Him acquiring this set of armor would be like a tiger being given wings. Aquaflect? The Tao Lords on the top floor, however, were all puzzled. So it's just water element damage reflection. Tao Lord Drakagod frowned. Although Aquaflect armor is fairly rare, there's one or two for sale in every treasure auction. Tao Lord Thousand Shadows, your subordinate is bragging a bit too much. Why did she say that this item is something that is all but unmatched in value in treasure auctions hosted during recent chaos cycles? She even claimed that this was the first time she ever encountered such an item while hosting an auction. Is this her first time being the auction mistress? Aquaflect? Azure Sky, Waterwind, and the Badlands couple were all puzzled as well. While the world gods were all excited, this item wasn't that exciting to Tao Lords like them. She's hosted at least 100 treasure auctions. Tao Lord Thousand Shadows gave Tao Lord Drakagod a cold sideways glance. If you aren't impressed, don't bid on it. Don't bid on it? Tao Lord Drakagod was stunned. What was that supposed to mean? Was there something about this suit of armor that would attract his interest? Was this a joke? He was a venerable Tao Lord, all his items were of the eternal level. The divine seals embedded into this armor are incomparably profound, the silver-eyed woman said in a loud voice. It contains 7 layers of seals. World-level cultivators with complete mastery over water might be able to completely bind all 7 seals, and if they do so, when they put on these robes they will be able to generate a Frosthorn domain, but the Frosthorn domain will span up to 10,000 kilometers. Any attacks launched within this domain will result in full-force damage reflection. The Frosthorn robes have a reserve price of 5,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar. The silver-eyed woman smiled. Let the bidding begin. Everyone in the Great Hall was silent. 5,000? Was this a joke? Why the hell is it so expensive? Ning had been debating buying the treasure, but he was instantly stupefied by the price. 5,000 cubes? He didn't even have close to that much. And, based on what he knew, 10,000 cubes was enough to purchase an eternal weapon. For even the reserve price to be so high meant that this treasure was just as valuable as an eternal weapon. Why the hell is it so expensive? I saw a suit of Aquaflect armor during the last treasure auction as well. It wasn't nearly this expensive. This is ridiculous. Even Elder God formations start off with a reserve price of around 150 cubes during these auctions. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the hall were all silent for a moment. Then, they started to stealthily discuss this matter amongst themselves. It must be understood that ordinary top-grade Dao weapons were only worth a few dozen cubes at most. This was the price which Ning had been given for the warblade he had sold off. The Evers Now banner held 9 Synthians within it, which was why it went for 100 or 200 cubes of Chaos Nectar. Even complete sets of top-grade Dao weapons would generally go for a few hundred cubes at most. 5,000 cubes? This was a price that would render 99% of world-level experts completely speechless. 10,000 cubes. 12,000 cubes. Dao-Lord Drakagod, I thought you weren't impressed with it? 15,000 cubes. A rapid-fire series of bids began to ring out from the top floor of the auction hall. Everyone, Ning included, felt an enormous sense of pressure pushing down upon them. There were quite a few terrifyingly powerful world gods here, including some who were stronger than even world god Northrest. This was a gathering of the majority of the world-level experts from all the nearby territories, after all. Some of them were able to afford this price, but was it really worth it? For just a top-grade set of Dao armor? The top floor. Dao-Lord Thousand Shadows, your insights into the element of water aren't as profound as mine. Stop fighting with me over this. Dao-Lord Drakagod chuckled, then called out once more, 18,000 cubes. Drakagod, you brat. Waterwind spoke out, causing Dao-Lord Drakagod's face to turn dark. However, Waterwind was unquestionably more powerful than him. Stop fighting with my little sister Thousand Shadows. Although this set of top-grade Dao armor has 7 seals within it, didn't you hear that only world-level cultivators who have reached the level of full mastery over the Dao of Water are able to bind all 7 seals? My little sister is definitely capable of that. If I wasn't bound by the rules of our organization, I would have taken this treasure away long ago. There's no way I would have let it show up on the floor of the auction hall. Dao-Lord Thousand Shadows glanced at Dao-Lord Drakagod. Although she was in charge of this expedition, she didn't dare to violate any of the rules. No information regarding the treasures was to be leaked, and all treasures had to be bid in a fair fashion during the actual auction itself. This was a rule that had existed for countless chaos cycles. 20,000 cubes. Dao-Lord Thousand Shadows raised the price again. 21,000 cubes. Dao-Lord Drakagod immediately countered. Sorry, Yenner. Nothing I can do. Dao-Lord Badlands looked at his wife. Forget it. I rarely go out into battle anyhow. His beautiful wife laughed. Frosthorn Domain, who the hell managed to create something like this? Dao-Lord Badlands let out a sigh. So long as you are in the range of this domain, each time you launch an attack you'll immediately suffer from damage reflection. It'll only end when you stop trying to attack. Even though this domain will have less of an impact on a powerful Dao Lord, he'll still see his strength whittled away by more than half as his attacks travel through it. Once the Frosthorn domain appeared, it would initiate a series of counterattacks. Dao Lords could use the power of the counterattacks to whittle away at the strength of the enemy's blows. This effect alone ensured that the item would be a valuable one. 38,000 cubes. 40,000 cubes. Dao-Lord Drakagod and Dao-Lord Thousand Shadows were completely at odds now. As Samsara Dao Lords, these two were neither particularly weak nor particularly strong. This was why they both desperately needed treasures like this one. As for the likes of Dao-Lord Badlands, Azure Sky, or Waterwind, any foes that might prove to be a threat to them wouldn't be threatened by a mere Frosthorn domain. 50,000 cubes. Dao-Lord Thousand Shadows made yet another bid. Damn. Dao-Lord Drakagod's face was ashen. He had originally planned to just watch the treasure auction and see if he could pick up something cheap, and so he hadn't prepared a particularly large amount of Chaos Nectar. However, Dao-Lord Thousand Shadows had been in charge of escorting this mission. Although she couldn't tell others about the treasures under her protection, she herself knew that this suit of armor was within it. Thus, she had prepared more than enough chaos nectar. In truth, she wasn't really getting much of a bargain, as this was the standard price for an item of this nature. However, as the silver-eyed auction mistress had said, this type of armor was rarely available for sale. It truly was incredibly rare. It was a fairly cheap yet extremely effective item for downlords, perfect for downlords of average strength such as the two of them. In the end, the Frosthorn robe was sold for 50,000 cubes of chaos nectar. The many cultivators present were all stunned by this price, especially the elder gods and ancestral immortals. 6 more hours passed. This treasure is another set of armor. It is known as the primal water armor, and it also has the aquafleck property. The silver-eyed woman continued, however, this set of armor only has 3 seals inside of it, and so it will only generate the damage reflection property when an attack actually lands upon it. It won't generate a domain like the Frosthorn domain we previously discussed. As she spoke, she waved her hand and caused a suit of armor to fly out of her palm. This armor was silvery white and looked a bit more beautiful than the Frosthorn robe. The suit of armor flew into the air, expanding as it flew upwards. It immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators, Ning included. The primal water armor's reserve price is 200 cubes of chaos nectar. Let the bidding begin, the silver-eyed woman said. Ning let out a sigh of relief. This was a more normal price. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 18, Completely Broke. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 18, Completely Broke. As soon as the silver-eyed woman stopped talking, the cultivators in the hall all began to call out, especially the world gods. 220 cubes. 230. 240. The price rapidly began to rise. As for Ning, he watched silently from the 3rd floor even though he also desired this item quite badly. There were a number of world gods in the Great Hall who were interested but were in no rush to make a bid. Most of the initial bidders were just trying to see if they could pick it up on the cheap, as most normal top-grade Dao armors would go for at least 300 cubes. Top-grade Dao armor with the aquafleck property would naturally be worth much more. 320. 500. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. It came from a muscular alien world god whose entire body was covered with fiery red scales, and with his growling bid the price instantly rocketed up to 500 cubes. The hall grew much quieter. There were customary prices for most magic treasures. Ordinary top-grade Dao armor would go for around 300 cubes, while something like this primal water armor would go for around 600 cubes or so. 510. The disciples of the Badlands Court are truly impressive. Many cultivators turned to look at the 3rd floor. During this auction, many of the disciples of the Badlands Court remained silent until they chose to make a bid, at which point they would stun everyone present. This was their territory, after all, and everyone would look at them when they bid from the 3rd floor. They generally wanted to ensure that they would gain face from their bids. 600 cubes. A world god seated in the Great Hall whose entire body was covered by a gray robe suddenly spoke out in an icy voice. 610 cubes, the fire-scaled alien world god snarled. 620 cubes, the gray-robed world god bid. The alien world god hesitated, not sure if he should continue. 690 cubes. Ning made yet another bid. This bid caused 2 other hesitating cultivators to fall silent. Ning's bid had caused them to both change their minds. Although primal water armor was rare, 1 or 2 would appear during each treasure auction, and they generally go for around 600 cubes. Sometimes the price would a bit higher, other times, the price would be a bit lower. 690 cubes was fairly high. Forget it. Later I'll go back and buy some world-level golems that can be used in a formation. They'll cost the same amount and will be a bit more useful to me than this armor. Forget it. Quite a few world gods began to talk themselves down from joining the bidding. This was an enormous sum of money, after all. The combined treasures which Ning had initially acquired from Immortal Origination and Immortal Bloodpool in the Windsource ruins weren't worth as much as this single suit of armor. The only reason why Ning was able to afford it was because World God Cavecry had left behind some nice treasures as well. 690 cubes. Any higher bids? The silver-eyed woman spoke out as the suit of armor began to descend towards her palm. Finally, it came to a rest. This suit of primal water armor has been sold. The bidding is over. Phew. Ning let out a sigh of relief, sitting down and picking up a glass of wine. He took a small sip of it. Just now, he had been so nervous that he had jumped to his feet. He knew very well that the only reason why he had so much chaos nectar was thanks to Downlord Soulsky. If it wasn't for him, who knew how long it would have taken for Ning to acquire so much wealth? Congratulations, Master. Elder God Wild Dog spoke out. I imagine there aren't many world gods who can afford a treasure like this, Suyuji said. Ning chuckled. Strictly speaking, for now, the suit of armor wouldn't be as helpful to him as 700 cubes worth of bug beasts or golems. For example, Ning could have purchased 36 Sinfians like the ones he had sold off. Generally speaking, most world-level experts would purchase quite a few bug beasts or sets of golems. Golems were magic treasures that could be deployed in formations, after all. An entire set of 5 or 6 golems in a formation would prove to be extraordinarily powerful. Fellow Daoist. A soft voice rang out from outside. Come in, Ning said. Creak. The door swung open and a woman walked in holding the suit of armor. Smiling, she said, primal water armor, 690 cubes. Right. Ning tossed out a storage treasure. The woman accepted it, glanced at it, then placed the suit of armor on the table and departed. Ning reached out to gently stroke the suit of silver armor, filling it with his divine power. He was able to bind it quite easily. Whoosh! The armor instantly appeared over his body, while the set of high-grade Dao armor Ning had previously been wearing was put away. I have Violet Jewel as my weapon and the primal water armor as my armor. For agility and evasion, I have the Thunderlight wings. Nin nodded slowly to himself. Given my sword arts have improved during this period of time I spent at the Badlands Court, I'll wager only masterclass world gods are capable of suppressing me in might. Ning had already used up nearly half of his chaos nectar. He was in no rush to make any further bids. The treasure auction continued to proceed day by day, and many new marvelous items appeared. Ning's horizons were truly broadened. Only now did he understand how many treasures the endless territories possessed. The world-level experts he had previously encountered, such as God Emperor Black Lotus, were actually nothing more than failures. Truly powerful cultivators would be able to wield their treasures to absolutely devastating effect. On the 7th day of the treasure auction, Ning purchased yet another treasure. A pentabolt gourd. The pentabolt gourd was filled with 5 different types of divine chaos lightning. In truth, a single one of those 5 types of lightning was enough to utterly devastate anyone below the world level of power, but against world gods and chaos immortals it wouldn't be of much use. The pentabolt gourd, however, mixed all 5 types of chaos lightning together. It was enough to threaten the lives of weaker world-level experts, and even powerful ones would be entangled and ensnared by them. The pentabolt gourd can be used to launch group attacks. Even if I can't kill my foes, I can slow them down. Nin nodded to himself. Ning had spent a total of 180 cubes to purchase the pentabolt gourd. The 8th day of the treasure auction. This next treasure is a set of 3 golems. The silver-eyed woman waved her hand, causing 3 fiery golems to appear in her palms before slowly levitating into the air. However, these golems are unlike ordinary golems. They don't have any treasure spirits within them, but they do have a compartment which a cultivator can enter and control them through. When these three golems come together into a formation, their defensive powers will increase exponentially. This set of golems has a reserve price of 300 cubes. Let the bidding begin, the silver-eyed woman said. Instantly, quite a few cultivators began to make their bids. These golems that could hold cultivators inside them were very popular amongst Chaos Immortals. Chaos Immortals had fragile bodies, but when they were inside golems they would be fairly safe. In addition, golems that fought on their own usually did so in clumsy ways. Cultivators had much higher levels of insight into the Tao. When they personally commanded a golem, it was only natural for the golem to be capable of much greater power. However, there was a weakness. Ning's own Stone Titan golem was able to fight alongside him. The two were able to surround and pincer attack a foe together. If Ning was to enter a golem, the fight would turn into a one-on-one fight. 360 cubes. 370 cubes. Ning was rather nervous. 12 hours ago, a set of 5 similar golems had appeared. Ning had made multiple bids, but in the end the price had risen to over 800 cubes. Ning only had roughly 600 cubes left. I have to win this time, Ning mused to himself. If he let his powerful elder gods or ancestral immortals control these three golems, they would actually be a bit more powerful than the Stone Titan was. Ning would then have much more resources at his disposal if he encountered dangerous situations when adventuring. Originally, Ning had been planning on buying a minor 1,000 elder gods formation. At this treasure auction, around 200 cubes would be enough to procure one of these formations. As for the 1,000 elder god slaves needed to operate it, they could be purchased for 100 cubes. 300 cubes would translate into an army of elder god slaves who were able to join together into a formation. However, by comparison the set of 3 golems was even more attractive to Ning, even though they were somewhat more expensive. 500 cubes. 510 cubes. The price continued to rise. 600 cubes. Ning said. He only had a bit over 600 cubes left. A momentary silence. The silver-eyed woman glanced at the people nearby, then said, 600 cubes of chaos nectar. Any higher bids? The 3 golems began to slowly descend from midair. 610 cubes. Suddenly, a green-robed Chaos Immortal located in the corner of the hall gritted his teeth and placed a bid. 620 cubes. Ning almost immediately raised his bid once more. The green-robed Chaos Immortal raised his head to glance at Ning. He didn't say a thing. The silver-eyed woman continued to ask for more bidders as the 3 golems began their descent. Finally, they landed in her palm. This set of golems has been sold for 620 cubes. The bidding is complete. Ning was standing at the window, staring down towards the great hall. He broke out into a grin. It was enough. Lord Soul Sky wouldn't be around to help him out. Ning would go out adventuring by himself, and he had spent all of his chaos nectar to buy what he needed. He had acquired enough from this treasure auction. I'm completely broke now. Ning sat down to simply watch. This treasure auction would no longer mean much to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 19, Pseudo-Samsara Pill. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 19, Pseudo-Samsara Pill. Ning had also acquired a certain amount of chaos nectar and chaos jewels from the corpses of the 3 deceased world-level experts of the Windsource realms. As a result, Ning still had roughly 50 cubes worth of chaos nectar left. However, such a small amount wouldn't be enough to purchase any truly powerful items at this auction. It was better to hold on to them for now. If he ended up being heavily injured, he could use the chaos nectar to heal himself and save his life. This wouldn't pose any burden to him and the healing effect would be quite quick. The only things he really had to worry about were strange toxins, curse spells from major powers, or attacks that caused the true soul to crumble. It was hard to use chaos nectar to heal damage inflicted to the true soul, but almost all other types of injuries could be healed. Everyone, there are only 9 treasures left in this treasure auction. On the 9th day of the treasure auction, the mood in the hall noticeably grew more exuberant. The past few treasures had all sold for more than 1,000 cubes or had been listed with such a high reserve price that over half of them hadn't been sold. They were simply too expensive. Only someone truly in desperate need of them would purchase them. The first of the final 9 is an eternal weapon, a Greytax-type weapon. This is a weapon suitable for Earth attribute cultivators to use. This weapon possesses tremendous power and the quintessence core within it is so strong that we rank this weapon as high grade. The silver-eyed woman produced a small black hatchet in her hands. As it rose into the air, it quickly expanded in size as it began to emanate waves of overpowering majesty, causing all of the cultivators in the Great Hall to feel a sense of tremendous pressure. This is an eternal weapon, the 3 Extinctions Axe. The reserve price is 50,000 cubes. Let the bidding begin. All of the cultivators were silent. Even the Dowlords on the top floor were silent. And so, no bids were placed. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with the treasure. It was that it was just too expensive. It was beyond what the vast majority of world-level cultivators could afford, and quite frankly, most world-level cultivators had no need of such a high-quality eternal weapon. They wouldn't even be able to unleash much of its power. It was quite unlikely for a world-level cultivator to be able to unleash the full force of a high-grade eternal weapon. Thus, even the most powerful of world-level cultivators generally preferred to use low-grade eternal weapons. Power only mattered if you could actually command it and wield it. If you couldn't, what good would it do you? The second of the final 9, the silver-eyed woman didn't seem surprised. During each treasure auction, the final 9 treasures would be truly fine specimens that were worth at least 10,000 cubes of chaos nectar. Thus, there were rarely any bidders on them. This time, there were bids on the 5th and 6th treasures, but the bids all came from the top floor. The 5th treasure was a drop of blood that was the size of a man's head. It glimmered with azure light and radiated with an aura of tremendous power. The silver-eyed woman simply described it as being a drop of essence blood from a chaos god beast, giving no further information about it. In the end, it was purchased by Dowlord Waterwind for a price of 83,000 cubes. The 6th treasure was a stone statue. The silver-eyed woman had given even less information about it. This stone statue is filled with boundless mysteries. The reserve price is 80,000 cubes. Let the bidding begin. In the end, Dowlord Azure Sky had purchased it at the reserve price. The 7th treasure, no bids. The 8th treasure, still no bids. All right. We have now come to the final treasure of this treasure auction. As the silver-eyed woman's words came out, the atmosphere in the Great Hall began to change. The tension was so palpable and thick, you could cut it with a knife. The eyes of all the cultivators had lit up. In fact, some were unable to even breathe. Can it be true? Su Yuji and Elder God Wild Dog stared unblinkingly at the Great Hall below. Ning did the same. You won't be disappointed. The silver-eyed woman smiled. The final treasure up for sale in this treasure auction is a single pseudo-samsara pill. It really is a pseudo-samsara pill. A white-haired woman in a room on the 2nd floor had an utterly terrifying look in her eyes. What a wonderful coincidence. I just acquired a large amount of chaos nectar, and the very first treasure auction I go to has a pseudo-samsara pill for sale. I have to have it. In another room on the 2nd floor, a handsome man dressed in fiery red robes had a similarly terrifying look of lust in his eyes. Please don't fight me over it. Please don't fight me over it. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. A wild-haired youth was muttering these words feverishly to himself, a look of madness in his eyes. A pseudo-samsara pill. The silver-eyed woman smiled as she swept the entire great hall with her gaze. I imagine all of you know what it does. Let me remind everyone of the rules pertaining to this pill. Only those who have reached the level of full mastery as world-level experts can use pseudo-samsara pills. This pill shall guide cultivators into finding their own Tao, letting them break through their bottleneck and become a samsara Tao Lord. What? It allows world gods to become samsara Tao Lords? A single pill? The path of cultivation is an incredibly arduous one. How could a single pill have such monstrous power? The cultivators hearing about pseudo-samsara pills for the first time, especially the elder gods and the ancestral immortals, were utterly speechless. Ning, Su Yuji, and elder god Wild Dog sighed in amazement from their room on the third floor. During the time they spent at the Badlands Court, they had learned that there was a very small chance that the final item for sale during each treasure auction would be a pseudo-samsara pill. However, this truly was quite rare. Less than 1 in 1,000 treasure auctions would feature a pseudo-samsara pill. However, this was virtually the only chance world-level cultivators would have to purchase one of these pills. They were never sold on the ordinary market. They only ever appeared during the treasure auction. This was one of the reasons why so many world-level cultivators from neighboring territories had hastened here upon hearing that a treasure auction was going to be held soon. When masterclass world-level experts used the pseudo-samsara pill, they would have a better than 99% chance of becoming samsara Tao Lords. It was all but guaranteed. So pills like this really do exist. When I first heard of them, I really couldn't believe it, Ning murmured softly to himself. The endless primordial chaos is filled with endless possibilities. Su Yuji was uncharacteristically quiet. This is a pill that would drive any world god mad with lust, elder god Wild Dog muttered. Nin nodded slowly. As for the Tao Lords on the top floor, they were actually sighing in a rather disappointed way. Pseudo-samsara pills. I wonder what that eternal emperor was even thinking. To be skilled in the Tao of alchemy is one thing, but why does he have to spend so much of his time making these pseudo-samsara pills? Azure Sky shook his head and chuckled. Pseudo-samsara pills are ruinous things. If you rely on one to become a samsara Tao Lord, it is almost guaranteed that you will forever be stuck at the first step. Even if you have absolutely incredible luck, you would at most reach the second step. That will be a hard limit. Samsara Tao Lords move between life and death with each step. Weak Tao Lords like them will never have a chance of improving ever again. If they keep their head down, nothing bad will happen to them, but if they get too uppity, The second step? I've never personally encountered anyone who used a pseudo-samsara pill who could reach the second step. Waterwind shook his head. Look at the two of you go. Tao Lord Badlands laughed. Yes, you feel disdain towards those pills, but the vast majority of world-level experts never stood a chance of becoming samsara Tao Lords to begin with. They don't care how far they can progress after becoming samsara Tao Lords, just becoming a samsara Tao Lord is enough to satisfy them. The silver-eyed auction mistress continued, let me warn everyone once more of the pseudo-samsara pill's flaw. If you rely on it to become a samsara Tao Lord, it'll be very, very hard for you to make any further improvements afterwards. Flaw. Who cared? Without it, most of them would never even be able to reach the samsara Tao Lord to begin with. The reserve price is 100,000 cubes of chaos nectar. Let the bidding begin. The silver-eyed woman announced. 100,000 cubes. Instantly, a hoarse voice rang out from a room on the second floor. 110,000 cubes. An icy voice rang out from another nearby room. No, the gray-robed, triangle-pupiled old man in the first room had a look of resentment and grief in his eyes. He didn't have that much chaos nectar, just 100,000 cubes. He had gone to all of the treasure auctions in the surrounding territories after amassing this fortune, and on this trip, his third, he encountered a pseudo-samsara pill. He made a bid at the reserve price, hoping no one would fight him for it, but Everyone who wanted a pseudo-samsara pill knew exactly how much it was worth. Thus, whenever a treasure auction was being held, all the interested experts from the dozens of nearby territories would all hasten to the auction location. This was one of the true reasons why treasure auctions were publicly announced 99 years in advance. The price continued to rise. 150,000 cubes. Each time one of these pills appeared, the price would be driven to a staggering level. Most eternal weapons were worth just 10,000 cubes, while high-quality ones might be worth 30 or 40,000 cubes. Top-grade ones would generally go for around 100,000 cubes, and there were indeed some extremely powerful world-level experts who were capable of per-cashing one or two of them. However, many of them saved their money instead, all for the sake of being able to afford a pseudo-samsara pill. Ning couldn't help but sigh. Only someone who had been driven to despair would go so berserk over a pill. God Emperor Black Lotus had an eternal weapon, but it was merely a low-grade one that was worth 20,000 cubes. He had no chance of getting a pseudo-samsara pill at all, as they would usually go for more than 160,000 cubes during the treasure auctions. 168,000 cubes. Any higher bids? The silver-eyed woman spoke out. Then, the bidding for the pseudo-samsara pill is over, but... Her final words came out very slowly as she scanned the crowd for any more bids. This was the only treasure which they didn't take out to physically show the cultivators present. Ahahaha. It's mine. Mine. Ahahaha. Frenzied laughter rang out from the second floor. The bidders for the pseudo-samsara pill had all been located on the second floor, choosing to hide their identities from the masses. I finally have it. The handsome, fiery-robed man had a look of excitement in his eyes. I'll train to become a samsara downlord right here in Waveshift City. I have 10,000 cubes of chaos nectar left. I can even buy a weak eternal weapon for myself to use. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 20 of Quintessence Sword Intent, The First Stance. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 20 Quintessence Sword Intent, The First Stance. The treasure auction had come to an end. After having experienced that great battle against God Emperor Black Lotus, Ning had felt as though he now knew something of how the world worked, but now, he realized how truly vast the universe really was. There were many terrifying world-level experts skilled in formations or bug beasts who could easily destroy him, to say nothing of samsara downlords. Let's follow the plan. Ning led Su Yuji and Elder God Wild Dog to move towards the other disciples of the Badlands court. They jested and chatted amongst themselves as they headed back to the court. Swoosh. 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 Azure Sky, Drakagod, Thousand Shadows, and Waterwind all began to depart as well. Azure Sky and Thousand Shadows soared into the skies and left, while Drakagod was forced to use his legs to physically walk out of Waveshift City. Humph! Downlord Drakagod glanced coldly at Waterwind and Thousand Shadows as they soared into the skies. Thousand Shadows didn't actually have the power to fly on this everworld by herself, it was Waterwind who was helping her do this. Thousand Shadows, that bitch. Hoof. All she can do is flatter and cousin up to Waterwind and the others. When the chance comes, I'll slaughter you myself. Downlord Drakagod then quickly hid the killing intent that had appeared in his eyes. He had given himself the name Drakagod, and getting a dragonification fruit was an incredibly important part of his cultivation path. Alas, it had been seized by Downlord Thousand Shadows all those years ago. He had many friends, true. But Downlord Thousand Shadows also had many friends of her own. Downlord Drakagod deeply desired to kill Downlord Thousand Shadows. Alas, she was his equal in strength. She ruined my karmic luck. One day, Downlord Drakagod strode through the land, quickly arriving at the space-time transfer array and departing from the Badlands territory. The Badlands Court. Within a quiet room inside the Water Curtain home. The Heaven Gazer Tower was located next to a prayer mat. Within the tower there was a golden leaf, which was itself an estate world treasure. Within the estate world. Whoosh. Waves gently lapped at the beach, caressing the sands before slowly retreating into the sea once more. A white-robed Ning was seated on the beach in the lotus position, a blood-colored sword resting over his knees. He kept Violet Jewel with him at all times so that he could be in constant communion with the sword's quintessence core and the exalted sword intent within it. As a result, Ning's sword arts were beginning to increasingly align with the core's murderous intent. The nameless sword art. Although it only had 7 stances, Ning could tell from these 7 stances that the creator of the sword art had to be at least at the same level as the creator of Violet Jewel. Both were definitely peerless powers who were skilled in the Tao of the sword. The sword intent of Violet Jewel's quintessence core was just as exalted as the sword intent of the nameless sword art, even though these were 2 completely different interpretations of the Tao of the sword. I'll meditate on both paths. Ning lowered his head to look at the blood-colored sword resting across his knees. In the future, I'll definitely become a Samsara Tao Lord as well. I'll have to find my own path. The nameless sword art's path wasn't his path. Nor was Violet Jewel's quintessence core's path his path. Every single Tao Lord had to find a completely unique path that belonged to them alone. In the endless territories, there were no creatures who had souls or memories that were absolutely identical. By this same principle, no 2 Tao Lords could ever have exactly the same Taos. Even if both walked the path of the Tao of the sword, their paths still would not be identical. The nameless sword art's strength lies in its balance. Its very first stance, the Heartsword stance, is a testament to this, Ning mused to himself. Although Violet Jewel doesn't have an actual sword art connected to it, it does have an exalted sword intent that I can meditate on. From this, I can tell that its greatest strength lies in its offensive attack power. This estate world was more than 1,000,000 kilometers in size. It was a top-grade chaos treasure which had originally belonged to Immortal origination and was the sturdiest estate treasure Ning had access to. He usually had his servants and retainers live within this estate world, and it even had many other living beings who flourished within it. Ning continued to meditate on the sword by the beach, occasionally striding across the waves to stand upon the surface of the ocean as he trained. Swordlight flew everywhere with wild abandon, causing the waves around them to be annihilated. Day by day, year by year, Ning continued his research into the nameless sword art in Violet Jewel's quintessence core. Every so often, he'd take a break and instead turn to researching the Taos of water, lightning, and space. Sometimes he'd even go strolling about the world of ordinary mortals who lived within this treasure. The living beings in this world were divided up amongst 6 continents and many islands, and each continent held an enormous number of individuals. They even had their own various religions, with the most powerful figures having just barely reached the pure young true immortal level. 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. Atop an island in the sea, Flame Fairy were bored senseless in this estate world. Right. Flame Fairy, when will Master lead us out into the outside world? 11 elder gods and ancestral immortals were seated in a disorderly fashion, eating and drinking together. The most prominent figure within their ranks was Flame Fairy Suyuji. Ning generally kept the Flame Fairy and elder god Wild Dog by his side. He had released many elder gods and ancestral immortals from the prison world. Some had chosen to be stationed on the Windsource Chaos world, while 9 of them had chosen to follow Ning in his adventures. They normally were stationed here within this estate world. How should I know? Flame Fairy Suyuji pointed towards a distant, small island located far away in the depths of the ocean. Master is living right there on that island, but neither I nor Wild Dog would dare to go there and disturb him without being summoned. When Master wants to come to us, he will. Let's just keep waiting. Ugh. No choice but to wait. These elder gods and ancestral immortals truly were quite bored. They all had their own estate worlds, and they had already spent countless ages in the prison world diverting themselves by living amongst the mortals of their own estate worlds. What they really wanted was action and excitement. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying wave of power swept over from afar. What? Su Yuji, Elder God Wild Dog, and the other 9 Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals simultaneously rose to their feet. They turned to stare towards the distant island. Whoosh! A bloody streak of swordlight soared into the skies, spreading out into a rippling wave of power that caused all of them to quake. This wave, Su Yuji was the strongest of the 11, but even she was so terrified that her heart quailed. What's going on? The more powerful figures who lived on the 6 continents and many islands of this estate world all turned to stare at the same location. Although they couldn't see anything physically, they could sense an utterly exalted and supremely terrifying sword intent rising towards the heavens. Although the sword intent was limited to this estate world, all of the living creatures within it felt that it was something that was truly supreme and beyond all other power. After this day, quite a few new sword immortals began to arise from within this estate world. In fact, quite a few of its citizens began to sail off into the seas in search of the source of that sword intent. Alas, they were never able to find it. Master is coming. Su Yuji and the other 10 all stared off into the distance. A white-robed youth was striding across the waves, an ordinary-looking blood-colored sword on his back. He soon arrived at their island. Greetings, Master. Su Yuji and the other 10 all bowed respectfully. Ning nodded. We've spent 500 years here at the Badlands Court, Ning said. My sword arts have now reached a bottleneck. It is time for us to go out adventuring. 500 years in the Badlands Court actually translated into more than 10,000 years within this estate world. Master, just now. Su Yuji's eyes were shining. I developed a sword stance. Ning chuckled. Alas, it wasn't the great firmament stance. He had long ago reached a bottleneck in the nameless sword art. In recent years, Ning had turned most of his efforts towards understanding the quintessence core of Violet Jewel. Today, he had developed a sword art that had an incredibly powerful offensive potential. Ning called it the first stance of his sword quintessence, Black Mist stance. World God Black Mist, Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. He would never be able to forget how he met this man after he had left the 3 realms. He would never be able to forget the sight of World God Black Mist slowly transforming into a statue. He had named this stance the Black Mist stance in order to memorialize this deceased world god. The creation of the Black Mist stance was the final result of the 10,000 years of hard work and effort Ning had spent within this estate world. In terms of killing power, this stance should be quite close to the power of the Great Firmament stance of the nameless sword art. Because I based it off Violet Jewel's quintessence core, it'll actually make it easier for me to summon some of the core's power. Just now, Ning had tested that stance out. He was now able to summon more than 10 times as much power from Violet Jewel's quintessence core, and the power of his strike was definitely comparable to that of a masterclass world god strike. Thanks to the Azure Flower Mist energy strengthening his divine body, his body was comparable to a world god's body. His sword arts were comparable to an elite world god's techniques. With the Black Mist stance activating a good amount of his Eternal Weapons quintessence core, Ning was now qualified to battle against masterclass world gods. It'll be hard for me to improve my sword arts any further just by sitting here and studying on my own. It is time for me to leave this place. Ning glanced at Su Yuji and the others, then instructed, Yuji, Wild Dog, Black Sun, the 3 of you shall follow me. Yes. The Flame Fairy and Wild Dog were quite calm, but Elder God Black Sun was absolutely overjoyed. Whoosh! Ning led the 3 in departing from this place. Ning had purchased those 3 mighty golems during the treasure auction. One was meant for the Flame Fairy while the other was meant for Wild Dog. As for the third, Ning had chosen to let Elder God Black Sun to command it. Elder God Black Sun was one of the most powerful Elder God retainers Ning had under his command, and he was also a bit more honest and obedient than the others. Ning preferred subordinates who were able to follow orders. UG. They had returned to the water curtain home inside the Badlands Court. You can go and pay some visits to your friends in the Badlands Court. You can tell them that I am heading out towards the All-God Estate. The All-God Estate? Su Yuji was startled. Yes. Nin nodded. All right. I'll make sure the entire Badlands Court knows. Su Yuji laughed delightedly. She had far more friends here than Ning did, which was only natural. A woman of such charm and beauty would naturally be welcomed wherever she went. Also, I'm planning for us to leave 3 months from now, Ning said. Understood. Su Yuji nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 21, All-God Estate. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 21, All-God Estate. 3 months later. A white-robed youth and a fat man whose eyes brimmed with flames were striding shoulder to shoulder across the surface of a lake, advancing across the waves as they departed from the Badlands Court. Brother Ji Ning, you picked something of a bad time. The pudgy man chatted to Ning as they continued their journey forwards. Quite a few people came back to the Badlands Court to take part in the treasure auction, but once it ended all of them quickly headed out to go adventuring. If you had spread the word right after the treasure auction that you had chosen to head to the All-God Estate, at least 4 or 5 world-level experts would have chosen to go with you. But you instead chose to wait for more than 200 years. The pudgy man chuckled. Most of the people who wanted to go out already have. This pudgy man was quite an amiable fellow, even though he looked rather ugly due to the jagged scars and tattoos that lined his face. His eyes brimmed with flames, and his skin was suffused with a faint red color as well. Even when he was smiling, he still looked quite frightening. I still have you, senior apprentice brother Dragonbinder. Ning laughed. I purchased a treasure during the auction and spent a bit of time binding it. I was just about to head out anyhow. Our timing was perfect, the pudgy man said. The two moved across the ground, their bodies flickering like illusions as they advanced non-stop. Ning had waited 3 months for word of his journey to spread, but only a single member of the Badlands Court had chosen to journey with him, the pudgy fellow next to him, World God Dragonbinder. They entered the space-time transfer array and left the Badlands Everworld. They then boarded a flying ship, flew for several months, then finally reached the All-God Estate. The All-God Chaos World was an oceanic world. There were 2 great continents and a vast ocean that covered everything else. One continent held countless living beings while the other held the All-God Estate. Whoosh! A cloud was floating through the skies. Ning and the pudgy man were standing atop the cloud, staring down at the vast world before them. They could vaguely make out the outlines of a towering edifice far off in the distance. That distant sight was enough to cause both Ning and World God Dragonbinder to feel breathless, as though they were staring upwards at something supreme. The All-God Estate. The pudgy man's eyes blazed with fire as he stared at the great edifice. He said in a low voice, Brother Ji Ning, we've been fairly relaxed on the way over. Now that we are about to enter the All-God Estate, though, I want to make a few things clear to you. Once we go in, we need to do exactly as we discussed. You can't act rashly. If you do, then I'll have to part ways with you. Acting rashly in a place like this is suicide. Don't worry, senior apprentice brother Dragonbinder, Ning said. Good. The pudgy man nodded. In truth, he felt certain that Ning wouldn't be so foolish. At the same time, he knew that unexpected things would sometimes happen. As a member of the Badlands Court, he was naturally quite a talented figure. He hadn't trained for very long, but he had already become a master-class world god. If he was to lose his life due to an act of foolishness on the part of Ji Ning, how lamentable that would be. The All-God Estate was created by Dao Lord All-God, the pudgy man said. Downlord All-God was an incredibly powerful downlord. Although he failed his downmerge, based on what I've learned I believe that he was 1,000 times more powerful than other downlords who were on the verge of the downmerge. That much more powerful? Ning was shocked. 1,000 times? This was insane. Downlord Solsky himself had admitted that he was vastly inferior to Downlord All-God. However, Ning didn't understand exactly how much more powerful Downlord All-God had been. Even now, he could hardly believe what World God Dragon Binder was telling him. The difference in power was simply too great. If this was true, then it meant that Downlord All-God had the power to easily slay other downlords who were at the verge. I'm not exaggerating. Although he failed his downmerge, he once attacked and chased after an eternal emperor who had successfully completed his downmerge. He pursued the man for multiple chaos cycles, and to this very day no one knows what happened to that eternal emperor. The pudgy man looked at Ning. He was really that powerful? Ning felt rather stunned. He only spent a brief period of time by Downlord Salisky's side and had spent most of his time at the Badlands court in seclusion. Thus, he knew very little information regarding these mysterious, powerful figures. However, World God Dragon Binder was a true disciple of the Badlands court who often conversed with his fellow cultivators. He knew quite a bit of secret information. It is true. I once discussed this with our eldest disciple at the court. World God Dragon Binder let out a sigh. And, you should know that downlords generally are afraid to try to enter the All-God estate. The All-God estate was an extremely strange place. 30% of elder gods and ancestral immortals were able to survive it, 50% of world-level experts were able to survive it, but, of the downlords who dared to enter it, less than 10% would be able to emerge. This was an incredibly high casualty rate, making it so that not many downlords dared to even attempt it. He was simply way too powerful. World God Dragon Binder looked at Ning and smiled. Although he's a bit ruthless towards other downlords, he's quite benevolent towards world-level experts, elder gods, and ancestral immortals. He left behind more than 10,000 treasuries at the 10,000 mountains alone. Come, it is time for us to enter. All right. Ning smiled as well. Whoosh. Whoosh. As the two simultaneously charged downwards, they suddenly encountered a region of twisted space. Moments later, both of them vanished. Ning could sense space twisting around him. Moments later, he reappeared in the air with World God Dragon Binder next to him. How beautiful! Ning saw a long, winding series of majestic mountains located in front of him. The mountains were all interconnected and seemed to form a long, sinuous coiling dragon. The 10,000 mountains of the All-God estate, World God Dragon Binder said softly. Right. Ning stared at them from afar as well. There were countless mountains before them. At the end of the mountains there was a region of endless mist, and beyond the endless mist there was an utterly dazzling, eye-catching estate of vast proportions. This estate was simply too vast. Even though they were very far away, they could still make out its details quite clearly. I can sense it. Ning could sense the mirrors now painting within his Jindan region was calling out joyfully, having sensed a faint resonance nearby. It should be up ahead. According to what Big Brother Solsky said, it should be within the center of the fog sea. Ning stared at the endless fog sea located past the great mountains. The outermost layer of the All-God estate consisted of the 10,000 mountains. There were exactly 10,000 mountains in this region. The second layer was the fog sea. The core region was the actual, towering edifice known as the Castrum Divinitas. Brother G. Ning. World God Dragon Binder looked at Ning. Let's try out the 10,000 mountains first. After that, I'll go to the fog sea by myself. You shouldn't go there, it is far too dangerous a place for you. All right. Ning nodded. He had come here mainly because he wanted to acquire the mirrors now painting. Since the painting was located within the fog sea, he naturally had to enter it. However, he knew that World God Dragonbinder was looking out for his best interests. According to what the vast majority of cultivators had experienced, although elder gods and ancestral immortals had a good chance of surviving the mountain region, they would almost certainly die upon entering the fog sea. However, world-level experts stood a very good chance of surviving the fog sea. "Let's go," World God Dragonbinder said. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two flew through the air towards the nearest mountain. Based on what past cultivators had discovered, there were two fairly safe paths that could be followed through the 10,000 mountains. After the two landed atop the mountain, they began to advance through its forests. Watery waves spread out in constant ripples around them as they kept a close eye on their surroundings. They traveled through one mountain after another. They traveled cautiously and didn't move too quickly. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and they saw a number of elder gods and ancestral immortals on their journey. However, all of them were so frightened upon seeing Ning and Dragonbinder that they immediately fled. Naturally, the two of them paid these minor figures no heed. "Gee Ning, did you know? Every single mountain here holds the grave of a world-level expert," World God Dragonbinder said. "I've heard." Ning nodded. According to the stories, after Lord Allgod failed his downmerge, he began to wander through the endless territories as he searched for cultivators who had committed many grave sins. More than 10,000 world-level experts died by his hand. Every single mountain is the rest spot for at least one of those evil cultivators. My guess is that Lord Allgod wanted to kill as many sinners as he could to accumulate more karmic virtue, hoping that he might be able to find a way to survive. World God Dragonbinder sighed. But once you fail your downmerge, your death becomes an inevitability. Many powerful experts have tried using various methods to stay alive, but alas, all of those efforts came to naught. The two continued to walk while chatting. Dot. Ning and World God Dragonbinder both came to a halt. They raised their head to stare off into the distance. The forest here was blocking their vision, but they were able to see a half-open door that was covered with some divine runes and inscriptions. "Is that the treasury?" Ning and Dragonbinder exchanged a curious glance. Every single mountain of the 10,000 mountains held the corpse of a sinful cultivator as well as a treasury. This meant that there were 10,000 treasuries here, but the treasuries were tightly guarded and not easily accessed. This mountain, however, had a great gateway carved into it, and the runes covering the gateway were even more profound than the ones used to forge Dao weapons. Clearly, this had to be a treasury. "Let's go in and take a look," Dragonbinder said mentally. "We've found the treasury, but we won't necessarily be able to take it with us. Plus, the real treasury might be inside there." "All right. Let's go." Ning carefully scrutinized the great door as well. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 25, Chapter 22, Treasury. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 22, Treasury. The great door was 60 meters tall and completely black. It was covered with complex silver runes that emanated ripples of might. Ning and World God Dragonbinder moved to stand directly in front of the great door. "This is my first trip to the All-God estate." World God Dragonbinder let out a sigh. "Just by looking at this door, I can tell that the legends of Lord Allgod were probably all true. How could a mere door be this complex and profound? This is just one of 10,000 treasures located within these mountains, and yet its restrictive spells are incredibly complex." "Let's go in," Ning said with a laugh. "Right." World God Dragonbinder nodded. The two advanced together into the deep, dark hallway past the door. Rumble. Ning glanced backwards. As expected, the great door had already closed behind them. Based on the information Ning had previously purchased, there were 10,000 mountains here and every single mountain had a treasury within it. If anyone passed through a treasury door, the door would temporarily swing shut behind them so as to bar any other cultivators from entering. If Ning and World God Dragon Binder failed in acquiring the treasures located in the treasury, the door would swing open and release the two of them. If they successfully acquired the treasures, then the entire treasury region would crumble apart and reveal a different hallway that would grant them safe departure. There is light up ahead. Ning sped up just slightly. There shouldn't be any traps. World God Dragon Binder was quite excited as well. The two quickly reached the end of this first hallway. Before them was a spacious region that was roughly 30 kilometers in size and filled with a layer of blurry light. This is the treasury region. World God Dragon Binder revealed a look of excitement. This treasury region is still intact. That means it still holds its treasures. The treasures are hard to win. Less than 1 in 10,000 cultivators will succeed in their attempts. Ning couldn't help but sigh. Although the trials were quite difficult, so long as the door remained open and a steady stream of cultivators continued to enter this place, sooner or later there would be a successful trial taker. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ning and World God Dragon Binder entered the treasury region of blurry light. Both of them grew more cautious as they did so, because this place had restrictive spells which had been emplaced by Downlord All-God. Once those spells were triggered, even Downlords might perish. A corpse. Ning stared at the very center of the treasury region. A stone coffin was located there, and a corpse could be made out inside of it. Above the stone coffin hovered a globe of light. Thanks to their intelligence reports, both Ning and Dragon Binder knew that the light globes were where the treasures were stored. The 10,000 treasures in the mountains were all different. Some had a single powerful treasure, such as an eternal weapon, while others had 8 or 9 different Dao weapons. Some even had extremely formidable techniques, forbidden arts, divine abilities, or special legacies. In short, everything was possible. You try first, senior apprentice brother Dragon Binder, Ning said. Alright, I'll try first. Dragon Binder nodded as he strode forward. When he reached a distance of 300 meters from the stone coffin, the globe of light expanded in size to instantly become more than 300 meters large. Everything within that region transformed into a blur. Ning could no longer see World God Dragon Binder at all. I wonder which treasury this is. Ning waited quietly to one side. The reason he let World God Dragon Binder make the first attempt was because Dragon Binder was quite powerful. Even if Ning unleashed all of his power, he still would probably be forced to flee in the face of Dragon Binder's power. Dragon Binder was a true masterclass world god, after all, and he had some special treasures of his own. He was definitely a match for the Starlord of Fogstone and arguably even a bit more powerful. A period of time passed, enough to boil a kettle of tea. Phew! World God Dragon Binder emerged from that region of blurred space. The blurred space quickly shrank in size as the light was retracted back into the globe of light. Ugh! World God Dragon Binder shook his head. That was ridiculously hard. Way too hard. Even if I spent another chaos cycle training for it, I still wouldn't have any chance of taking over this treasury. What was the trial? Every single treasury had its own trials as set down by Downlord All-God. You would only gain the contents of the treasury if you succeeded in passing the trial. Everyone had to follow the rules of the game which Downlord All-God had set down. Perhaps some ancient powers who had become eternal emperors might be able to forcibly plunder a few treasures, but those figures generally disdained from acting in such a manner. In addition, Downlord All-God's fame was so great that even many of those eternal powers were afraid of him. It pertained to the mysteries of the Tao of Fire. World God Dragon Binder explained, although I'm quite talented in fire and in water, I'm not even close to being able to solve this trial. Fire? Ning just stared. Although he had some insights into fire, he was still quite weak in this regard. He hadn't even mastered the heavenly Tao of Fire. To pass Downlord Algod's trial was quite unlikely. Although Downlord Algod gave trials to elder gods and ancestral immortals which were easier than the trials he gave to world-level experts, Ning clearly wouldn't be able to succeed in this particular trial. If it was a trial over the Tao of the Sword, Ning would have given it a shot, but fire? I'm very weak in the Tao of Fire. Ning shook his head. I'll let one of my retainers give it a shot. Oh, Yuji? World God Dragonbinder grinned. It had been Flame Fairy Su Yuji who had informed the others that Ning was heading to the All-God estate. Yes. Ning nodded, then willed her to emerge. Whoosh! An incomparably beautiful woman dressed in fiery robes appeared by his side. It was Su Yuji, the Flame Fairy. Master. Su Yuji revealed a smile, then glanced at World God Dragonbinder. She said in a rather unhappy manner, Senior Dragonbinder, you accompanied my master to this place but refused to let come out as well. That's because we wanted to wait until we could give you something nice, such as right now. World God Dragonbinder grinned at her. Something nice? Su Yuji was puzzled. Yuji. Ning pointed at the distant light globe which hovered above that stone coffin. We are in one of the treasury regions of the 10,000 mountains of the All-God estate. A treasury? I heard that Downlord All-God left behind 10,000 treasuries. Su Yuji looked at the globe of light, a heated look in her eyes. She then glanced at Ning. Master, you let me out because... Senior apprentice brother Dragonbinder gave it a shot but failed. The trials of this treasury pertain to the Tao of Fire, Ning explained. You are quite skilled in the Tao of Fire. You can be considered one of the most elite elder gods or ancestral immortals in this regard, and you are very close to becoming a world-level expert yourself. You might have a chance at passing this trial. Su Yuji began to grow rather excited. She had heard others speak of this place before. Every single trial in the All-God estate was incredibly difficult for world-level experts, but they were generally a bit easier for elder gods and ancestral immortals. However, the trials were all different in nature. A trial of fire would test everyone in the Tao of Fire, whereas a trial of lightning would test everyone in the Tao of Lightning. Should I give it a try? Su Yuji looked at Ning. Go. Ning nodded. Su Yuji eagerly and nervously walked forward towards the stone coffin. Once she reached 300 meters of it, the globe of light once more expanded to completely encompass her within it. Ning, do you think Yuji will be able to acquire the treasures? World God Dragonbinder asked. She should have at least a 20% to 30% chance, Ning posited. After Downlord Soulsky had given Su Yuji some guidance, she had improved quite dramatically. She was just a hair away from becoming a world-level expert and could break through at any moment. Given how talented she was in the Tao of Fire, it was likely that she stood a very good chance. Time continued to pass, 1 minute at a time. She's been inside for longer than me, World God Dragonbinder said expectantly. Yes. Ning nodded. He was rather excited as well. It would be wonderful if the treasury's contents ended up in one of their hands. If the treasures Su Yuji acquired were of limited use to her but of tremendous use to World God Dragonbinder, she could trade them to him. Whoosh! The Flame Fairy suddenly emerged from that blurry region. The field of light quickly retracted and returned to the globe. I failed. Su Yuji looked at Ning, a hint of disappointment and helplessness in her eyes. I was so close. Just a bit more and I would have succeeded. If I had just slightly deeper insights into the Tao of Fire, I would have succeeded. Unfortunately, when that happens I'll probably reach the world level, but... The Daelord's trials must include a different component as well, World God Dragonbinder said. Perhaps. Based on the records I read, less than 1 in 10,000 cultivators will succeed in passing one of these trials. Most likely, you have to have certain special insights into the Tao of Fire in order to succeed. Su Yuji nodded. Nin nodded as well. Now you two have gotten me interested. I want to give it a shot as well. You, Master? But your Tao of Fire. Su Yuji looked at Ning. She had followed Ning for some time now and knew him to be very weak in the Tao of Fire. I can at least give it a try, right? Ning also knew that he was quite weak in the Tao of Fire, but he had never tried one of these trials before. He wanted to at least experience it for himself. It was quite safe, no one had ever lost their lives in the treasuries before. Whoosh! Ning stepped into the range of the stone coffin as well. That globe of light emitted a large wave of light and quickly encompassed a region of 300 meters with it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 23, The Treasury's Trial. Book 25, Noveson's Thunder, Chapter 23, The Treasury's Trial. Ji Ning was transported into the blurry region of light. Eh? Ning stared in surprise. In front of him were a series of walls of light that protected the light globe above the coffin. There were 9 walls of light in total, and each of them were covered with flowing, fiery red runes. Pass through all 9 restrictive spells and you shall acquire the treasure. A booming voice rang out by Ning's ears. Ning was puzzled. Where did that voice come from? Was it the voice of Tao Lord All God, or was it the voice of a treasure spirit? Who cares? It didn't really matter. All Ning needed to know was that he had to be on his best behavior in a place which had been established by a Tao Lord of such incredible power. Pass through all 9 restrictive spells? How? Ning stared at the first light barrier and the fiery red runes flowing atop it. Doesn't seem that hard. Ning quickly came to understand how the barrier worked. He pressed his palm onto the light barrier, filling it with his immortal energy. Because Ning had already comprehended its mysteries, he was easily able to master it and take control over it. Disperse. Ning willed the light barrier to disperse. Whoosh! The first light barrier completely vanished, leaving 8 more behind. Ning once more advanced forward. The second barrier was also one covered by divine runes pertaining to the Tao of Fire, but they were clearly much more complicated. Ning just stood there, blinking several times as he stared at those runes. I had no idea the difference between me and Su Yuji was this huge, Ning mumbled to himself. He was both an elder god and an ancestral immortal, and so he was given the exact same trial as the one Su Yuji had been given. She had said that she was very close to succeeding, which meant that she had probably made it to the final light barrier and was very close to solving it. I can't even understand the runes on this 8th barrier. Ning shook his head. I really am weak in the Tao of Fire. Despite this setback, Ning wasn't too disappointed. Cultivation was a path filled with choices. If you chose to focus your efforts in areas you were skilled in, you would be able to advance much more quickly and even find it easier to break through certain bottlenecks. Ning was best suited to the Tao of the Sword. Even Lu Dongbin and Patriarch Subhoodie had seen this in him all those years ago. Although Ning had made fairly quick breakthroughs in Heart Force as well, Heart Force remained a matter of the heart. Even after experiencing the Great War that had shaken the 3 realms, Ning's Heart Force was merely at the 4th stage. His Tao of the Sword, however, had advanced quite rapidly. He was now just 1 step away from 6th stage Sword Force, the Sword World level. He had even invented a first stance for his quintessence sword intent, the Black Mist stance, and this stance was nearly as powerful as the 3rd stance of the nameless sword art, the Great Firmament stance. The power of this technique was so great that it was superior to some weaker sword worlds. All sword immortals trained in the Tao of the Sword, but no 2 sword worlds were the same. Some were dominating, others were insidious. Even 2 cultivators who trained in the exact same technique would end up with their own different insights into it. As for the Great Firmament stance, it would result in one of the most powerful types of sword world. The Tao of the sword is my true Tao. Fire? Ning shook his head and laughed. Ning's face suddenly went blank. That voice said that I had to pass through all 9 restrictive spells. Ning glanced at the 8 light barriers remaining. It just said pass through. It didn't say how I had to pass through. When I bind and take control over the restrictive spells, I can disperse them and pass through them. A strange light flickered in Ning's eyes. But, if I forcibly break through them, I would also be able to pass through. There were 2 ways of dealing with any formation. The first method was to understand the formation and then break it down on a technical level. This was what Ning had done with the initial light barrier, and it was the most common solution. The second method was just to overpower it with raw force. It didn't matter how profound a formation was if an enemy could rip it apart using raw, overwhelming power. Would I be able to breach a formation left behind by Tao Lord All-God? Ning mused to himself. He pondered for a moment, then he bowed respectfully and called out, "Revered Tao Lord, this junior is not capable of passing through these 9 barriers through mastering and dispersing them. However, this junior would like to be so bold as to attempt breaking through using raw power." After speaking, Ning turned his gaze towards the 8 light barriers. Break! Ning thrust out his palm, forming a streak of light at the tip of his fingers. The streak of light had the vague form of a sword, and it was filled with Ning's azure flower mist energy. Ning even activated the 7th cycle of the star-seizing hand in his 2 hands, making his fingers comparable to Tao weapons. Boom! As Ning struck out, the second barrier of light trembled, then shattered apart. It broke? Ning was overjoyed. However, he wasn't in a hurry to press the attack, instead pausing for a brief moment to see if there were any repercussions. Nothing happened. It seems as though using raw power to break through the formation isn't considered a violation of the Tao Lord's decree. Let me continue. Ning took another step forward, his right hand quickly executing the savage blood drop stance as he sent it stabbing towards a light barrier. Whoosh! It struck out like a sharp sword, stabbing into the light barrier. The light barrier trembled twice, then shattered apart. Ning laughed. His power was nothing to joke about. With the azure flower mist energy reinforcing him, he was every bit as strong as a world god. The power of this blow was as strong as a blow from an actual world god, but of course, this was merely the 7th barrier. I still wonder where this azure flower region formed by the merging of the 9 chaos seals came from. Ning felt increasingly amazed by how unearthly powerful this technique was. Without it, he would at most have the body of a half-step world god. Even with Violet Jewel, he would be just barely comparable to a normal world god at best. He wouldn't even be a match for an elite world god. Now that the azure flower mist energy was reinforcing his body, he was definitely as physically strong as a world god. With Violet Jewel in hand, he was able to give masterclass world gods a run for their money. I wonder how powerful I will be when I become a world god. Ning fantasized about it for a moment, then returned to the matter at hand. Time to continue. Ning once more struck out, attacking the 6th barrier. However, this one was clearly much harder to penetrate. Ning wasn't able to breach it with his first strike and needed to hack at it multiple times before succeeding. I'll use my sword, I guess. Ning waved his hand, producing Violet Jewel. Break! He stabbed out with his sword, activating a hint of its quintessence core as he did so. Hiss! The sword easily stabbed straight into that barrier of light. Again! And again! Ning stepped forward one step at a time. With Violet Jewel in hand, his strikes were now much more powerful. This was a formation meant to test elder gods and ancestral immortals. Ning naturally found it quite easy to penetrate. Even without using the Black Mist stance, he was still able to breach the 7 of the 9 barriers. The 8th barrier? Ning once more stabbed out with his sword. This time, however, he failed. Humph! Ning solemnly held Violet Jewel in his hands, then suddenly lashed out, transforming it into a bloody shadow of swordlight. Violet Jewel left a streak of terrifying, bloody red light in its wake as it pierced forward. This was the power of its quintessence core. Violet Jewel itself was covered in bloody light that radiated an aura of astonishing might. Quintessence Sword Intent, First Stance, Black Mist Stance. Whoosh! The bloody swordlight stabbed straight through the 8th barrier, causing it to crumble. Just one left. Ning didn't hesitate at all, once more striking out with his ultimate attack. The azure flower mist energy made Ning's sword far faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos, while the quintessence core of the sword made this eternal weapon irresistibly sharp. It was very sharp, very powerful, and incomparably fast. This blow would have been able to easily shatter a chaos world apart. Even if the solar star or the lunar star were in front of Ning, they would have been pierced through by this blow. Boom! When the tip of the sword slammed against the 9th barrier, the barrier began to tremble violently. Ripples shuddered over its surface as though a rock had fallen into a pool of water, and yet, it did not break. I'm still a bit too weak? Ning was stunned. His blows were now incredibly powerful thanks to his own great strength and the fact that he had an eternal weapon. I told you to break. Ning once more struck out with his most powerful killing blow. Although the 9th barrier shuddered violently, it was clear that Ning's blows were just a bit too weak to break it. Ning frowned. This was already the most powerful sword strike he was capable of mustering. I guess I'll have to find a way to strengthen the power of that blow. Ning immediately stepped back, moving to stand just within the 300-meter radius of the blurry light region. Whoosh! A pair of azure wings appeared behind Ning's back, crackling with electric light. These were the thunder light wings which Ning had purchased during the treasure auction. The wings used lightning as their energy source and swordlight to tear through all obstructions, allowing the user to move at incredible speeds. Attack! The wings trembled, instantly sending Ning hurtling through the torn layers of space and allowing him to move at tremendous speed as he moved towards the 9th light barrier like a streak of light himself. Cultivators needed a bit of distance to build up speed as well. Long-distance flying speed and short-distance dodging speed were two completely different things. It was extremely difficult for one to instantly unleash all of his power and speed. 300 meters simply wasn't enough. Ning had to use the thunder light wings to build up enough speed to surpass the limits of the heavenly Daos. Without it, Ning would perhaps only be able to move at 60% of his normal speed. Break! As Ning charged out, he once more struck forward with his eternal weapon. A sword's attack speed was extremely important. Even a pebble that moved at the speed of light could cause tremendous damage. By the same principle, a sword that moved 30% faster than it previously did could easily cause more than double the amount of damage. If Ning just struck out from point-blank distance, there was no way for him to increase the speed of his sword. Thus, he was forced to resort to the most primitive of options, fly forward at high speed and borrow from his own speed to deliver a full-force blow. This instantly allowed his sword to move 20% or 30% faster than before. Boom! Ning's terrifyingly sharp eternal weapon struck out like a bloody blur. Although it paused momentarily, in the end it still pierced straight through the light barrier. Bang! The final light barrier disintegrated. The light globe above the stone coffin was now within arm's reach. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 24, Formation Spirit. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 24, Formation Spirit. Ning looked at the globe of light hovering above the coffin. He couldn't help but feel slightly excited. This was a treasury left behind by Lord All God, after all. He really was quite lucky to have encountered a treasury so soon after entering the All God estate. Whoosh! Ning reached out with his hand, touching the light globe with his fingers. Ning's face changed. He sent his fingers through the light globe 2 more times, completely confused. Nothing? There's nothing inside? When his fingers touched the light globe, they went straight through the globe as though the globe didn't even exist. There really was nothing inside. Rumble. Suddenly, a beam of light descended out of nowhere, materializing next to the stone coffin into the shape of a white-robed old man. Although Ning was quite surprised, he was able to keep calm. This was because he knew exactly how powerful the restrictive spells Downlord All-God had left behind. It was capable of easily slaying most Downlords. If the formation wanted him dead, he had no chance of fighting back at all. However, countless cultivators throughout countless chaos cycles had ventured through these treasuries. There was no danger here whatsoever. No one had ever lost their lives while trying to gain a treasure from within a treasury. An elder god? The white-robed elder glanced at Ning. The old man emanated an aura of natural majesty and prestige, but he chuckled softly as he looked at Ning. Can you tell me your name? Dark North. Ning looked at the elder. Who are you, senior? The formation spirit of the 10,000 mountains. My master once gave me a name, Myriad Mountains, the old man said. Formation spirit? Ning was surprised. It was quite normal for treasures to give birth to treasure spirits. However, it was incredibly rare for powerful formations to gain sentience as well. For example, the ancient spacetime transfer arrays that were spread throughout the various territories of the primordial chaos had existed for countless chaos cycles, but Ning had never heard of any of them gaining sentience. Similarly, although some incredibly powerful formations would appear during various treasure auctions, Ning had never heard of any of them possessing sentience. Is it really that surprising? Master lay down 3 formations in total, the 10,000 Mountains formation, the Fog Sea formation, and the All-God Estate formation. He infused all 3 with his most profound insights into formations, and all 3 of us gained sentience. The old man looked at Ning. Someone on your level cannot possibly even imagine how truly powerful Master was. You might have met some Samsara Downlords in the past, but don't even try to judge Master by their yardstick. They aren't worthy. Only a Samsara Downlord who has pursued an eternal emperor after sending them fleeing can be discussed in the same breath as my master. Although countless years had passed, the spirit of this formation was still filled with the utmost of pride in his master. Understood. Ning nodded. If you boasted while having nothing to back it up, others would mock you. However, Downlord All-God was so powerful that even Downlord Soulsky was in awe of him and admitted inferiority before his prowess. Even Downlord Badlands would sigh in awe when discussing Downlord All-God with his subordinates and juniors. Clearly, Downlord All-God had been so awe-inspiring a figure in life that even now, after having died countless ages ago, his fame continued to resonate with later generations of cultivators. There's no need for me to wax on any longer regarding how almighty Master was. Once you become a Downlord, you'll understand, the white-robed elder said. Me? A Downlord? Ning laughed. Why do you have such confidence in me, senior? You clearly are just an elder god, but you are capable of unleashing the power of a master-class world god. The formation spirit sighed. It would be very easy for you to kill weak world gods. An elder god capable of easily killing most world gods. There are very, very few monsters such as you. Many people will have a chance to encounter a Samsara Downlord in their lifetimes, but meeting a monster like you is incredibly rare. Monsters like you generally are blessed with tremendous luck. Based on what I know, roughly 80% of people like you end up becoming Samsara Downlords, the formation spirit said. Oh? 80%? Nin nodded slowly. In the 3 realms, there was a belief in karmic luck. Luck was an ephemeral, fleeting thing. No cultivator had fixed luck, as luck could often change. For example, you might be born into an incredibly good family with your parents both being powerful immortals or fiend gods. Someone born into a situation like this could be said to be born into a tremendously lucky situation. However, if this person ended up becoming a silk pants wastrel who didn't work hard in cultivation, his karmic luck would begin to decline. Ning, for example. He was reincarnated into a decent family and with the Nuwa painting, and so it could be said that he was born with fairly decent luck. After he gained the legacy of Dao's 3 lives, his karmic luck became even better. Every single person had to fight for their own karmic luck. However, the karmic luck of the 3 realms was quite weak compared to the overwhelming power of the primordial chaos. Ning was now fighting to gain the karmic luck of the endless territories. There were some world-level cultivators who would massacre the living creatures of many chaos worlds, causing great sin to accrue upon them. Lord Allgod had once chased after and slaughtered countless great sinners, resulting in more and more karmic luck and karmic blessings being bestowed upon him. Karmic virtue and karmic sin existed in the endless territories, and so too did karmic luck. In the 3 realms, 3 people gained the 9 chaos seals, Nuwa, Ning, and Dao's 3 purities. All of them gained tremendous karmic luck as a result. If it wasn't for the 9 chaos seals, Ning wouldn't be able to easily slay weak world gods as a mere elder god. However, on the path of cultivation, either you advance forward or you slowly fall behind. The formation spirit looked at Ning. My master was even more monstrously talented than you are. Alas, he still failed in his Dao merge. He died and his Dao faded away. Remember to treasure every single scrap of karmic luck you come across. Thank you for your words of wisdom. Ning nodded. Actually, all of the treasuries here in the 10,000 mountains are empty. The elderly formation spirit looked at Ning. I decide what treasures are to be awarded to those who pass the trials. Master left me with many treasures and decreed that I can teleport any of them into the globe of light. He certainly didn't want to be bothered with such minor matters. Ning finally understood. In this treasury, I had originally intended the light globe to be filled with an idol of fire that was filled with the mysteries of the Tao of fire. As the elderly formation spirit spoke, he waved his hand and produced a palm-sized fiery idol. This idol had 8 faces, some beautiful, some ugly, some stern. The idol was covered with countless mysterious runes. However, every single elder god who wishes to try and break the treasury formations here in the 10,000 islands has to have at least the power of a masterclass world god. If they do, then they can succeed. The elderly formation spirit looked at Ning. Every single monstrously talented figure such as yourself is qualified to receive a treasure, but of course, you have to find a treasury first. Ning nodded. However, each person will only have one such opportunity. On your very first trip here, you defeated a barrier spell through raw power. As a result, the seeds of good karma have been sown between us. However, you'll find that you will no longer be able to break through any of the other barrier spells using raw power, the elderly formation spirit said. Understood. Ning said in surprise, but senior, you spoke of sowing the seeds of good karma. Although I feel confident in my powers, you are the formation spirit of the 10,000 mountains. Can it be that there is something you wish Dark North to do, senior? The elderly formation spirit said, there is indeed one thing. However, I won't force you to do it, I merely hope that you can help. Please let me know what you wish me to do, senior. Ning was puzzled. My master had a hated foe. A savage light flickered through the elderly formation spirit's eyes, and a murderous aura permeated his voice. Master pursued his foe for many years, spending enormous amounts of effort in his attempt to kill him. Alas, in the end he wasn't able to do so. His foe ended up fleeing. Ning was stunned. Senior, are you speaking of that eternal emperor he pursued? Yes. The eternal emperor. The formation spirit explained, his name was Emperor Malobo, Emperor Malobo? Ning tasted the name. The name felt foreign, alien. According to what Badlands told me, Emperor Malobo has already returned. The elderly formation spirit laughed coldly. My master chased him all the way into the endless darkness, where he hid himself from my master's sight. He must have returned only after learning that my master died. Although Ning was surprised that Lord Badlands was apparently acquainted with the formation spirit, he couldn't help but instead first ask, "Senior, are you asking me to deal with this eternal emperor in the future?" "I am." The elderly formation spirit nodded. Ning was speechless. "Senior, you think too highly of me, . Eternal emperors were eternal figures who had succeeded in their Tao merge. Lord Allgod had died countless years ago, but Emperor Malobo was still alive and well. Lord Allgod had chased after Emperor Malobo for countless years but had been unable to slay him. In other words, there wasn't an enormous difference in power between the two. Given how much time had passed, Emperor Malobo had to have grown more powerful. I'm just planting seeds to sprout in the future. I don't expect all of them to blossom." The elderly formation spirit explained. In addition, Emperor Malobo is an enemy of the entire Tao Alliance. You came here with World God Dragon Binder of the Badlands Court. Given that he trusts you, I imagine you should be a member of the Tao Alliance as well. There's no way a monstrously talented genius like you would betray them for our enemies. What is a Tao Alliance? Ning was rather dazed now. An alliance which encompasses virtually all of the cultivators of the endless territories. The elderly formation spirit looked at Ning. Lord Badlands is a member as well, and long ago the seeds of good karma were sown between the two of us as well. Of the many seeds that I have sown, his has been the most illustrious one to date. I know all the disciples of the Badlands Court. Given that you came alongside World God Dragon Binder, you should also be a member of the Tao Alliance. Are you a member of the Badlands Court or Vast Heaven Palace? Ning said. Lord Soulsky was on very good terms with Lord Badlands, and they were willing to meet each other in public. This meant they were probably on the same side. However, this Tao Alliance sounded quite powerful. An alliance comprising almost all the cultivators of the endless territories? What an extravagant claim. The elderly formation spirit nodded. I've heard Badlands speak of Vast Heaven Palace before. Yes, it is indeed part of the Tao Alliance as well. I'm not surprised you haven't heard of the Tao Alliance, as you are still too young and weak. Even amongst world gods, 99% of them will have never heard of the Tao Alliance. Only the truly illustrious world-level experts will be accepted into the Tao Alliance, as the alliance is primarily composed of samsara Tao lords. I expect World God Dragon Binder has perhaps heard of the Tao Alliance. The mysteries of the endless territories are not for someone like you to comprehend. However, there are some dangers that are aimed at all cultivators, and Emperor Malobo is one of them. The elderly formation spirit looked at Ning. But enough of that. Once you become a world-level expert, your clan or sect will inform you of some of our mysteries. In addition, my information is a bit outdated. The elderly formation spirit nodded. Well, then. What treasure do you want? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 25, Chapter 25, The 9 Secret Arts, Secret Art of Thunder. Book 25, Novescence Thunder, Chapter 25, The 9 Secret Arts, Secret Art of Thunder. You've passed the trial. You deserve a treasure. The elderly formation spirit looked at Ning. I have many treasures. Which treasure do you desire the most? If I have it, I'll give it to you. Ning had been still musing about this Tao Alliance. Upon hearing the formation spirit's question, he turned his attention to the treasury. Hesitating slightly, he asked, Do you have any scrolls of the mirrors now painting? I do not. The elderly formation spirit shook his head. Lord Allgod had left behind many treasures, but the mirrors now painting was not one of them. Oh, Ning continued to ponder. What treasure? What treasure did he need? The opportunity to choose a treasure was a priceless one. Many thoughts flitted through Ning's mind. After having experienced a treasure auction, Ning now knew of many more treasures than he had in the past. I guess I was wrong to make that suggestion. You don't even know what treasures I have. How about this? What are you skilled in? The formation spirit chuckled. Aside from the Tao of the sword, I'm most skilled in the Tao of the sword. Aside from that, I'm also skilled in lightning and in water, Ning said. Master's title was All God, the elderly formation spirit explained, precisely because he was skilled in almost everything. Alchemy, formations, he was a master of many Daos. Unfortunately, he truly wasn't that skilled in the Tao of the sword. He was, however, extremely skilled in the Tao of lightning. However, you'll be fighting against enemies well above your level. Lightning attribute techniques won't be that useful to you. His old face wrinkled as he frowned. Clearly, he was pondering this question. I have it. The formation spirit looked at Ning, then reached out with his hand and generated a spatial ripple from his palm. Moments later, a jade slip appeared. This jade slip now belongs to you. The formation spirit passed it over to Ning, sending it floating through the air. Also, the treasure that was originally assigned to this treasury, the elderly formation spirit tossed out a second item, a fiery idol. This is yours as well. My master once slew a vile Tao Lord who trained in the Tao of fire and took this idol from him. If you were to sell it, you'd be able to sell it for 1 or 2,000 cubes of chaos nectar. As for the jade slip, it contains a secret art which Master personally developed. Its value is incalculable. Not even the combined value of 4 or 5 eternal weapons would be a match for it. Ning was shocked. For the idol to be worth 1 or 2,000 cubes made sense. The jade slip, however, was truly amazing. Ning accepted the idol, then turned to look at the jade slip. The jade slip was a inky jade color, and one could see faint characters carved into the inky jade. Ning sent his core sense into it, quickly discovering that it contained a lifeblood oath. I swear on my very life itself that prior to becoming a Samsara Tao Lord, I am not to share this, Novescence Thunder, secret art with anyone else. The lifeblood oath was quite simply worded. Almost all techniques required lifeblood oaths to be sworn, be it treasures acquired from a treasure auction or from one sect. Rumble. As soon as Ning swore the oath, an enormous amount of information poured into his mind. Tao Lord All God had left behind an utterly amazing lightning attribute secret art in this jade slip, and all of it was put on display for Ning. This secret art was known as the Novescence Thunder. Tao Lord All God was an ancient power who was extremely skilled in alchemy, formations, artificing, and many other arts. At his level, only divine abilities and secret arts that he personally developed would be a good fit for him. Thus, he poured some of his insights into alchemy and artificing into developing secret arts that were meant to give himself greater power. The more power, the better. Tao Lord All God had created a total of 9 mighty secret arts. These secret arts could be used at long range, allowing him to effortlessly dominate other experts on his level. In fact, he could even use them to tangle with eternal emperors. As for the Novescence Thunder, it was one of those 9 mighty secret arts. A secret art like this can actually exist? Ning was boggled as he read through the information. A secret art like this can exist, This technique completely destroyed Ning's preconceptions regarding secret arts. Most techniques or secret arts required the wielder to have certain insights into the Tao, allowing him to use certain special technical tricks. The forbidden arts used by God Emperor Black Lotus fell into this category. Ning's nameless sword art was a good example. It had multiple levels, and only when one gained a high level of insight into the Tao of the sword could one use the increasingly profound levels of the nameless sword art. However, the Novescence Thunder was completely different. It was like alchemy. When forging pills, one would gather all sorts of rare and precious ingredients, mix them together, use fire and energy to smelt them, then form them into a marvelous pill. The Noveson's thunder required the wielder to harvest 9 types of divine lightning, mix them together in a complicated way that was akin to alchemy, then transform them into a perfect thunder attribute secret art. As for the mixing process, Ning was rendered completely speechless upon reading it. It was simply perfect. It was like a work of absolute art. In his hands, thunder and lightning were playthings that he could mold as he pleased. He was able to effortlessly mix various types of lightning together, joining them into an incredibly powerful secret art of thunder. Ning was truly stunned. He had once bound a 9-horn lightning serpent, and so he knew very well that lightning was intrinsically a type of force that was extremely wild and savage. Just binding and refining lightning was extremely difficult, to say nothing of using quasi-alchemical methods to mix multiple types of lightning together to form a secret art. This was truly unimaginable. There were 2 sections to the Noveson's thunder. The first section required the user to harvest 9 specific types of chaos lightning. These 9 types of chaos lightning, by themselves, weren't even capable of killing an ordinary world god. However, once you perfectly mix these 9 types of ordinary chaos lightning together in a certain manner through this secret art, you would be able to slay masterclass world gods and suppress even supreme world gods. The power of this secret art completely surpassed any eternal weapon. The second section involved harvesting 9 specific types of Dao lightning. These types of Dao lightning had to be naturally harvested and not artificially manufactured, and they were incredibly rare. When Dao Lord All-God created this technique, he had been at the verge. He had many types of divine Dao lightning to choose from, but in the end he was only able to find these 9 types which were suitable. After binding and smelting them together, he instantly rose to stand at the very peak of power amongst Dao Lords. However, it was extremely difficult for a person to succeed in mastering this technique. This truly is an inconceivable secret art. Ning couldn't help but praise the technique. I've never seen anything like it. So lightning can be manipulated in a way such as this. For the sake of killing Emperor Malobo, Master poured all of his energy into coming up with those 9 mighty secret arts. Every single one of them was so powerful as to allow any wielder to gaze down upon the other heroes of the realm. Generally speaking, even Samsara Dao Lords at the verge would find it difficult to withstand these techniques. When the 9 secret arts are used together, they are capable of killing almost any Samsara Dao Lord. The formation spirit was quite proud. Although the 9 secret arts weren't able to slay Emperor Malobo, all 9 of them were able to form domain-type effects that were able to completely suppress him. As a result, Emperor Malobo's power in battle was weakened to roughly a half of his maximum power. Ning nodded. Having fully reviewed this technique, he knew quite well that once one completely mastered the first section of the Noveson's thunder, one would be able to unleash an awe-inspiring domain of endless lightning bolts that stretched out more than 1,000,000 kilometers. This was a lightning domain. It could suppress even supreme world-level experts. Even if Ning ended up encountering an extremely powerful figure which the lightning domain couldn't kill, it would still dramatically weaken them and ensure they would only be able to unleash half of their full power. 9 secret arts, Ning couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Unfortunately, Emperor Malobo still managed to escape in the end. He was simply too skilled in fleeing techniques. The formation spirit sighed. Before Master died, he left all 9 of his secret arts with the Dao Alliance. If you render great services unto the Dao Alliance or are able to sell them enough treasures, you'll be able to learn all 9 techniques from them. However, these secrets are far more valuable than even the pseudo-samsara pills which so many world-level experts lust over. Even most samsara Dao Lords would love to have a chance to learn any one of these 9 secret arts. Ning nodded. Secret arts were incredibly powerful, but Ning also understood that mastering them could be incredibly difficult. In this case, harvesting the 9 types of lightning was just one of many difficult tasks. What really mattered was the process of perfectly alchemizing them together into a perfect blend. Actually succeeding in this required the user to be very, very skilled in multiple areas. Downlord All-God was an ancient power who was skilled in alchemy, formations, and more, which was why he was able to accomplish it. However, when Ning viewed the technique, he had two responses. First, he felt that the technique was so beautiful it was like a perfect work of art. Then, he felt a cold chill run down his spine. Training in this technique would be incredibly hard. Thank goodness I have a powerful divine body. My divine power is far more robust than others at my level, as is my soul. I should still be able to succeed in this secret art, Ning mused to himself. I've given you the secret art. I hope that, in the future, you'll at least be able to reach Downlord Badlands level, the formation spirit said. Alright. Now that you've taken the treasure from this treasury, hurry up and leave this place alongside your companions. This treasure region is about to fall apart. Whoosh. After speaking, the formation spirit's body dispersed into particles of light, then vanished. The light globe above the stone coffin also vanished, as did the region of light around the coffin. World God Dragon Binder and Flame Fairy Su Yuji stared towards Ning from their original positions. Master! Brother Ji Ning! The two called out to him at the same time. Rumble! The treasure region began to shake as one of the walls split apart, revealing a new passageway. This treasure region is about to crumble. We need to hurry up and leave. Ning didn't have a chance to explain what had just happened. Let's go. World God Dragon Binder and Su Yuji both understood that time was of the essence. The three immediately moved at high speed towards that distant passageway.